हेलो पुकीस, वेलकम टू अनदर स्ट्रीम। कैसे हो सब लोग? क्या हाल चाल सभी लोगों के? सबसे पहले तो यार लाइक कर दो। मैं एक पोल बना रही हूँ। एक पोल लगा रही हूँ। पोल लगाने में भी पूरा एकदम सोचना पड़ता है, कुछ क्रिएटिव सा सोचने के लिए ना। हाँ, अब ठीक है। तो गाइस, कैसे हो सब लोगों का स्वागत है स्ट्रीम पे। जल्दी से जल्दी लाइक कर दो, क्योंकि आज अगर मैंने बोस्टर की एंट्री नहीं देखी नाचते नाचते तो मेरा दिल उठ जाएगा। तो मैं ना देख रही, समझ रहे हो?
not, having success in the playoffs versus RRQ being a team they trust.
रुको एक
I don't know.
सेकंड
I
में ना
mean, the
डिस्कॉर्ड
global
का भी
power
देख
ranking
लेती हूँ।
is wilding today.
Yeah.
They are going for RRQ2 and they're going for Billy Billy. So wait, it does, so they're going with, so
Okay.
Mika is a Noah, and Saisho Tombiz, and
Ah.
not you, Uber.
अब
You went
ठीक है
MIBR
गाइस,
at
वी
the
आर
end.
हियर।
So you heard me come into this segment,
Let's
and
go.
I was like not exactly giving the good news about this MIBR team, but I trust them. They've been in Germany,
किसका
practicing,
prediction है?
well in advance of this tournament. They've
हाय
sort of proved their
MIBR
caliber in
एक
any
दो ने पिक किया
extraneous
है बीच
tournaments,
में।
and I really think that Cortezia is going to show what he's
अरे
capable of
भाई
on the big stage of his career.
प्रेडिक्शन देखो,
What did you know? Sorry,
MIBR
Wyatt,
एक
I
दो
didn't
ने
pay
पिक
attention to
किया
your
है,
preds.
किसने
I
पिक
didn't have
किया
enough
है वो
clout to
भी
make it on the
देखती हूँ।
He didn't get on there,
मोबाइल
sadly.
Wait, so
Yeah.
go
I
on
didn't
then.
have enough,
What's your preds?
but I'm going for Billy Billy and Fnatic.
Why?
Why
Well,
Billy, yeah?
well, why Billy Billy? I just think that I don't think MIBR individually have the talent
दो
to
लोगों ने
take
चूज
on
किया
where
है
they're at right now
MIBR,
as a
डॉग और
holistic
उबर।
But
unit.
right now, when you talk about talent,
Uber.
that's just an inherent thing, right?
भाई
Well,
बाकी
players
सारे
are
डोमिनेटेड
less
वन
experienced.
I do
साइडेड
not blame you
प्रिडिक्ट किए
because
हैं
the
बिलिबिली
champion
गेमिंग
stage
के
has
लिए।
been incredibly
scene, guys,
competitive
क्या
so
scene?
far. It has already delivered some of the best games we've seen this year. It's time to see if MIBR, BLG, Fnatic, and RRQ can take us to the next level.
चलो गाइस, स्टार्ट होने ही वाला है। होप आवाज़ वगैरह सब सही तरीके से आ रही है आप लोग को। लेट्स गो गाइस। जल्दी से जल्दी पोल पे वोट करो और बताओ कौन है वो टीम। फिर से सिनेमैटिक जो हमें रोज दिखाया जाता है।
It means everything to me.
रोज मतलब वो पार्ट दिखाया जाता है जिस
I
टीम
remember
का
the first
गेम हो।
time I have the chance to play in
कल
champs.
आपको टीम लिक्विड
Chance
वगैरह का
qualifier
दिखाया गया था
2022.
ये इंट्रो में से। आज जिनका मैच है बिलिबिली गेमिंग,
I
RRQ,
felt
FNC,
devastated.
MIBR,
so
इन लोग
much.
का दिखाया गया है।
Now 2025.
बढ़िया
I
किए
succeeded.
यार ये लोग।
It was like a dream for me, And I think I cried again on stage. My mind is like, finally, I did it.
लेट्स गो
I look at
मॉनी।
myself 5 years ago,
ओ माय गॉड,
first starting
क्यूटी
Valorant,
बूस्टर
not
यार,
knowing what I was
क्यूटी।
getting myself into. And here I am 5 years later. 2 international trophies.
माय
champions
गॉड
that
यार,
I'm hungry
बूस्टर
for and passionate
प्लीज
for.
प्लीज बढ़िया
And I know
एंट्री,
that we
प्लीज
can do
आज
great
बढ़िया
things.
एंट्री चाहिए हमें।
When we play against Fnatic in Toronto, it was really miserable.
Caught on the cross of Alpha. Oh, right out of the sky!
ओ
We
भाई
come unprepared. It's our first time in international.
We see an RRQ that had no response.
We are a totally different team from what we showed in Toronto, and we are ready to show how good we are.
होपफुली अच्छा खेले
They might
सभी
have
लोग
some hunger. They might have a dream of revenge, a dream of redemption. But we're not going to give it to them.
ये जर्सी है क्या नया यार दे दो यार
Since I was young, I've been a very competitive
नेफ
person,
गाइस नेफ
and I don't really like losing. Whenever I do take a setback, I feel very discontented. It drives me and
रुको
pushes me
मैं
to
वो
become a better
गोल
version
वाला
of
हटा
myself.
देती हूँ ना अच्छा दिखेगा
Esse
आप लोगों को
amor pelo jogo, como é algo competitivo, ele me dá uma vontade de querer estar sempre sendo melhor, estar sempre melhorando, porque se eu estiver melhorando, eu vou conseguir ganhar. E ganhar é uma coisa que eu gosto muito. Eu faço isso pelo meu país, pelo meu time, pela minha família, pela minha esposa.
Although their placements in the Americas League was not very outstanding, MIBR still has a lot of potential.
Eu já
Let's
joguei
go,
contra times chineses antes e todas as partidas que eu joguei contra eles foi bem interessante pelo fato deles ser um estilo de jogo muito diferente.
We are a team that is probably the youngest team in Champions. And I think a lot of our players look up to Aspas as an idol in the past as well. I think that having the opportunity to
I
play
want
against a
MIBR
player of
to
high
win
caliber
जैसे
is
दोनों
honestly
का
a good experience for
परफॉर्मेंस
us,
है
and you know, I hope we
BLG
can
के
take it back.
चांसेस ज्यादा है
Mundo
वही
chama
ना
de
यार
talento. Eu chamo de
प्रिडिक्शन में भी
destino.
2 लोगों ने
Tô bem
प्रिडिक्ट किया
animado
है
pra jogar contra
MIBR
vocês,
को
vai ser uma partida muito divertida.
इसीलिए मैंने पोल पे डाल के रखा है यार देखो अच्छा खासा ही लिखा है ओनली फॉर गिरास पास बोस्टर ने आज अगर नहीं नाचा ना एंट्री के टाइम तो मैं आरआरक्यू को फुल सपोर्ट करूंगी इतना सपोर्ट करूंगी कि फाइनल्स तक पहुंचा दूंगी मैं बिली गेमिंग गाइस बिली गेमिंग लेट्स गो आसपास वर्णों को दिखाओ थोड़ा ये
It's VCTCN's #1 seed versus a team that very nearly did not even make it to chance. But only one player on stage has won chance before, of course. It is Aspas, but as you guys were saying, it doesn't seem as scary as it
क्या
was
मैप है
previous
हेवन
years. And looking at the
ओके
map, we
कोरोड
sung about how
MIBR
this could be great for
Sunset.
MIBR, and they don't even get a chance to play it today.
I mean, this is devious from BLG.
पहला मैप गाइस हेवन है फिर कोरोड फिर आपका सनसेट
MIBR's double duelist situation in the most awkward position. It does mean we might see Aspas on that Yoru if they go with the ISO setup here. But I also wonder why, at the back of my mind, have they pivoted off that look to something
मैप
else?
पिक्स तो बढ़िया ही है हेवन सनसेट
I'm incredibly doubtful
कोरोड
they'll be
पे
running the same
मतलब
thing.
कुछ
Maybe
तो
they will,
सोच
and
के
they'll just
करा
roll
होगा यार
swap, and Aspas will play ISO, Artsin playing Yoru. We haven't seen MIBR on Haven
यार ये
since
जर्सी
week 1. It
मस्त
was
है
against
MIBR का
Lost.
बढ़िया
That
जर्सी
was
बनाया
during
है
their
ये
slump. That feels like eons ago. I'm fully
अभी
expecting
सबसे
them to
पहले
win.
बैन कर देता है कोई एक ना एक
MIBR have to unlock either Abyss or Corrode to have a competitive map.
Hello.
roll. They're
Hello.
going for this map. The last time we saw this from them was
क्या
against
कैसा लग रहा है
Crew
पैरिस
in week
And that was
1.
also week 1. Matter
क्या
of fact, that
कैसा
is
लग
the
रहा है
only map that MIBR
Paris में
won
और
during their slump.
ओह
Only one
हाँ
map
गाइस
was
मैं
Corrode
पेरिस
against
में
Crew,
पहुंच
which
गई
they haven't played since week 1.
Yeah, and
Haters
they
will
didn't
say
pick it
it's
then either. It
Photoshop.
wasn't like they wanted to play it. They haven't picked it, and they
Photoshop
picked it
will say
coming
it's
into this.
haters.
But this is what you guys wanted to see, right?
Very
Maybe some
English
changes, maybe
learning.
some prep. Maybe they don't have to rely on some of the old stuff.
And
they
they've
were
certainly
doing.
had a lot of time to prep. Billy
गाइस
played
पेरिस
Haven
में
quite
हम
a
लोग
bit, but
पेरिस
it's been
में
such a strong
हमने
map for them.
देख लो
The last two outings,
फोटोशॉप
they
विल
beat
से
DRG,
हेटर
they
ठीक है
beat EDG. Both of those
Yes,
maps,
yes.
YZ drops 23 playing Neon. They've been very
दोनों का
consistent,
कोरोड
very
नहीं
strong
पता
on that
सो
map.
कान से
We're
वही
looking
ना
at the
कुछ
map
तो
pool based
सोचा
on the
होगा
data they have.
MIBR
I'm
ने
feeling
उन्हीं
pretty
का
good
मैप
about
पिक है
BLG's chances here. And a question in the back of my head is this.
मैं
Have
चाइना
MIBR
में भी नहीं
decided to
देखती हूँ
trend
VCT
away
चाइना
from double duelist?
बट इस
What
बार
I see
स्टेज
maybe
2
in a
के
more
चैंपियन है
impactful
बिली
position.
गेमिंग BLG
Re-abuse, maps like Corrode, for
ये
example,
फिर
even
से इधर
Haven. They're gonna need good info. I
अरे
don't know if
एक
just
ही
playing up
एक ही ही भाई एक ही बंदा है जो वैसे खेल रहा है, समझ रहे हो? हेलो मिकी, कैसे हो? आइस बॉक्स चला गया तो MIBR को कुछ तो करना था। हाँ वही।
अरे वो कोच इस बार प्लेयर बन गया है।
एक ही भाई वो जो उस दिन देखा था ना EDG का कोई कोच आया हुआ है, वही भाई चश्मा ये जर्सी वर्सी बदल के वो खेल भी रहे, कोच भी बन रहे हैं अलग अलग टीम के लिए। कैसे मस्त, क्या बात है यार, क्या बात है। वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। आप कैसे हो? मैं बढ़िया हूँ यार। आसपास नियॉन लिया है, ठीक है। वर्नो ने लिया है, सोवा, कोटेशिया ने किलजॉय, आर्टिजन वाइपर, जेनोम ने लिया है ओमेन, ठीक है। और इधर लिया है, मुझे प्लेयर्स का नाम नहीं पता, ठीक है। मैं पहली बार ही देख रही हूँ बिली गेमिंग का। लेवियस ने लिया है साइफर, नाइट ने लिया है सोवा, विजी ने लिया है नियॉन, नेफ ने लिया है ब्रीच, रुशिया ने लिया है ओमेन। बस किलजॉय एंड साइफर का डिफरेंस है, वाइपर का भी डिफरेंस है, ब्रीच एंड वाइपर। आज मेरा मैच है सपोर्ट मी। कौन से टीम में हो आप या फिर कोच हो आप? बताओ किसको सपोर्ट करें, क्योंकि हमारा सपोर्ट थोड़ा वो मीट को पता है। नियॉन खेल रहा है MIBR से, ऐसा क्या? ओ माय गॉड, फिर तो देखना पड़ेगा, फिर तो देखना पड़ेगा। चलो गाइस, वी चीयर फॉर MIBR नियॉन, लेट्स गो। दिखा दो नियॉन डिफ क्या होता है, नियॉन को आउटप्ले कैसे करते हैं, नियॉन का मेटा कैसे लेके आते हैं पेरिस में, दिखा दो। यार चाइनीज टीम को हल्के में नहीं लेते गाइस, चाइनीज टीम को हल्के में नहीं लेते, बिल्कुल भी नहीं, बिल्कुल ना, एकदम ना। किसी दुश्मन का बुरा चाहिए तो उनका नाम बिजनेस शुरू कर सकती हूँ मैं। इतने मस्त मस्त प्लान है। ऑपरेटर देखना, बिल्कुल वो तो डिफेंडिंग में देखेंगे, अभी शायद अटैकिंग है ना। प्लान मस्त है ना। हाँ वही ना। और इंस्टेंट रिजल्ट ही है, सभी ने कि 1-2 दिन बिजनेस डेज का वेट करना पड़ेगा। इंस्टेंट, आंखों के सामने एकदम, आंखों के सामने एकदम। 0 लेटेंसी, वही ना, 0 MS वगैरह ऐसे ही है हमारा। इंस्टेंट रिजल्ट, इंस्टेंट जो भी बोलो, इंस्टेंट नूडल बोल लो वही। गाइस ये मैप डिफेंडिंग है, पहले बता देती हूँ। डिफेंडिंग साइड ज्यादा है ये मैप, बट अगर बी पे प्लान कर दे अटैकर वाले तो इजी है। क्या बात है, विजी क्या मारा है। नेक्स्ट राउंड एस, ओ माय गॉड, नेक्स्ट राउंड पे एस होगा ही होगा, गलती से मर गया। वेले अटैकिंग फेवर्ड होते हैं ना, हाँ वही। ओ माय गॉड, विजी ने क्या खेल के गया यार, एस तो होगा ही होगा। बढ़िया मारा यार उसने, निकल के बढ़िया मारा था विजी ने।
The last few months, and now in a critical pistol, he's brought his teammate with him into the A site. He's dodged out from that flank of K-Knights, and now potential to plant this up for heaven for Kateja to play in that position too. K-Knight has to be careful here.
Guys, सब लोग लाइक करो, कमेंट फटाफट लाइक करो, पोल में अपना लक दे दो पूरा टीम को।
How far does he go? Verno spotted, and the dart used
कोटेशिया लो है
of his teammate, not choosing not to wait. What? Still snaps on a Cortezia. Yes, remember 33 HP. Even Verno in 1v2.
दूसरा वाला AF के चला गया, क्या अच्छा नहीं पीछे से आ रहा।
Time dwindling away. The shock just a bit off the mark as Verno repositions, looks to take the fight into Levius' side. A 1v1 and Verno delivers for MIBR.
आपका स्ट्रीम ऑन था, साउंड नहीं आया मतलब।
अरे वो क्या बोलते हैं, प्ले करके छोड़ के चला गया वो।
अच्छा अच्छा, ऐसा क्या?
the scoreboard in here after
देखना गाइस विजी का जो एस होगा ना देखो बस क्या मारा है पीछे से आके देखा था आप लोगों ने अभी देखो लेट्स गो बिली बिली गेमिंग लेट्स गो
MIBR able to strike the first chord of success but
गेम में मतलब कब
the purchase for BLG they do have the Bucky in the hands of
अभी तो सब ठीक है ना साउंड वगैरह गेम का साउंड आ रहा है मेरा आ रहा है
push K9 away.
हाँ आ रहा है
ओके देखो गाइस विजी का क्लासिक वाला एस आप लोग को देखने को मिलेगा और वो बी में ही है बी में इजीली दोनों साइड एक्सेसिबल हो जाता है अरे मैं नियॉन हूँ ना वो विजी का बोल रही हूँ मैं बिली गेमिंग उसको सपोर्ट कर रही हूँ फुल
Assuming all goes well, carry a couple weapons into the next, but as we talked about it,
देखो क्लासिक से एस कैसे करना होता है सीखो अभी
a force to be reckoned with.
आंख बंद करके वो भी ठीक है
I think the question is now, how much do they invest? Do they decide to just die to the spike, or are they playing for exits?
The magic number is 3 kills for BLG. You do that, you've taken out at least 1 gun from MIBR who've gone for that FPX buy. Right now, just running into Cortezia, who ghosted hand, won't be giving anything over to the other side, but he's been dealt with.
Guys, business का idea कब से implement करूँ मैं?
And it is just that exit look for BLG. I think MIBR doing well to group up here, exit back out towards spawn. When you start considering things like ultimates as well, BLG know that because Verno picked up 4 kills in that pistol round, he's online to a very quick Hunter's Fury, so that also is informing a lot of the decision making around just executing 4 players to the spike. Sure.
And so they fall, MIBR gets onto their second, they carry the 3 rifles that were brought into this round. And they're able to approach this bonus from a pretty powerful
आप
position.
लोग बताओ guys, आप लोग क्या चाहते हो? कौन सा टीम
Osboss buys a gun for Artson on the other side. So they're going to have 4 rifles and the Guardian. That'll set them up so nicely. This a chance to completely break BLG's economy.
आसपास के most
kills in round 3.
most kills of any player
you see some of the
VCT
pings on the minimap already lining up the left side of B.
यही तो
The
है
spam
कुछ
line
नहीं
could hurt MIBR.
कुछ भी नहीं हर बारी हर एक लाइन पे मेरा बिजनेस का उद्घाटन हो जाता है
With Osboss, the tip of the spear. Champions kill
इधर ही
leader.
बैठा है
Still not on the board.
हमारे चाहने से कुछ नहीं होगा वही होगा जो तुमने
Paranoia now pulls Rusha into garage with
उस हिसाब से मैं कोऑर्डिनेट करूंगी ना
Timing just off.
और बड़ा नेचुरल सपोर्ट करती हूँ मैं किसी को पता नहीं चलता अभी आपको पता चला क्या मैं कौन से नियम को सपोर्ट कर देती हूँ नहीं ना
नहीं
देखो
Artson stepping into the long space. BLG 2 in sewers.
And remember,
देखना नियॉन
used
मारेगा
his stun for the garage hit, so that will not be in play. But they're rotating.
अरे नियॉन का इजीली अल्ट रेडी हो जाएगा
Hold more members.
It's a very good read, and this drone only sees the Viper.
रिवील हो गए ना इनको नहीं आता है रिवील भी हो रहे देख रहे
from Artson running away from a long, but
के गाइस
BLG
इनसे
know that's fake.
रिवील भी हो गया अब तो नियॉन मारेगा
Quietly
लेफ्ट में दो
Come on, विजी मारो
the swing out from Osboss falls at the hands of YZ, but Artson counters. 2 kills found. But the spike is in such an awkward spot. Artson has to get out.
He's trying to run back. Cortezia just broke a tripwire in garage.
मुझे
He
तो
stole
पता
his
चल जाता है
round, but at the
opposite
same time, Levius is back out in mid, and now this mad dash out of Artson trying to dodge
मारने
away
की
from
ट्राई
the
करते हुए बट नहीं
from
था
a Cypher net. Now here's his approach. It's gonna be death
बताओ
for
डोसा
him.
गिर गया
13 seconds left. Surely it secures the round unless Cortezia can frag through it all. 3 targets to find. Not a ton of time to do it. BLG get on the board.
easy
What could have been a disaster for BLG. MIBR buying up into that round. They see through calmly. Some good utility in mid-round calling to stack over towards the A site. That's now 3 rounds in a row. MIBR have shifted back towards A once the clock has started winding away. K9 and YZ.
A पे अगर आप अटैक करते हो ना ये मैप में तो A पे ज़्यादा चांसेस है डिफेंडर्स जीतेंगे
Almost the bane of Levius' existence. The turret.
And so into the next we go. Good purchase on both sides. An early stun and a dump utility towards A main.
Yeah, BLG know that versus these Viper comps, you need to bully them out of the A main space early on in halves. Otherwise,
Guys,
it just
come on,
allows
like
workers to take that space so freely. So you expect to see the fault line the next couple of rounds. You expect to see players posted up in front of it. That does leave their C side very vulnerable.
Really just a cam and a trip, a cage as well.
That's a full retake setup for BLG, and it's not like they have ultimates to get back into the side either. They just trust in their utility, in their marksmanship to get back in.
Neff, no stun, but silence across the map.
Couple of rounds now, BLG
Slow
had
start
3
करके
players
गलती
stuck
ना
on
कर
B.
दे यार एक बारी FNC ने बहुत
Look for
बड़ी गलती
exactly
करी
this,
थी
but this
slow
time
start
Cortezia shows up massively.
slow
Kane
start
was there
in
to
the sense
respond in
मतलब
kind.
टाइमर खत्म होने तक एक साइड में
Things
पुश
quietly
कर
settle
देना
into a 4v4. They're going to rotate back into all of the space that BLG took away, eh?
This is wild. I mean, we're less than 40 seconds left onto the clock. MIBR have player C, have players Garage, have player A. It's lurks on lurks, and now with Arts in falling, they have to go C.
They will have 3 there. K-Knight somewhat on an island. I mean, Levius is within striking distance, but the smoke goes down. Aspas strikes, and now the dash through. The site should be secured. Now we'll see what they do in the post plant.
Rusia still has the paranoia. Still a stun for Wisey to play off as well. Aspas' position will be critical here if he can dodge away from that key utility because he's playing so close to that smoke back towards C-Link.
They're not playing long. They're hunkering down into the site. The first paranoia out from Shenum. Traded now. Both flashes used. Aspas waiting on the other side of smoke. The dash is just too much. Reposition stays alive. Looks to take the fight the second time around. Inferno saves the day. A 1v1 now. Levy is weak, but Aspas worse. 3 HP. A stiff freeze will knock him over. And Levius delivers.
5-1 now for the Sentinel. Levius started off the pistol round with a nice kill. Has continued that in the last couple of rounds. Has been so solid, playing into that C retake, but when he gets back out onto the site, shows up in a big way. And this is starting to be a little bit indicative of how these teams want to play. You know, BLG grouping up often to fight around the breach and the neon. MIBR going to look to spread out across the map, play these much slower rounds. BLG's planning in these rifle rounds has netted them 2 wins.
Bilibili Chinese team है ना?
Forced MIBR here off of the back of that last one into this light buy with a Guardian, a Vandal, and a Stinger. And the Vandal is in the hands of Aspas, stepping into this tournament for what feels like the first time in his career as an underdog, really.
Yeah.
And currently, what, 1-3? Quiet start.
Quiet start for him. People will be used to also seeing his Jet on the international stage, but he's been playing a whole lot more than Neon in Americas this year, incorporating that into the pool. But this MIBR team was always a team that was underdogs. You know, 11th place, back-to-back stages in 2024, but the signing of Aspas and these incredibly talented rookies at the start of the year, and Cortezia and Shenum, propelled MIBR to the best finish they had ever had in 3rd place. That has not translated to global success.
No, painfully lackluster performance in Toronto. But now the opportunity to right their wrongs. Aspas was able to get the first pick, and now attention towards A.
Yeah, decent start to this eco round. That paranoia is nice.
They've invested the Hunter's Fury.
Beautiful.
Popped on the other side.
बढ़िया अल्टे भाई 2 ले गया.
Now they swing out into him, and he immediately falls.
अरे
That's just a masterclass ultimate there out of Verno.
इसको ही मारो.
2 kills with
easy
the
है.
Hunter's Fury comboing off of Shenum's paranoia. BLG have no idea what just hit them.
Sure, we'll take a look at it one more time. Verno has been stellar in this opening map. 7-2 so far.
There's that paranoia and the stun. You can see Rusia has no idea really where to go. Just teleport straight into the Hunter's Fury. It's a perfect read out of Verno on that. And even the teleport up into heaven too. Gorgeous.
Great start for MIBR on BLG's map pick. And again, we're going to see a lot of this attention towards A main at the beginning of the rounds.
Now, last round, MIBR realized that it was a light A hold. A lot of times you're going to see K-Knight playing on an island over towards the A site, and it's those rounds in particular that I think MIBR can try to punish this right side of the map a little bit more. Different story here in round 6 is it's back to a little bit of a B trap here on the eco for BLG.
Trip could be a problem.
Especially when there's a fault line right behind it as well.
Yeah, and a paranoia.
बढ़िया ट्रिप लगा के रखा है.
Sheriff, BLG have the tools, but this patience from MIBR is nice. You know, they've seen this B hold a couple of times, and they've teased that space a bit, called back towards Garage a number of moments.
Levius is getting curious. Not going to get an early line, all rotating towards C. And remember, BLG have taken this defensive approach in previous rounds where they just play entirely off the site. And the last time we saw this, it was a retake attempt that ended in Aspas falling at the hands of Levius.
It was an even number, but now Hunter's Fury to follow.
Shenam's dead. And that's a spike.
Ult कर दिए अरे गया स्पाइकर वाला
Now a second attempt. And they're digging their heels in. The spike goes down. How do BLG approach this? Remember, they have a Bucky and a Stinger and then a couple of Sheriffs, and there it is, the shorty from our team. Defusing the retake attempt before it really got out of the blocks. Still a decent spot for Rashida here, but they turn onto him. Very nice from MIBR.
Nice.
Yeah, the difference in this post play from MIBR, on top of the fact they just had the better guns, it's that forward position that Artsin is able to find that first
MIBR पहली बार ये internationals में पहुंची है ना?
BLG have gone heavily out from C-Link.
इसके पहले नहीं थी.
C-Link players don't really get to go anywhere.
Underdog team ही है इस बार आसपास से करके स्टेज मतलब 1 वगैरह में अच्छा परफॉर्म किया था. वो सब पॉइंट मिला के आए हैं.
How Artsin dodged away from that final shot. I thought for sure he was a goner.
And again, the value that he provided after staying alive and getting the kill onto YZ as he's trying to dash into the smoke was it was perfect.
Nice! Let's go!
I'll tell you what though, that level of energy has been something that was sorely
चलो
lacking
टाइम आउट
from
लिया है. I
MIBR
think
back in
बिलबिली
stage
गेमिंग का
2.
टाइम
It
आउट
was
है.
like watching a
देखना
funeral
कोच को
procession.
दिखाएंगे
How
एक
fun
ही
it was
बंदा होगा
sometimes,
वो.
but already I think you can
कोच नहीं,
feel
कोच अभी
getting a
प्लेयर
little bit
बना
of
है.
that hype. Getting some early rounds on the board
प्लेयर
for
के
sure is
प्लेयर
going
में
to
बन के
be
खेल रहे
something
हैं.
that'll shake off a lot of the dust.
इसीलिए कोच को नहीं
Remember,
दिखा
this
रहे.
team
देखो
did,
हाँ, हाँ.
have the
पहुंचने में
opportunity
लेट
to
हो
attend
रहा है
playoffs in
कोचिंग रूम
Americas.
तक.
They came
देखो
over here to Europe early on. They started boot camping, getting that experience and adjusting to the climate over here. And so far, it's looking solid.
देखो
I mean,
कोच
yeah,
को
just
दिखा ही
a-
नहीं
a
रहे.
complete
हेलो
shell
वेवी, क्या
of
हाल
the
है?
team that we
वेलकम टू द
saw early
स्ट्रीम.
on, the
कैसे
team that we
हुआ?
saw, you know, really at the beginning of the year, and something at least. I mean, it's only been 6 rounds, but something seems to be working for them. I think you're absolutely right as far as the energy goes. I like some of the way they've approached these rounds. Verno is fragging.
लाइक कर
7
देना
and 2
यार
so
सब लोग.
far. It's been a great start.
It's all
like
great,
Robert.
but now is where the class can start to show in. BLG's number 1 seed take a timeout. They adjust, and the adjustment is going to be fighting frantically over the A side of the map.
Oh, I love this.
Hello.
The deep smoke into spawn. Shadow cancels it out, and Artsine gets the best of Ashiyan A.
And at the same time, a speed up from Aspas onto front B. Nobody's home, either here or onto the C site. MIBR just running it over.
Yeah, misdirection all over the map.
But look at this, K-Knight stepped forward out of lobby. Again, he goes for these walks all the time, and Artsin's holding for him.
But he's weak. K-Knight, a bullet between his eyes. Cortesia succeeds where his teammate could not. And now we settle into a post plant where MIBR once again find themselves in an advantage. YZ as an op.
Deploying drone.
He's going to have to find a way to make that thing sing.
One way onto the spike is an annoyance BLG have to deal with. They know the site is going to be clear, but still utility left away on that spike.
Here, Shenam does not have another smoke, so as that dissipates, there is no other one-way situation, but the timing seems to be perfect. There's no way in for them to pull this thing off.
Not with the operator in YZ's hands. You can't retake the B site. That seemed like coming out of the timeout, right? BLG had this idea to fight so heavily for the A space. It seemed like with how quickly MIBR reacted to instantly punish onto B and hold against the lurks. You can't be dying to the spike there.
No, that's tragic.
It seemed like MIBR had that contingency plan in the back of their mind set up during the timeout. If there's this heavy fight over A lobby, accelerate quick into B, go there for the first time this game, and also keep holding for the flank.
I wondered, yeah, how much of that was a response to the aggression, and how much of that was just a call out of their playbook on the other side of the timeout. The TP into spawn looked instant, and Levius was so focused on what was happening in spawn that he really was not in a position to play B. He was kind of left out of everything from the very get-go. So either way, well handled, well responded. BLG, excuse me, on this lighter buy.
Yeah, BLG fake a little bit of that fight towards A lobby, but like you saw in the last round, Levius is left alone oftentimes. This time it's on the A side of the map. That is a consistent pattern for BLG.
Hello Neeraj, क्या हाल है? Welcome to the stream. कैसे हो?
So he's brought YZ over into him. This is where we'll see how MIBR deal with this. I think some audio of a drone going out of garage has been able to be heard by these players.
You should run.
And now the lockdown.
उसकी ट्रिप दीवार के अंदर से आ रही है, एक ही ऐसी ट्रिप है।
Yeah. Still Wisey playing heaven,
पता
and now
नहीं
he's
कुछ
smoked
तो
off, no
लाइनअप
chance.
होगा।
He will get back into the line pretty
हमारी
quickly,
ट्रिप
but
नहीं
yeah,
रखी
you're
है।
right. That moment smoke
ऑपरेटर
will
गाइस
provide
ए पे
problems.
आ चुका है हेवन
Three
के
members
ऊपर।
heading
आज
onto the flank
कौन
now.
जीतेगा?
And now the pit.
यार
They're putting
देखो,
a lot.
अच्छा तो
Verno
बिली
into
बिली
this, looking to secure it.
गेमिंग
Verno
के
gets two, make that three. 1 HP.
Nice.
बिली बिली
Takes them
गेमिंग
all.
अगर देखा जाए स्टेज 2 और बिली बिली गेमिंग का
The round
स्टेज
is
2
done. There's
MIBR
no
और बिली
in.
बिली
Wisey
गेमिंग का
has to
स्टेज
save
2
the op.
Yep, it's
तो
another save.
MIBR काफी
Levius
पहले
will go into his
डिस्क्वालीफाई हो
death.
चुकी थी, वो लोग
Potentially
चैंपियन
this
पॉइंट
time.
से पहुंचे इधर। और बिली बिली गेमिंग
That's a tough
#1
situation to
है,
be on.
स्टेज 2 की चैंपियन है चाइना में।
And BLG,
उस
I think
हिसाब से बिली बिली
now's the
गेमिंग
time
को
where
जीतना
they
चाहिए
need to make
और
some adjustments. They've
प्रेडिक्ट भी
tested the
लोगों ने
flanks
मतलब
so often,
कास्टर्स
both
टैलेंट
here
ने बिली
and
बिली गेमिंग ही
domestically.
करा है।
And MIBR come into this, well, you know, it is going to be BLG's
मेरे
map
को ये
pick.
दोनों टीम
MIBR
मालूम नहीं है,
know
इधर
that the
आसपास
preferred
है
maps
एक
of
टीम में।
BLG are going to be Haven and Bind. So they've done plenty of homework on this. They'll know exactly what's up, and now they don't even have to worry about that operator.
11 and 2 for Verno, one off of having his
MIBR में
once more.
आसपास है और
It's a
बिली बिली
monster.
गेमिंग चाइना की अच्छी टीम है।
And this is what it felt like when MIBR picked him up back in stage 1. Remember, they weren't playing with this kid in kickoff.
Right.
Verno was wearing a different jersey with NRG. And it seemed like that signing from
Team
MIBR
frag
just
must
made
निकाली।
everything click.
नाइस
All
वर्नो
of a
ने
sudden, they're winning
4 किल
everything again,
निकाले।
a top 3 finish. Well, individually, he looked decent enough in Toronto. This is kind of the promise we had with Verno in the offseason.
Aspas has an op, Artsine has a Marshall. Or an outlaw, excuse me.
A little bit wild, but honestly, when I was watching BLG play, I think that on the attack side, an attack op really works against them. If you hold extremities, you hold that contain against the walk-up of, well, what is YZ doing right now? K9's also gone for that. You'll see BLG walk down C long, you'll see them walk out of garage.
ऑपरेटर इतना
Those
क्लोज
guns
कर
can
रहा
be
है।
so good at shutting down BLG's playstyle.
Man, 4 of them are on light armor. You see, the outlaw was put down in exchange for a rifle.
आसपास अगर वो शॉट कर देता तो पड़ जाता ब्रीच को।
He's setting off of that, clearing the
दिखा
trip,
था
but
दिखा
A
था
is
स्मोक पूरा
BLG.
वो हुआ था।
YZ steps on behind that drone, and this is what makes BLG tick.
ये
YZ takes more duels than anyone else
ब्रीज ने
in
निकाल
China.
दी।
It's a search and destroy mission so often for him. When he finds the openers, BLG's rounds just play themselves.
आ रहा है।
The kill leader from his respective region for that reason. That trip still hasn't been cleared. Now
Trip
finally
though.
cleared. The TP, the dash through, the wall goes up, the spike goes down. MIBR come to life. Aspas waiting on the other side of the smoke, beckoning, demanding a challenge that does not come.
Gets the dink though, onto K-Knight, and still in the post plant, a Hunter's Fury for Verno. Nano's now being thrown down.
Cortesia, a big fight here, has to be able to pull this off. If Levius can relieve some of this pressure, it's a problem, but no, MIBR stand tall. 3v3
Nice.
down. Rolling Thunder invested.
I
In exchange
करने
for the
वाला।
Hunter's Fury from a distance. As a second pulse goes off.
Oh,
Another mark
nice.
नाइस,
and another round for
7-2
MIBR.
बढ़िया।
Just insane there, getting up in front of the Hunter's Fury. In front of the Rolling Thunder too.
गाइस लाइक करो फटाफट लाइक।
I want you to watch in this post plant. First of all, Aspas gets a dink, then gets this shot with the operator. But then Shenum on the Omen steps in front of the Rolling Thunder, gets that kill first. That means so much. Leads to a Hunter's Fury kill.
बढ़िया
To the
खेल
round
रहे
for
हैं।
MIBR and BLG's second time out of the
BLG
house.
वाले
Because imagine, if let's say everyone else dies on site, Verno's still playing pretty far off. He's been using the Hunter's Fury. He
Yeah.
can't quickly get into spamming smoke. You're doing this, that, or the other for the defuse. The play's gone.
Oh yeah, you have to have teammates still alive. Verno can't win that round on his own with the way he played it. But again, that
ये
seems
तो
like
फास्ट मुंह
MIBR
छुपा
have
के
a
रखा है, देख
very
रहे हो?
clear plan.
हाथ
If
रखा हुआ
BLG
है,
are
पता नहीं लग
playing
रहा।
board in A lobby, and I don't mean just hanging out, you know, that deep long line or
Right.
fighting with an operator bottom series. I mean, they're up in lobby and threatening your flank.
Right.
As soon as that happens, what has MIBR done every round? It is a quick acceleration into the B site. They know that site has been weak, and they have punished it consistently. They've been getting into these post plants where they have good utility, even though they're not playing any players on site. BLG can't get on
गाइस
there.
आप लोग किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो पोल पे जरूर वोट करके बता देना।
No, MIBR are just slaughtering them.
I was talking to Fraud prior to the series starting, asking him how he felt about the pick bans and how it kind of went down, and he had a smirk on his face and said, we got both maps we wanted. They picked our first choice. And I was hesitant to believe it, to be honest, and forgive me for being a doubter, but given history, I don't know, but yeah, he was right.
And it just makes sense, right? MIBR have the extra time to prep. They know BLG's tendencies, and they're debuting a new comp. MIBR with the double smokes, now another fight into long, but this one, even between the two squads.
And Odin rattles off right off the bat. No damage found, but a couple kills traded. YZ for Shenum, I take that any day of the week.
We'll see what Levius can do in the corner here. Stinger in hand, not tagged up.
Stinger
He's been here a couple of
Hold
times.
on, what is going on?
Oh, nice, yeah.
But traded back again, the Stingers proving to be a problem.
BLG
gets another.
They made a good adjustment out of the timeout. Very quick to respond and start threatening on this B site and into Garage. So you can see that scattered MIBR a bit. Their spike is still outside Garage. It's time to maybe regroup, play together. This was a bit of a half buy from BLG, but
they're ahead of it again. BLG are already rotating into A before MIBR arrive.
And they have the
हो जा
information
रहे
too,
हैं
know
2v2
exactly where these
और
final
इधर
two
गन
players
भी
are.
उठा लिया
A
है
gun for K-Knight.
Just over 40 seconds left in the round. You do have time to play this out. You're not forced to commit. Oh, pop wall through. Last pass left to fight. Will find his one. K-Knight down 3 on the round.
इधर ही है बिना टोपी वाला बंदा 4 की लास्ट पास क्या बात है बिना टोपी के ज्यादा लगा है उसको टोपी होता तो शील्ड होता थोड़ा सा
The Stinger cannot hold up against Ospas with the neon ult.
YZ at a distance is kind of insane.
It's wild, but it doesn't amount to much of anything.
स्मोक में ब्रीच बैठा हुआ था भाई
This is now where we need to see the learnings taken from BLG in the timeout. They need rounds. They can't, you know, limp out of this half with 2 rounds. You got to have something more than that.
Nice trip तोड़ दिया है
For the first time in what feels like forever, MIBR set their eyes on C. Right off the rip too. Rishia, the paranoia is going to be really good. It's going to buy a lot of time. Rotations coming through. The whole has been popped. Levius the first to fall, but Rishia dancing around looking for another target. Cannot find it. But Knight from a distance does.
3v3 है guys again. Retake for BL.
No utility to hold him down. He's a little bit too late. BLG are into the site.
ना oh my god blink of an eye में खत्म कर दिया ये राउंड पलक झपकते ही राउंड खत्म हो गया यार 3v3 था
That was YZ going into the site on his own because the two people behind him are his initiators. They're chucking out utility.
कुछ भी हो सकता है क्योंकि कुछ टीम का अटैकिंग बहुत अच्छा होता है हम नहीं जानते पीलीभीली गेमिंग का भी अच्छा ही होगा चाइना में हैशटैग हुआ नहीं है
so massively and it's a drone and it's now turning around to deal with them.
अटैकिंग गेम प्ले और डिफेंडिंग गेम प्ले में बहुत फर्क होता है बहुत स्पेशली उनके लिए जो लोग मतलब डुएलिस्ट खेलते हैं ये प्रो लेवल अरे भाई 3 लोग तबाही ऐसे ही करे थे
It's a disaster for BLG.
बी खाली छोड़ दिया बी तो
Oh my god.
This tournament doesn't make any sense, Doug. Think of the number 4 seeds upsetting number 1s. Even just yesterday, G2 went down to Heretics. And it's MIBR
के आसपास क्या बात है
गया
अभी डिफेंडिंग अच्छा हो MIBR का तो मजा आ जाएगा
This team didn't make playoffs in Americas.
हाँ वही ना ये लोग प्लेऑफ के लिए भी क्वालीफाई नहीं हुए थे
No love between these two either. I mean, you see them stand up out of their seats, giving it back.
इसको बोलते हैं गाइस जब आप अर्ली डिस्क्वालीफाई हो जाओ आने वाले चीजों के लिए पूरा एकदम प्रैक्टिस करो भर भर के प्रैक्टिस करो कि कोई प्रेडिक्ट ही ना कर पाए आप क्या खेलोगे कैसे खेलोगे बढ़िया खेलते नजर ना लगे इनको डिफेंडिंग भी बहुत अच्छा इन लोगों का मजा आ जाएगा
स्टील पेन
क्या क्या
वो ये अल्टीमस लेकर है स्टील पेन कैसा है दांत
स्टील पेन हाँ ना यार मैं अभी थोड़ा सा वो खा रही थी मैं आज लेट दुकान गई लेट उन्होंने दिया मुझे तो अभी ऐसे ही खा रही थी बहुत मतलब ये वो कैविटी वाला दर्द नहीं है समझ रहे हो मसल के अंदर एक छोटू सा एकदम शार्प सा टीथ जैसे आप चबाते हो बहुत दर्द होता है तो मैं दूसरे साइड से खाती हूँ राइट में है तो मैं लेफ्ट साइड से खा लेती हूँ तो इतना ज़्यादा वो ध्यान नहीं जाता मेरा कभी-कभी बट कभी-कभी गलती से वो हो जाता है तो तब होता है इसीलिए मैं डॉक्टर को नहीं दिखाती वर्नो ने सबसे बढ़िया खेला है डैमेज ऑलमोस्ट 1400 सबसे ज़्यादा डैमेज है इधर ओमेन को हाँ ओमेन को सबसे ज़्यादा डैमेज है 1 मिनट देना है मैं
those fights. MIBR were holding for him every single time. Now on the attack side of things, I need to see that YZ that was promised if BLG can bounce back.
And BLG will require it. Take a look at how they want to approach this attack side, and they're just so far back. You have to play perfectly, really. I mean, if you want to get a shot, just to get back into this thing.
Yeah. Absolutely insane. How things started off, the flawless rounds. I heard 3 of them right there. MIBR were so clean, but BLG gonna start things off, geared up towards the seaside, which is light right now. Just a nano swarm to hold things down, and the poison cloud, of course, from Artzin.
All right, I do think a lot of our attention will be, we mentioned YZ, and for good reason, but Neff in particular does such a good job of setting him up and unlocking him. So it's as much on his shoulders as it is on YZ's, in my opinion.
Okay.
Going to come down to breaking MIBR's hold over towards the A site. Osbos on this forward line, not over peeking into lobby. That's going to take a shot and fall away here.
Cautious here. Shenum is close by, has a paranoia. But they're going to go long. Not even really giving that angle.
Does Levius walk into the double stack of MIBR garage? I mean, he's calling his team back into him.
I think he expected rotations to hit a lot faster, but now that the turret's cleared, there are still 2 players here.
And Artzin ratting it out in his cloud.
Cortezia feeling a lot of the pressure. Artzin, his cloud goes down. He gets 1.
Nice.
The frenzy tries to find a 3rd.
W.
Tucking behind the box, but Cortezia delivers. Now the paranoia out. BLG trying to will their way into the pistol, and they cannot.
Nice.
Last one.
For MIBR.
BLG picked themselves out of the round. MIBR didn't flinch. Trap setup. They had started in those positions at the very beginning. Artzin and Cortezia never left each other until they decided to fall back into C. And that quick thinking, that reposition out of Artzin was so nice. The only thing that stopped him from killing everyone, the magazine size on his frenzy.
30 seconds. Enemy remaining.
This is now 9 rounds in a row for MIBR.
And now BLG
Stinger का plan लेके आए हैं
बिली-बिली गेमिंग with the generosity of a spike plant.
आसपास को देखो बॉक्स में चढ़ा हुआ है
Stinger's light armor on 4.
चढ़ा कैसे वो नियॉन कैसे चढ़ सकता है
Body shot from Osbos here, good enough. Take out Russia.
अभी तो वही जाना.
Darts have been exchanged. A little bit of info gathered. But Aspas lies in wait.
Yeah, no space on the map for BLG makes it really hard. They're going to cautiously maybe test back into mid. But in their eyes, MIBR could be anywhere.
This wall from MIBR just takes away so many options too. I mean, you take a look across the minimap. Utility C, garage, the wall B and A.
BLG might have done the right thing, though, by making that noise B, by not showing anyone A long. They've now pulled the rotate away from Verno, so only 2 players to hold them right now. They've also let Levius go on a bit of a walk.
Yeah, but Shenum's holding it on the other side. I mean, maybe with different weapons, you got a shot at this. Artzin feeling some of the pressure, takes a step back with the judge. And they try to brute force their way onto A, and so far, so good. They're succeeding.
30 seconds left.
They've gotten the sight, they just don't have numbers, and they really don't have
Chip damage well onto K-Knight. Look at Russia. He needs to keep going forward. He needs to find something for his team.
Upgrades into a Guardian. Entrenched in the smoke. Waiting for the challenge. And as it goes down, the kill goes up. Cortezia finds it. K-Knight Dropping Verno down from heaven. Into 1v2, swings it, delivers a dink. Still more damage to be dealt with.
Nice match point, guys. Bilibili Gaming का match pick था, just saying.
That was the force up as well for BLG. That was the last chance for them. Just an absolute stunner to open things up here. Good hold out from Shenum. Bit awkward here with that flash connecting onto a teammate, as Wisey had to try and turn back around into the judge. He ends up eating up the breach blind. Nice! So BLG go back to the well. Again,
Bilibili
it's
का
not
वो
pretty.
मैं pick
No,
था
it's a
नहीं.
shallow well, man.
And now there's an outlaw in the hands of Osboss. Only half armors except for K-Knight.
What can they do here?
उन पे भी बाय ज़्यादा नहीं है क्योंकि उन्होंने भी
And they
सिंगल
hadn't seen
उठा
that
ली
one.
थी.
They hadn't gotten that far up, and they've also only played, what, 2 defensive rounds?
Look how
अगर
quickly
guys
MIBR
आज
started
MIBR
shifting
जीता
over. Completely
तो
prepared.
They stopped one in the
NRG और
water.
MIBR
A bullet
only
between
2
Wisey's eyes.
teams
The
from
Shen
America
gets
जो
2.
जीती है.
K-Knight tries to open up the site, but can
बाकी सेंटिनल और जीतू दोनों हारी है और दोनों अमेरिका के टॉप टीम है और ये बॉटम टीम है
Pick
दोनों.
up the spike.
सोचो.
It isn't. I don't know that he feels safe enough to
नीचे
at this
बैठा हुआ है,
point.
नीचे बैठा हुआ है.
And so Aspas can just hold it.
I think
क्या
he just
नीचे
missed
बैठा हुआ
it.
है
He was
किसके
right
साइड
on
हो
top
तुम?
of it and
वो
didn't
हमारा
connect.
क्या
है.
अरे
Hard held by
अरे
two players.
BLG नीचे बैठा हुआ है ना.
Bear spots it.
विराट वाला.
K-Knight's
GG's
head snaps
guys,
Yeah,
GG.
as has been
One more
230s.
map, क्या बात है.
MIBR flawless to close out.
Shish guys, shish.
जीत गए guys, जीत गए.
The last time we saw MIBR play this
Nice
map on the
one, yeah,
international
nice
stage,
one.
they lost 13-1. They have
इतनी
now
बोलते.
taken out China's
वर्नो ने
best team,
स्पेशली
13-2
वर्नो
to
को
open up the
बहुत
tournament.
बहुत
And now they
थैंक
turn
यू.
their attention over to
वो एक
Corrode, which
रुकी है मतलब नया
was the arena
एड ऑन
they
है
wanted.
टीम में.
That's where they wanted to play. That's where they
इतना
wanted
अच्छा
to fight.
खेले हैं लगा ही नहीं
It
कि
looks
प्रो
rough
लोगों
for
के
BLG.
सामने
We'll see
खेलते
what they
हैं.
can do on the second half. We'll be
आसपास
right
सिर्फ
back.
बहुत एक्सपीरियंस्ड है और टीम भी अंडरडॉग टीम है ये.
Yep, guys, we don't need to overcomplicate anything this game, all right? Just keep it simple. Just go all in.
I want to see everybody hyped up and yelling as much as possible, boys. Let's go.
क्या मतलब देख रहे हो गाइस कैसे पलट जाता है चीजें. सेंटिनल G2 दोनों टॉप टीम हैं बट वो लोग हार गए इधर जिनके साथ उनका मैचअप था और ये लोग बॉटम टीम है अमेरिका के. #3 and #2 वो लोग जीते हैं.
Horizon's different too. They let everyone in my family choose different plans. We get what we want and we save money. Love that for me.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated. We will dance to get. The future of money is
ब्रेक लगा ना, मैं 1 मिनट है.
feels good.
Esports World Cup, where we are starting off with Valorant.
If you want to win, you have to win against the best.
So looking for revenge.
There's the shorty. Goes crazy.
They've all battled through the pressure and expectation.
Heretics have come back all the way.
Finally, we won. Finally.
गाइस कम ऑन लाइक करो सब लोग. लाइक ही तो नहीं होते यार, वही ना. फ्री है यार, लाइक फ्री में कर सकते हो आप लोग लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब. अभी MIBR का मैप पिक वो लोग जीत जाए तो मजा आ जाएगा यार.
आ गया.
कॉपीराइट म्यूजिक बस वार्निंग आता है यार। अच्छा MIBR का फुल फॉर्म ही है मेड इन ब्राजील। कम ऑन गाइस, कम ऑन लाइक करो। अभी ये मैप भी MIBR को ही जीतना पड़ेगा भाई, मैं नहीं जानती, उन्हीं का मैप पिक है। एटलीस्ट मतलब क्या बोलते हैं, अमेरिका के G2 और सेंटिनल से बढ़िया खेला MIBR ने।
और
एक मैप अपने लिए एटलीस्ट जीते ना जीते एक मैप अपने लिए सिक्योर कर लिया है उन लोगों ने। यही होता है, बोलते हैं ना ग्रो इन साइलेंस, किसी को बताने की जरूरत नहीं है, जब टाइम आएगा टाइम खुद बता देगा।
की वाट लगा
यार वर्नो एकदम तो मैंने शायद MIBR को ही रखा था। डिपेंड करता है इनके ग्रुप में अभी कौन कौन लोग हैं। MIBR को ही लिया होगा मैंने, ओनली फॉर आसपास MIBR।
No, Verno's fully in control after the
Verno
second
एकदम
game of
थोड़ा
our
बहुत
split.
सोवा जैसा
We
दिखता
made the
है।
decision to swap on him as the IGL because he was really wanting to do it.
छोटा है वो काफी,
So we're just all in
20-19
with him,
ऐसे
full
साल का
faith.
होगा।
We've been working with him every day to try and improve his calling, his understanding of the game, which is already at a high level. So yeah,
Next
we're
map
not,
Korod.
we made the decision and we don't look back,
MIBR
even
का
though we've
map
made a couple other decisions. We stand
अभी
by
मुझे
those
नहीं
decisions
पता
and
दोनों
go
टीम
forward, and that's
कैसा
exactly what
खेलती है
we're doing.
ये कोरोड
He's in
मैप
top form
पे।
as well, so a good call on that. And
क्योंकि MIBR का बेस्ट मैप है आइस बॉक्स, क्योंकि उधर खेलता है आसपास जेट ऑपरेटर लेके, वो येलो बॉक्स के ऊपर एक मुंडी दिखी उड़ गई।
Everything, Uber and Wyatt, I can confirm now with you guys, Verno has broken the
यार वो
global
डक को भी
KD
देख के आ गया,
record
ये देखो
previously
ये भी मुझे
set
चाहिए।
by tens.
Oh my
with
god,
a
एकदम
seven
रॉयल
which is
प्रिंस की
absolutely
तरह लगता है ये वर्नो।
In stage 2,
अनरियल
Verno
टाइप
was
का
the
लगता है
third
बिल्कुल।
lowest rated player
इनका
in the
जर्सी
league.
बहुत प्यारा है यार
A lot of people
MIBR
were
का,
attributing it to him
वो जो
picking up all
कॉलर
the
और
audio
वो
from
रॉयल
Fahad.
ब्लू कलर का।
And maybe it just
हाँ
took more
वो
time to
जो
fully
क्या बोलते हैं
adjust
स्लीव्स
and
के
be able
एंड
to
में
figure out how
वो
to
जो
play his
है
own game
और
within it.
कॉलर
That was
और
the
उनका
best
वी
game he
नेक
has
के ऊपर
played
वो जो
possibly
कवर है
probably
बढ़िया
all
बनाया है।
year. Definitely
देखा
since
जीत
Spawn.
के ना
That's
है, अभी तो कुछ नहीं बोलेंगे, एक और मैप चाहिए मेरे को, ये मैप तो चाहिए ही चाहिए। तभी तो अमेरिका के दो बॉटम टीम एनर्जी और MIBR जो थे वो लोग जीत गए और सेंटिनल और G2 नहीं जीत पाए अपने अपने मैचअप में।
So good, and it looks like they really understand how to play this comp that they've obviously just moved off of recently.
एक और मैप चाहिए गाइस, कम ऑन। सब लक MIBR को दे दो अभी के अभी।
If we take a look at the Verizon high-speed moment, this was Verno getting killed with his ult, but this would not have happened without the util that the team managed to land and the timing.
Yeah, this was absolutely beautiful, and just in general,
ये राउंड बहुत बढ़िया था, दो निकाले थे सोवा के।
was known for when he was coming up. They gave a beautiful setup here.
I mean,
उसने टीपी उसके पास करे तो उसको भी लग गया और पता लग गया उसकी लोकेशन।
हाँ।
A lot of the time when Omen players get pinged off by this.
अच्छा ब्रीच स्टन था इसलिए इतना वो नहीं करता है।
It's not just moments like this as well. It's like their post plants on the big
ओमेन भी लाइक अकेले क्यों जाएंगे?
These guys are working the map
ये
really
रहा
well.
मेरा
I didn't expect to be the macro.
चैन
We
करो
spent a lot of
इसको।
time talking about Aspas, right?
मैं तो मरूंगा साथ में
I didn't
टीको
think the
दिखे ही
macro would be
मरूंगा।
the thing that we're sort of chirping about.
यार
here as well as
टैलेंट में से भी MIBR को दो
So
लोगों
how
ने
do they
पिक
match
किया
up on
था।
the Gen G scale for you? With
अभी
that?
भी याद है मुझे।
Oh, okay, I need to see it one more time.
स्ट्रीम
There was
खुलते
a
ही मैंने
round
वो
that I
देखा
was
था
screaming in the group. I was
क्या
like,
क्या
"I did it!
टैलेंट ने
I did
प्रेडिक्ट
it!"
किया है।
I
They
will
did a
say,
carbon copy, which is nice.
I feel like for how much we've seen this comp in
चलो
America,
कल
that
मेरी
was
एक टीम तो
definitely
जीती।
the best display of it that I've
कौन
seen from an
सी?
America's team so
T1।
far, for sure.
Well, hopefully
हाँ,
the next
T1
map is
को
going
तो
to be
मैं
the
भी
same for
सपोर्ट
them
करी
because
थी,
this
मेरी
is
दोनों
where we
टीम
had
जीती।
questions about both teams for Billy
मेरी
Billy.
तो एक ही
They
टीम
banned
थी।
this so
डिफेंडिंग
many
लिया है,
times in
ओके
stage 2.
कोरोड
They
इज अ
showed it in the
डिफेंडिंग मैप
finals.
और बिलिबिली
But like
गेमिंग
you
ने
guys are saying,
डिफेंडिंग
both
लिया
teams
है।
don't really play Corrode. This is kind of, you know, a wild card.
I like the pick, honestly, though, from MIBR. They've had so much time to work on their pool. That should have been the #1 thing on their agenda. And it's a map that they could reflect on of, hey, we did actually have success on this while we were at our worst that we've been at all year. It was the only map when they had during that time period. And they were running a double duelist with
यार ये
Blaze,
white ने जो वो necklace पहना प्यारा है यार सही है मुझे नहीं मिलता ना इधर
Give me
ये क्यूट है और उसने जो पहना है यूनिक ने वो काफी मतलब प्यारा है वो वाला इस लड़की ने जो पहना है और इसका वाला क्यूट है
ये डक वाला तो मिल जाएगा
You are not going to see MIBR compete for the same tempo and timing windows as someone like YZ. They're going to give him that space, they're going to give him just enough rope and then punish him. And that's what we saw a ton in the first map. It's something you can absolutely do here. I want double control, a single duelist out of MIBR. I think I'd like to see him go back in that direction.
Yeah, I am curious to see if they're just going to trend to the meta, because also, bear in mind, when they were running that comp, that was week 1. That was right when Corrode got into the pool. So there was no set meta look at all. There was no meta. It was chaos.
I like the way that they pulled out the इसलिए मैं नहीं जीत पाती बोली थी मैं गाइस इसलिए मैं ब्रो
तो अरे तुम्हारे इसमें भी लगती है कस्टम की वो वैसे है तुम्हारे
he was in his own spawn.
ये 3 की आती है कुछ अराउंड 1000 की आती है
कोई दिक्कत नहीं है
So hopefully we get to see more out of Bilibili because if they don't win here,
जिगने भी लगा के रखी है पता है
CN are going to finish the first 4 days without a single map win. I don't remember the last time we've seen that, considering they are the defending champions of champs.
Which is mental, and the greatest disparity we've seen in a scoreline for one of their teams is their #1 seed against the lowest seed from Americas. That makes 0 sense on paper.
Oh, yeah, this MIBR making extremely good use of their time coming in. This is why we just couldn't, with confidence, really predict what we'd see from them. I hear you see the waylay.
Oh, we got a little spoiler. They were queuing up the NRG comp.
I like the waylay. Do you think he's going to be a wasteland?
मेरे से
डिबेट नहीं
करेगा गाइस मैं मुश्किल से ये बारिश में पानी में पैर रख के मैं दुकान में जाके देख के आई
Aspas' waylay looked really good. He only played it for a very
आसपास वेले
This comp though obviously
मेंबरशिप नहीं ले पा रहा हूँ क्यों यार क्या एरर आ रहा है
क्या आ रहा है बताओ
that early warning system if there is a late reflank that comes through. So I want to see this like extreme scan
क्या सीन आ रहा है नीरज भाई
smokes and the thin walls on this map. Get the Odin in play.
नहीं है बता दो गाइस
Connector a whole lot.
मालूम है पिछली बार एक क्या बोलते हैं उसके एक मैप में एक बंदे ने किया था एक्सपेरिमेंट पूरा थ्रो हुआ था मैं पूरा
में हूँ गाइस ये एक्सपेरिमेंट हुआ तो मैं जा रही हूँ ये अगर एक्सपेरिमेंट हुआ तो मैं जा रही हूँ
he should be able to just continue that momentum right into this.
क्योंकि कुछ अगर एकदम हटके प्लान किया है पूरा मतलब एकदम रेडी है तो बाद में ट्राई करता हूँ लगता है मेरा कुछ तो इशू हो रहा है ऐसा क्या हो सकता है यार
फोन से बाई कर रही हो या किससे लैपटॉप या पीसी से बाई कर रहे हो फोन से बाई करो फोन से
डोंट टेल मी आसपास
So do we get to see enough of YZ's impact on this game before it gets away from them?
I'm so glad you mentioned that because when they did play this comp before, he
ना
took
मैं
a
गाइस
silly
खुश
amount
हो
of
रही
first
थी
engagement.
पहले वाले
पीसी से मत लो पीसी से नहीं लो फोन से बाई करो फोन से फोन से वो करो अपना रेडीम कोड बनाओ प्ले स्टोर पे जाके रेडीम करो उससे फिर मेंबरशिप बाई करो फिर पीसी से वही अकाउंट
गाइस कह दो ये MIBR का कोई एक्सपेरिमेंट नहीं है
आसपास खेल रहा है आसपास सीटी खेल रहा है
strange thing. I don't know how to rate them.
मैं जा रही हूँ यार हो गया मेरा अगर ये कुछ तगड़ा प्लान करके आए हैं तो ठीक है ऐसे मस्ती के लिए एक्सपेरिमेंट कर रहे तो मैं जा रही हूँ जितना मैं खुश हो रही थी 2-3 मतलब पहले 5 राउंड में देखूंगी कैसा खेल रहे हैं हो गया मेरा दुनियादारी से क्योंकि ऐसे ही सेंटिनल ने एक बार एसेंट में वेले खिला दिया था जैकन को हार गए थे वो
मैच पूरा थ्रो
ऐसा कुछ एक्सपेरिमेंट है तो मैं ना सह रही भाई एक ही मैप चाहिए हमें चुपचाप
I want to see how good he is at stopping down these hits because already MIBR are quick into A main or B main.
Yeah, they're so fast, but immediately stuffed out by the net. And then if they do continue
to go forward, तो चलो वेले का मैप है ये थोड़ा बहुत बट काउंटर करने के लिए उन्होंने भी अच्छे एजेंट्स लेके रखे हैं स्लो डाउन करने के लिए उन पे बहुत एजेंट है.
Rest of the team maybe trying to go back into mid, and I think it's important that these players from MIBR are able to challenge up against YZ and Knight. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to really sell this rotate at all.
K-Knight tucking behind the wall. Cortezia has been left to go explore and try to sniff something out and see what he can find.
Cortezia
But
backstab
of
हो
course, in
जाएगा
very
यार.
BLG fashion, they get a little antsy, they get a little curious, they decide to go exploring. Cortezia swings around, gets the best of the Sova.
But YZ is still continuing forward on the Lord. There's no way this is expected.
Slips the net, gets a kill onto one. Now they have to turn attention forward. Do BLG crunch in from main? Got Neff who's considering it, but they're waiting for us on the other side of the wall. They've actually left YZ on an island, not forced to join the fray.
Now, as a matter of fact, all of a sudden, Cortezia is up into mid. He's got a chance to come in from behind.
Cortezia mid से घुस रहा है.
Cortezia creeping forward, playing on the other side of his wall. As it goes down.
Patience.
Oh, I love this out of him. Assassination style. Neff falls. Levy is tucked. Dropped.
Nice.
Lucia left in a 1v4.
बढ़िया.
I mean, how can you do that?
मेरी
Look at
तरह ही
this, MIBR
कूद रहा
just
है.
full facing the line. They know exactly where the guy's going to be coming from.
रशिया
Good
मेरी
kill
तरह ही
first.
कूद रहा है भाई.
8 armor.
आजा
92
अरे.
for the controller. Forced into a miserable position and asked to make art out of it.
बिल्डिंग सेट है अंदर पूरी.
Trying to do his best to section off the fights as much as he can. Aspas getting a little cheeky with it, but not given the fights. Rishia is running out of time as well. A second tag onto the duelist. And he realizes options are essentially non-existent here. The swing out.
Nice
Aspas
one.
gets a kill. MIBR get the round.
That was a wild round, right? BLG going for the double walk down through mid, but I can't help but feel like YZ pulled the trigger way too soon.
यार बाय राउंड
Flank.
मेन
He
देखना
sees one
पड़ेगा.
player on his screen. He knows no one else is really anywhere on the map. I would have thought. And it's, I think, a little bit of the patience as well that you see from
वो
Cortezia on that mid
पेशेंस
flank too,
बढ़िया
that
था
pays
यार.
off for him.
पूरा उसने मारने से पहले देख लिया. इसके आगे तो कोई नहीं है. मैं जल्दी क्रिएट तो नहीं हो जाऊंगा ऐसे करके देख लिया उसने.
Before anyone realizes what happened to him.
And again, he was in such a bad spot. He knew he had position, but his teammates couldn't help him because of the deadlock wall that was B main. Aggressive out from BLG towards A main this time around. They want to take the fight towards MIBR.
K-Knight picks up the orb as Aspas steps into mid. Now,
पकड़ा
he's
ना
here
जाए
with a
यार.
Phantom
Yeah, I was about to
Off
say.
angle
on his own.
He loses
अरे
it, and all of a
नहीं
sudden it's
फैंटम
donated.
रिकवर हो
I'm
जाएगा.
freaking out. I'm freaking out. That's a Phantom just dropped up in top mid. And now K-Knight has a kill as
यार
well.
3v3 come on.
Is that actually... That's recoverable for sure.
Yeah, it is.
फैंटम रिकवर कर लेंगे ये लोग.
But it's going to take some time. And with that time, MIBR should be able to get into comfortable post plants.
Yeah, at least that body down in bottom mid didn't have anything on it. And now
What
Shenum
Vendel
falls
versus
away.
Sheriff
And it wasn't even a Phantom. Weapon
Nice.
now upgraded in the hands of Neff. Battered and bruised, but still in a position to fight. Still
फैंटम
ready
भी आ
to go.
गया.
Wisey
हाय
connects onto the
फैंटम वर्सेस फ्रेंजी में
Silva with the
फ्रेंजी
frenzy,
जीत
and now
गया.
Tartsy
अरे.
left in a 1v3. Can they
क्या
find a
हो
way
रहा
to
है?
avoid
मेरे को लग रहा है
disaster?
1-1
Watch your
होगा.
back.
BLG in a really
नाइफ
spot,
हो
but
गया
it's a
आर्टिजन
knife. You're
पीछे.
absolutely
पीछे
right.
से खत्म.
मेरा
A
जितना
tragic
हंसी खुशी
punctuation
था
point to the round.
गले तक
MIBR and
हंस रही
thrifty
थी
win
मैं.
for
अभी
BLG.
रोने के लिए आंसू बाहर आ रहे हैं भाई. मैं नहीं
don't
जा
know
रही. मैं
what
बोली थी
exactly the
वेले
idea was there.
एक्सपेरिमेंट तो नहीं है. मैं
Aspas
बोली थी
going on a
चुपचाप.
journey into top mid on his
देखो
own.
इनके फैंटम वेंडल के आगे शेरिफ और फ्रेंजी चल
Back
रहे हैं.
rounds, their duelists getting a little bit ahead of
कई
themselves.
से ये देखो नाइफ हुआ.
That is a brutal way to finish it. Uh-huh.
Thought he might get out of his seat. Thought he might get a
इनके
little,
कोच
a
लोग
little
भी
verbal
हैरान
across
हैं.
the stage.
एक साथ बोले आ.
कैसे?
So off of this, they give a rifle to Aspas again.
इसके बाद बोले मुझे
MIBR के
इस
पास बाय
राउंड
नहीं
के
है.
लिए एक प्लेट पानी.
Flash over the top, looking to take the fight. There is no one there.
भाई तिखा थोड़ा ज़्यादा डाल.
KO flash hitting both yard and towards
एक
elbow.
ही वेंडल है
Aspas
भाई.
looking for a fight.
वो भी ड्रॉप हो जाएगा.
Failed
नाइट
this the last time around. This
मर
time
मर.
succeeds. Aspas with
नहीं बोल
2.
रही मैं
The
कुछ
side
नहीं.
is there.
मारा मारा. उठा लो भाई गाइस गन उठा फटाफट.
Okay. These are the most
भाई
nonsense
न्यू
rounds I've
मेटा
ever
आ
seen.
गया है. मैं
Aspas
बता
just
रही
fully
हूँ.
picking
वेंडल
things
ये
back
सब
up.
के आगे पिस्टल
After a
चलाओ.
blunder in
Easy
round
win.
2. MIBR
Easy.
just seized
लो
the reins once
कंट्री
again.
कवर कर ली.
गाइस इजी
निकल
विन
भाई
चाहिए तो
BLG,
वही
I think they're
पिस्टल ही
just going
चलाओ
for the
पूरे
save.
राउंड्स
Yeah, I mean,
फ्रेंजी
at this
वगैरह
point,
उठाओ
it's
सेरिफ
probably
वगैरह
better
उठाओ
than
गन कौन उठाता
giving
है
over even more guns to MIBR.
Yeah.
Just cut your losses and play the next.
भाग रहा है वो
Tough to really see what the financial
सेव
situation
कर
is
रहे
for Neff and Levius, but you imagine it's a bit spotty, and so they're trying to
अरे
clutch onto their pearls, trying to keep that carried into the next.
The next round, while they're going to have a bye because, of course, they picked up all those guns from the last round.
Right.
Verno is going to have the 100 Fury online. You remember how deadly he was back with that on Haven.
Back-to-back MasterCard Thrifties. I think for MIBR, we've seen a lot of what their approach is and a lot of their plan is on the attacking side. And you mentioned it, the flashes from the KO do such a good job of unlocking Waylay. We talked about it on the desk yesterday, I believe.
कौन
This is
क्या
the
हुआ
meta
नहीं
that is
भाई
evolving
कैसे
in
हो
this
यार
tournament. Flash with the Waylay,
मेरा
let him
काम
go, take a fight, and then get out.
कब कर रहे हो आप कौन सा काम
No one. Yeah, nobody. Well,
अरे यार ये सेंटा क्रूज वाले देख रहे हो वो सेंटा क्रूज वाले बना
Reaction from our coaching booths compared to round number 2, but here you go. See some of that speed with the Waylay.
नहीं ऐसा मुझे कुछ नहीं होगा
Aspas takes a fight, waiting for a second challenge.
ओ मारा थैंक यू Aspas
Follow-up two from Verno. It's only the
Oh,
spam from
nice.
K9
ऐसे नहीं है पीटी लेके बुलाया था तो का एकदम सुटकेस वगैरह
क्या वो इसको बुलाया था क्यों को बुलाया था मुझे नहीं बुलाया
बिल्कुल सही गैस करती हूँ मैं बैठ के
नहीं मुझे नहीं बुलाया इसको बुलाया
क्या मेरे तो चिल्ड्रन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया लिखे हुए नोटों पे
अच्छा
ये पूरी गड्डी है पैसों की चिल्ड्रन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया लिखा बच्चों से मैं डरती नहीं हूँ इसीलिए मैं बच्चों से डरती नहीं हूँ पूरा उनके साथ ऐसे बात करती हूँ जैसे मैं डॉन हूँ
फिर मुझे कंप्लेंट करनी पड़ेगी लग रहा है
वो बेचारी खुद मेरे से चिल्ड्रन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया उधारी लेके बैठी हुई एक बारी पैसा वापस आया जाए तो एंटीलिया बना दूं मैं
गाइस देख रहे हो यहाँ पर इनकी बिल्डिंग बन चुकी है पूरी सोने की
नाइस वन यार वो आसपास ने अच्छा मार के पीछे गए भाई मेरे को लगा गेओ इजी आ रहा है तो गेओ करियर खत्म उधर ही
I mean,
तो
with
मार्किंग
him
चाहिए
timeout pretty early on. You saw some of the frustration. Yeah, that's beautifully played.
The patience there. He's not hit by the stuns. There comes Verno. Even this extra layer of arts in scaling forward. Here's the reload. Here's the drone.
इधर reload का सुन लिया था.
And that is just that's a demonstration how to deconstruct a mid-hold from a defending team.
Yeah. Snappy hit from Shenum too to close out the round. 5-1 for Aspas. 5-2 for Verno.
Here's that quick pace to A.
It's just Wisey.
इधर ही एकदम close है यार आसपास.
Just Wisey. The TP across. He gets his one.
Trade हो गया है.
It's not enough there.
नहीं.
But Rishi is tucked.
और एक
आसपास कुछ क्या है? Judge
through. K9 joins the fray.
नहीं.
1v3 है अभी 1v3 for कौन है कॉटेज ये
कॉटेज यार
45 HP he's left alone
नाइस और एक है कॉटेज या प्लीज एक और है
और
एक अकेला नहीं आता है फ्लैंक में एक अकेला नहीं आता है मैं इतना कॉल दे रही थी मेरे कॉल नहीं सुने मेरे कॉल सुनते तो राउंड जीत जाते इतना कॉल आप लोग को लगता है मुझे पेरिस में होना चाहिए था है आपके टीम को एस से ही जिताती मैं एस से ही इतने अच्छे चिल्ला के कॉल देती ना मारना ही पड़ता बंदा है बच्चे पीछे मार ऐसे
That's his guard as well. Didn't catch that the first time around, but beautifully pings up Aspas.
One round between these two teams. You see the exact wall A this time.
कोई है ही नहीं उधर सारे अल्ट उधर यूज हो रहे ए पे सारे लोग हैं सोवा का अल्ट यूज हो गया नियॉन का स्टन यूज हो गया डेडलॉक का नेट यूज हो गया सोवा का रिवील यूज हो गया देखा
Rashia tries to get into the action A
and they're going to have bodies here because of MIBR taking their sweet time scaling forward. Now there's
a Levius है ना ये cheating कर रहा है मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है Leviathan की पता है Leviathan की स्किन निखर गई उतारी कर रहा है
भाई ये वो क्या बोलते बी पे उन्होंने सारे यूटिल यूज कर लिए केनाइट ने पर मारा दो अरे उठ गए बीएलजी वाले
Aspas a 1v4 1v3 now
एक
अरे पीछे से आ गए
Rashia cleans him up. We're tied at 3. That's just back-to-back rounds. The best guy in the server.
Yeah.
That quiet reclear. BLG love to go for these contact plays, these quiet steps back into space. And this time it comes after knowing, hey, they've pushed anyone out of B main space. They've got a couple players that made sure there's no one in mid.
You highlighted it perfectly, man. Knet was a guy who had to deliver on that fight. That's exactly what he did.
He did. Even there, Levius finding 2 kills, shoulder to shoulder with him. Exactly what you're going to ask for. So MIBR go away from A and back to mid.
जब वाइपर पिक लिया तभी ओमेन वो साइड देखना चाहिए था
Paranoia.
वही ना यार
आउट रिटायर हो गया
यार मेरे को सच्ची में डर लग रहा है और आसपास इन वेले अभी तक तो सही चल रहा है डिफेंडिंग वगैरह मतलब बहुत कुछ बाकी है उन्हों
इधर ही पता लग गया लोकेशन
आउट रिटायर हो गया
कहाँ से
एक सेकंड ने लग गए वही ना
I mean, this is funky. That pick gives them a lot of space to work back into CT, but BLG
ये भी
are doing
2v3
everything.
है
Clearing away A main. They've got 2 players coming in from mid.
BGMI से रिटायर हो गया है सही में
Cortezia inside the smoke.
अब वो कब से खेल रहा है वो तो बहुत टाइम हो गया ना उसे खेलते हुए
He's been so good.
अभी तो वो क्या शायद से कुछ है वो कॉर्नर है शायद से Sparkex वो
तो मतलब क्या बोलते हैं स्पार्क में वो
Sparkex का कुछ
नहीं देखी यार वो तो बट मतलब ऐसे स्क्वाड के साथ खेलता है ना वो स्ट्रीम वगैरह करने के लिए बाकी उसकी टीम खेलती है ऑफिशियल लैन वगैरह कभी कभी वो मतलब सब कर देता है किसी प्लेयर को ई स्पोर्ट्स नहीं खेलेगा ऐसा क्या अच्छा मुझे लगा यार वो ओनर है कभी कभी वो सब करते हैं उतना खेलना वो मतलब उतना तो चलता रहता है
कंटेंट बनाने के लिए खेलेगा वो
स्नैक्स वगैरह भी तो वो स्पोर्ट्स से वो होके अभी फन के लिए खेलते हैं रेगा आल्सो मॉर्टल
That hasn't been the case these last couple rounds for MIBR.
अभी स्पोर्ट्स में लास्ट इवेंट खेला
MDL टीम
अच्छा ऐसा क्या मैं यार अभी BGMI ज्यादा फॉलो नहीं करती हूँ बट मैं OG प्लेयर्स को तो जानती हूँ
मेरे को तो टीबन और राका पसंद है स्काउट इतना पसंद नहीं है अच्छा
टीबोन गोट यार गोट ऑफ गोटर्स टीबोन
आता ही नहीं है
मेरा फेवरेट है यार टीबोन इज माय फेवरेट ऑल टाइम फेवरेट क्रिएटर एनी टाइम टीबोन goat of goaters 15 years 1 try 0 death
पापी पेट आ नहीं रहा ना तो क्या हो गया पता नहीं
मतलब अभी स्काउट इवेंट वगैरह देखने जाएगा स्पेशल गेस्ट वगैरह बन के यू नो उसके जाने से तो हाइप होगा क्राउड में मुझे भी स्काउट इतना ज्यादा तो नहीं पसंद एज अ प्लेयर में रेस्पेक्ट करती हूँ खेलता अच्छा इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट वगैरह करने में
Sure.
Can they start hard holding these lines because no senti in their comp leaves them vulnerable.
Sure, I do think they tried that in the last round. Remember, Shenum got the 1v1 outside of B.
चलो ये राउंड देखते हैं अभी
bested ultimately, and I mean, it was a 1v2, but
मेरा भी
still.
फेवरेट है मैंने रेगुलर देखता हूँ स्ट्रीम उसकी नाइस है
मैं भी साइलेंटली कभी-कभी देखती हूँ स्ट्रीम वगैरह कभी-कभी नहीं एटलीस्ट ऑलमोस्ट ऑल स्ट्रीम मतलब ऑल तो नहीं शुरुआत से इन दिनों जो करते हैं वो सब देखती हूँ
आरपी बहुत कॉमेडी करता है टीबन हाँ बाकी गेम में भी
वो जो चैट उसको ट्रोल करती है वॉच पार्टी कर रहे हैं आरपी में पैसेंजर प्रिंसेस अभी तो ऑफिसर नहीं क्या कैडेट है ना अभी भी
कैडेट बना हुआ है अभी
This A-bomb coming in hot.
And the sensors go down. Cortezia has a lot to deal with here. 2 members of BLG have taken this space.
राका तो आ गया है
Trying to
वो
tuck
नहीं
their
आया
way into
अभी
this so he could strike a little bit later as the rest of the defense starts to encroach in around the site.
Good patience.
They've lost the site.
टीबन के साथ खेला था मैंने वेलो एक बार कब यार
क्या बात है यार
बढ़िया यार
मेरे को भी खेलना है गोट के साथ
Now Rusha
मैं एक बार उससे मिला
gets the best of our team, looking for a second and delivers. The Paranoid will connect onto Aspas. It's another slaughter as BLG emerge on top.
That's just unreal. MIBR know exactly what they're going to do, right? They're still looking for the flanks, trying to deal with it, but they're looking the wrong way. Nefa just pushed through A main. It doesn't matter if his sensors are down or whatnot. This aggressive style from him, even choosing to split away from Rusha.
Yeah.
Those players could have played together. A lot of teams would stick those two players together. But BLG choose to play on their own and it pays off.
I think Velo या फिर PUBG खेला था सब गेम ऐसा क्या? Wow.
On the side of the MIBR camp.
I remember we heard, you know, their pre-game talk before game one saying, let's get loud, let's hear some energy.
Yeah.
And here, even there, it's mellowed out a lot in these rounds.
Number 4 seed from America starting to show some cracks. Again, pacey. We saw Aspas in this position and was able to net a kill. This time draws out the Paranoia and gets out.
That Paranoia adjustment from Rusha has been effective, allowing Wisey to get up here into mid. But it's a bit awkward for MIBR, who have spread out 3-0-2 around the map. Yeah, they have control of mains, but you can't really go anywhere without numbers in mid.
A main cleared out, a drone traded on the other side, only spotting Shenum, who has technically been responsible for holding this side of the map by himself previously.
बहुत पसंद है मुझे बहुत वैरायटी गेम्स खेलता है
This is a guy that doesn't rotate to flood
वैरायटी गेम वाले
He will
मुझे भी
start
अच्छे
pushing forward
लगते
once
हैं
his
बीच
teammates
बॉय
get
शुभ
information.
इवन
That's a second player now spotted in main. And here goes Wisey.
शुभ के मैं बस हाईलाइट वगैरह देखती हूँ गेम वगैरह का जो हाईलाइट
That's the
आता है
difference though. Finally now the flank has been dealt with. Now the acceleration into B, but there's already 3 players from BLG here.
Flash over the top. They're committing onto this, but the spike is rotating away.
Yes, it is. Now a counter ultimate into the other side. Shenum behind enemy lines, and it's only Neff here to hold down the fort. With 25 seconds left on the clock, and Elbow walled off by the deadlock. Neff could stop them in their tracks.
The wall, the only thing keeping them apart. But they have found safe passage through.
He's got a timing. He could be everything for BLG.
A lot of the hands of Shenum here. That's the first kill found, and now they're going to buy time. I don't think they can make their way out. The spike is still waiting. Neff holds the line. 5 seconds now. The spike will go down. Aspas gets the best of K9.
Plant.
And Levy is not able to play spoiler. Now left in a 1v3.
Nice.
The high low is too much. Artsing gets 3. MIBR gets a 4.
That's crazy. 1
Let's
second
go, guys. Let's
left
go. Like
on the
karo
spike. To go
Like
for the
karo
plant there.
फटफट
Neff was almost the hero for BLG. And it's in these slower rounds especially that I think Neff can be a monster.
कभी-कभी एक गेम पे
MIBR fight their way out of that choke point, even against the deadlock wall.
फिर असली गेमर बन सकते हो हाँ
They
वही
make
ना
the right call to pivot away. As soon as they heard Rusha's Omen ult, head over towards the B site.
Yeah. It does feel like these rounds live or die by whether or not the flank is controlled. The lurk is bested. If BLG are able to continue to abuse that, they seem to find success.
Right here. This A side looking a little bit light from BLG.
Yeah, but it is Rashia on the other side. 7-7 so far. And K-Knight's not far off. Wall goes up, the spam through, that will connect. And he gets out. Hunter Suri looking for a little bit more damage as YZ looks to join the fight, looks to join the site.
Yeah, Knight got tagged up by it. So now with K-Knight onto the site, MIBR
आसपास
slow
भी
things
low
down,
है
start
बहुत
to creep back up into yard before they move on in.
BLG creep back just a bit, playing this dangerous push and pull. On top of the spike, Verno now committing.
Another round of double flank for BLG. This time Osbos is holding, but he's only got 20 HP in main.
That's so much to ask. He still gets his one though, and he buys time and gives MIBR the numbers advantage. As the spike ticks away, BLG are forced to answer very quickly. Do they commit onto this? Do they save? They should have enough money to do so. So all eyes set forward. The dark, the wall, Cortezio on the swing, gets the kill. K-Knight beat up a bit, and that might call it. Neff is rotating away. I think they're done here. You leave K-Knight out there to maybe try to get a kill, one off of his ult, but no. The weapon's more valuable.
Cortezio's movement there, real nice to step back in front of the retake.
5-5, nice one.
Just catches Wisey in motion. So we're all tied up now. These teams getting a little bit better of a read against each other on this opening half, but there's only 2 more rounds left to play on this side.
And I do think for BLG, this felt inevitable, right? We're talking about the #1 team from the CN region. We knew this was not going to be a walk in the park, regardless of who they were playing against. So honestly, I'm more curious about how MIBR responded to this, because the first map was a stomp. They were all confident. There really was no reason to doubt. It was happy days. But now that they're getting punched back in the mouth, now that they're getting pushed, how do they respond?
That grit has been something that we haven't really seen from MIBR this year, right?
Exactly.
When
Timeout
highs
लिया
were
है
high,
बिली
it was all smooth sailing, right? You know, it was kickoff, stage 1, 3rd place finishes. But ever since Toronto, it has just been a drought. Say the team is streaky would be a bit of an understatement.
Agreed.
Now coming back here, being tested in a map 2 is really where they get to the
कल डार्क आवर खेलने वाले हैं ना
And I
हम
think we got to give tremendous love to BLG for
डार्क
the fact
आवर
that
खेलने
they're
वाले
in
हैं
this
ना
fight with their star, underperforming still. I mean,
क्या कल
YZ
वॉच पार्टी नहीं है
has struggled.
Hmm.
I mean, to be candid, yeah, it's been tough for him, and I think a large part to it is that he's fighting on his
परसों है
own
वॉच
every
पार्टी
single round.
वेडनेसडे
He's
को
playing to his style, sure. You know, going for a lot of these
PRX का
contact
मैच
walks. But MIBR have done their homework. It's not like it's a surprise by any means, and while a lot of the time, kind of like YZ's going to be able to outskill you if the team you're playing against just knows exactly and is in your head, it's tough to do.
Yeah. Now you take a look at the minimap here quick. MIBR look like they're going to want to go fast B, and there's not a ton of defense here. You got the flash set up. You imagine Aspas will double dash out.
Yeah. The trick for Aspas is trying to catch Levius when he's got util in hand, trying to stall out the choke. So Levius going up towards Heaven, played a little more passively and more of a honest retake setup is the right idea.
Paranoia, flash.
Oh, he's going to Heaven!
Oh,
Levius is there to greet him! That's crazy!
And now K-Knight filling in on the space. YZ with the ult. Gets the best of Shenum, looks for more, will find it. Verno never
बढ़िया
really made it
डिफेंडिंग
out
करा
onto
है
the site.
इसने
Yeah, I mean, he's throwing darts for his team. Aspas is already up in Heaven. Seems like a bit of an overreach.
इधर ही है
What
इधर
a
ही है
hold. Out from BLG. Verno gets his 2, but Levy's bests him with 3,
नाइस
and BLG
6
takes the lead.
5 बिली बिली गेमिंग ने अच्छा खेला
Last round in the half.
Not sure what MIBR have seen in terms of where players have been playing on the B side. I don't think Levius has been playing up into Heaven a whole lot, so maybe that was the read, as there's no one here. We can just get posted up there. Levius was even hit by the flash. Wow. But it had timed out, the timing just not connecting.
I mean, I don't know how much faster they could have gone. I felt like that was full octane.
Yeah. And you'll sometimes see things like this, the timings on exec pieces be ever so slightly left, because that's just a difference of a half second between Aspas getting there. That can be...
It's the same hit. It's the same hit. The Paranoia out. The Hunter's Fury through, and this time it finds Verno.
7-5 switch.
Swings into his death. And now Paranoia traded. Shenum trying to respond. Will. But it might be too little too late. Cortezia is in a beautiful spot. Will get his kill. The spike is recoverable. And all of a sudden, there's a shot at this.
This one is weird. BLG have to be worried about that walkthrough on the A site. So what do? Control mid, stop the rotates, force Shenum to take the long way round. And what that means is that they have the opportunity to actually cut back in through mid and get onto this A site quick.
Smoke will buy a little bit of time. Quick note here. If it gets to that point, Neff one off of his ult.
BLG are really taking their time. They're going to allow MIBR to plant the spike and then play numbers on the retake. But what that gives MIBR in return is the chance to maybe even step back towards spawn.
Yeah. How do they choose to play this? Well, one way
for it, sure.
Yeah. And the spike goes down. Now the onus is on BLG. Only one on the flank. That means this fight is everything here. What can Cortezia do? YZ, no wall, no stun. Spots one. Shenum 70 HP in such a tough spot. Cortezia waiting for the first challenge, waiting for it to arrive. Like crawling on his skin. Shenum falls. Cortezia left alone. A 1v3.
Nice. 7-5.
As BLG will get the 7th.
YZ just ran straight through the poison. Not an ounce of fear in his body. BLG dominating at the start of that round. Seeing it through calmly as well. You can see in the replay as well. It's that same set piece like you mentioned. The net just making it so Verno had nowhere to go. Just fodder for with the Hunter's Fury.
Steady aim from the duelist too. Out of YZ, we mentioned he's been a little quiet, but certainly comes to life there in that last round.
BLG have woken up, well and truly. Leading into this half, that's what we expected.
7-5 half for BLG. Let's send it down over to the stage. Lou is standing by with a very special guest. Lou, take it away.
Et les Champions Paris sont un moment qui se vit en famille avec la maman de Verno ici. I'm never getting rid of interviewing moms here in Paris. And Elizabeth, Verno's mom, you are no exception. So first of all, welcome to France. It's a pleasure to have you here. Merci. Very nice mercy from you too. And my first question is going to be, do we have a radiant mom here? Have you ever tried Valorant? What are your thoughts? Do you have a favorite agent maybe?
I tried to play Valorant and I asked Verno to teach me and he said, yeah, no.
What? He refused to teach his mom Valorant? Are you serious?
To learn Sova.
Yeah, so Sova is your favorite agent, right? And he's doing awesome with it currently. Donc première question, est-ce qu'on a une maman radiant à nos côtés? Quel est son agent préféré? Est-ce qu'elle a déjà essayé de jouer à Valorant? Et ben elle nous dit oui, j'ai déjà essayé, j'ai demandé à Verno de me coacher et il a complètement refusé. Je voulais apprendre un petit peu Sova, etc. Mais ça a été un non catégorique de la part de son fils. And second question, I heard that you got, to hang out a little bit with the team, with MIBR. So how are the vibes? Are the boys feeling confident?
I love this team. This team feels like a family, including all of the Brazilian moms that have welcomed me and all of the players in the community. What I think about the team, seeing them last night, is that this team has heart. This team has grit, and they came to win.
And I think we can definitely that on the server and also here. Donc on a pu voir, la maman a pu rencontrer un petit peu l'équipe MIBR hier et donc est-ce que les garçons étaient confiants? Qu'est-ce qu'elle a senti comme mood? Et c'est une vraie famille, on se sent vraiment comme à la maison. Les garçons ont de la confiance, ils ont envie de gagner, ça se voit et même les autres mamans brésiliennes m'ont accueilli comme à la maison. Donc voilà, c'est un plaisir. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Verno is very lucky to have you as his mom, and we're going to see if the family buff works for MIBR on Corrode.
The family buff, the grit, the confidence, it's going to take something for MIBR to get back into this game. Christy, anything that tickles your fancy here with the Coinbase Econ report?
I mean, honestly, I think right now we're highlighting Ospas, which is fair. I think he started off with a couple of big rounds, showed up in a major way, but I think on the other side of things, the amount of rounds K-Knight just straight up won for his team, the amount of hero moments for members on BLG between K-Knight and Neff in particular.
Let's go, ye defending map hai to come on.
I think the reason why they come into this half leading has been individual moments of brilliance.
Those are often the ones that make a difference. Those are often the moments that separate the good from the great. BLG hanging on to this 2-round lead. Now on the attacking side, now it's on them to try to dictate some of the pace. As Aspas has already taken an aggro line, already gets
nice.
the best of Levius. That's a great start.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. No threat on the A side of the map whatsoever. And now over on B, well, if you try to exec in here, Artsen's been holding on to the knife. So that's an easy way to shut down any chance of execing.
Unless you die before you get a chance.
Yeah, let's try not to die.
That's
step one.
Gets the info though, drops the knife, only one found.
Okay, so MIBR may be layering their utility at the same time a bit too much there. The wall goes down, the snake bite and the knife. And yet it is enough to encourage BLG to step away from the B side of the map.
I'm inclined to think they should know that too, given that only one was tagged with the knife.
The thing is, MIBR can be happy to play 3 towards B because of Osbos's position. Now they know there's 2 players at least in mid. Osbos has full control of A main.
Pesky little drone. You're right, Aspas hasn't moved at all, so they're going to rotate back into the man who started the round. Finding a kill with 1 bullet, if I'm not mistaken. Make that 2. He got his.
I mean, even look at the damage on K-Knight and YZ.
एक तो निकाला बोर हो रहा है
बोर हो रहा है
I mean, she is still playing all
ये
the way back
मैच
B.
देखो आप ये मैच देखो
मैच देखो मजा आएगा
Virtually no HP. Your only guy with health is not with the rest of the team.
And for as much as we've talked about Aspas, Verno has been just as good. Drops the shot, tries to buy a little bit of time. 13 seconds left.
Nice,
realizing he just wins this fight now. The round is secured. With 8 seconds left, it's all a matter of time. And as the hourglass strips away, the spike is out of reach.
Power of mom.
It was a little messy.
Wait,
but,
they could let him live here, and it's actually worse for
nice.
them. They go ahead and hunt down the kill anyways.
अभी next वाला round भी चाहिए 7-7 score हो जाएगा. Come on.
They got their pistol though, and that was
Let's
something
go.
that I mean, they needed something that they
Let's go,
struggled
guys.
with.
Let's
I
go.
mean, stage 2.
Yeah, you think, yeah, stage 2 was a struggle. This game, though, won the first and ended up getting things a little bit messy. Ospas may have donated a Phantom over.
जनाब वो यहाँ से जा रही है.
So I think we'll see MIBR not do that, or at least try not to do that this time around.
Get this guy! Nice!
That's really good comms.
Honestly, brother tried. He tried. All right, yeah, we will see what the adjustments are. This time it's just a Marshall in the hands of Ospas.
You can't give them a Phantom if you don't buy the Phantom.
Right, but you can still lose the opening pick.
Frenzy से ही निकाल दो.
Frenzy. Our team trying to fill in. Why is he on an island?
Nice.
Him and our team both
Nice.
side by side, getting the best.
Nice.
BLG. Just a tiny sliver of health for the remaining controller.
Nice one.
Verno will get the kill.
7-7. अभी शुरू होगा असली खेल. अभी होगा असली.
Dude, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna ask it. I'm gonna say it.
Say it.
Where was this team in stage 2?
I don't know, but not Los Angeles,
वही ना
California.
stage 2 में तो भाई place
I
off
mean,
में
they're
भी
just
नहीं.
playing with so much confidence. And again, I think grit is the most impressive thing. The MIBR of old would have crumbled.
Yeah.
They would have never even been in this position, much less had the fortitude to hold it together.
And you think about a team with 3 rookies to the America stage, let alone the champion stage.
Yeah, I'd argue 4. I mean, our team wasn't there a ton. Oh, I love this.
Oh, भाई आसपास.
Let's go.
God.
क्या मारा है W.
Sheesh, भाई sheesh.
That was
क्या
unbelievable.
ही खेला है
my
guys.
God.
W.
भाई
Hey, believers,
आसपास क्या बात.
rejoice.
Ace.
Ospas gets
Ace.
4.
He's last one.
Question is whether or not he gets
Ace,
भागा.
He is
guys,
one off of
let's
his
go.
ult, so you imagine
Mid
you
क्या,
wanna
mid
let
क्या,
him off
mid
the
क्या.
leash. Go make a play.
Spawn.
We'll see if he can
ये
find it.
देखो ये
They
लोग
know
kill
where
दिला
it
रहे हैं
is.
इसको.
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Nice ace.
Prime आसपास.
Long have we waited?
W यार वो क्या ये blind combo और ये उन्ना वाला slow भी फेंका है देखो.
There's a paranoia too, but everyone's trying to jump.
Nice one यार.
Nice guys.
And they're just
My
caught
God.
in the air.
W.
Ace भी हो गया.
Sick.
Nice, क्या बात है यार. W, oh my God, यही देखना था हमें यही.
कितना खुश हुआ.
And that dog was the bonus. A completely
Bonus
different
round भी
story
इन्होंने
to the
जीत
first
लिया.
half.
भाई
Back
क्या
and forth,
खेला.
messy,
Odin
sloppy.
ले
No,
लिया.
this is devastation.
ये मैप तो ओडिन का ही
it's
मैप
getting
है.
worse.
ओडिन का ही मैप
Verno
है.
brought
ये
the
ओडिन
Odin.
आसपास
Nice.
तो
The
ओपी
field
है
already
यार.
getting a kill.
आसपास तो ये nice.
यही मिसिंग था स्टेज 2 में.
A nightmare so far for BLG. And yes,
आ रहे
so
हैं.
yeah, they have an opportunity to fix this, but this
क्या
all
अच्छा?
beautiful Ospas continuing to push the pace. This time may have overcooked.
गया.
Inferno's there to pick him
किसी
up.
को कुकून बना दिया है.
This is danger. This is not secure. This is not safe.
And the Annihilation just plucked up Shenum. This is now BLG with a numbers advantage.
2v3 deadlock बहुत लो है. मैच खत्म, जीत गए.
Did you hear that? He did hear it. Still, oh, but he doesn't get the kill. Levius gets 2.
चलो 8-8 हो गया है.
Thrifty is BLG. Swing back.
Thrifty.
There is just absolutely no way. This game is all over the place.
He should have never gotten away with that.
I mean, they heard Levius pick up the gun.
13-11 ऐसा
coming
क्या?
out of the poison orb.
Poison's off. One enemy remaining.
Levius still is able to adjust and get the second.
A roller coaster of emotions for Fraud. No real time to think it through as we're right back into the next. And op online for Ospas.
Okay.
Early knife, early spam, 2 found. But no blood drawn.
अरे बाप रे, ओडिन डाउन हो गया.
Beautifully done.
He knows those lines himself. And now MIBR are silenced into the round.
आसपास के पास ऑपरेटर है. चलो.
K-Knights come over here. There is a drone, and they need to use that to deal with this operator.
That's exactly what they'll do. You see Ospas repositioning. Still a chance to make the play. Shenum's the other one.
Nice.
Out of the sky, doubles down onto Nev.
Sheesh.
Just like that. They respond.
This is a round of 4v5 after the disaster that was round 16. Osbosh and Shenum have just turned it right back around on its head.
BLG looking for a little bit of room, a little comfort, a little space to breathe and try to get the spike down. But not fully committing onto it yet, setting up in the crossfire first. Cheeky little lurk out from Verno. And the spike goes down. The spit, the dart, any info would be devastating for
एक बंदा इधर है वो मुसीबत हो
But they
सकता
try
है
to dig their heels in so far, gone off undetected. We've seen some silly rounds. Has the potential to be another one. K-Knight on the swing.
Nice.
And Shenum
चलो
cleaned it up.
मुसीबत नहीं हुआ
3 on the round for the controller.
Nice
who had
one
a very
यार
quiet start. Oh yeah, as MIBR take the lead back.
But you
चलो
forget all about that
9-8
after the 2 kills he just found on BLG's mid players. I'm sure we're going to see it again. His first shot onto YZ was jumping, sprint jumping to try and break the crosshair. This is after Artsy went down early, but it's that kill there into the reset. So nice.
And Neff had a chance at it, but very well done.
Nice! Perfect, boys!
ये राउंड बढ़िया था यार
वो एस वाला राउंड बढ़िया लगा मुझे
And so off of that, a timeout is called.
टाइम आउट लिया है बिलिबिली
A brief
गेमिंग
moment
ने
of respite for the reality of the situation to sink in. You walk into this stage, you walk into Paris knowing that you have MIBR first, and yeah, they're historically good, but the number 4 seed didn't even play in playoffs. Couldn't expect a ton, right?
Not at all. And now you have that voice in the back of your mind, like, we're already down 1-0, now we're trailing by a round on Corona.
Aura
We don't really have a play
Aura
before.
farming
This is
बोलते
about
हैं
the
इसको, Aura
BLG were
farming
banning all the time. Had to play it in the best of 5s.
And I'm reminded again of the conversation that I had with Fraud prior to the series starting.
Yeah.
This was the map ban they wanted. They've had everything at their disposal so far. You can tell they're drilled. They have really cool execs. They have a lot of plans for how BLG want to approach this. And I mean, BLG have 1,000% operated under this bend but don't break. But the pressure feels like it's mounting.
It absolutely is, especially when you look across the aisle and you see Osboss 20 kills to 10 deaths after the worst tournament in his career, which was Toronto, now lighting up the server on the Waylay of all things.
यानी भाई आप ERP खेलते हो क्या हाँ हाँ खेलता हूँ
MIBR getting curious and exploring across the middle of the map.
खेलता हूँ नीरज भाई खेलता हूँ
BLG set into a 4-1. All picked up and going to rejoin alongside Levius and see how they want to approach the rest of this round.
ऑपरेटर ही है
BLG might just want to play for a couple of ult rounds back to back, pretty close on a few of them. First challenge is dealing with this 1-2 punch from Artsin and Verno. Good timing on the drone to see.
कौन से सर्वर में बहुत पहले खेलता था यार अभी तो नहीं खेल रहा हूँ फिलहाल पहले वेलोसिटी में खेलते थे फिर HKRP
Artsin just gets out there? You gotta be kidding me.
Suppressive fire was enough, I guess. Managed to stay alive.
So now what do BLG do? We need to come back into B, perhaps? There's a pocket for Shenum to dodge any util in this corner.
It's a second pocket that MIBR are playing around. They're so prepped.
पता भी नहीं लगेगा
First it was Artsin, and you're right, now Shenum. Tucked.
30 seconds left.
Waiting for the trap to be sprung. Shenum!
Nice one.
Artsin gets another.
W
And now the
Oh,
results in a flawless
अल्ट से ही मार दिया सुबह का भाई
MIBR by stealing away
Nice
that
one,
fight
यार,
into
क्या
mid, taking
खेल रहे
YZ out of the equation. Not only does it ruin BLG's chance of playing the macro of the map, okay, you have no mid space, you gotta just run an exec onto a site, but it also means they have no way to break that choke point. And Artsin, who was the player that survived by the skin of his teeth in bot mid, runs all the way back to B to hold that 180-degree crossfire.
क्या खेल रहे यार
Shenum
W
in the pocket.
And also the timing of the utility was perfect. Cortezia hit a spit at just the right time. And so it was almost easy, to be honest. But again, no real time to think this through.
Oh.
And again, it's a brutal start for BLG.
Lineup तो है.
And another ping, so Artsen's looking for more. I mean, he's mowing him down through the walls, Doug.
इधर ही है. और एक.
Have a little bit of fun himself. Lucio finds a little bit of timing.
Nice.
He is the one with the op now.
Yeah, of course, the Viper.
वाइपर का वॉल बहुत बढ़िया लगा है भाई. छुप
BLG have
सकते
lost
हो उधर.
full
छुप
control of the
सकते
situation right now.
And a leg too.
I mentioned it earlier. It felt like it was Ben, but don't
अरे
break, and they were able to live
ना.
off of that for so long.
ओ भाई ऑपरेटर से मार के शॉटी से भी मार दी.
W. 8 level.
यही प्रिपरेशन हो रहा था क्या गाइस? यही प्रिपरेशन हो रहा था.
To join this MIBR squad. And a lights out kickoff stage 1. And now with the operator of all things. Dominating in this round as well. Combo of him and Artsen just dismantled BLG. Nice!
क्या बात है.
A complete subversion of expectations, but the job's not done. Does he stick that ult?
Yes, he does.
No smoke to conceal it either.
Ooh.
So a little game of cat and mouse as Verno rotates around looking for.
चलो वर्नो ने अच्छा किया रोटेटिंग.
Yeah, he's looking for the hunter, but he's the prey.
पीछे आ गया पीछे.
But things might turn. Little ring around the rosy.
No
Will
way.
Verno find him?
Nice one भाई. Nice.
For MIBR.
Nice.
Babam babam guys. क्या बात है.
Yes, all of BLG are. The wall will cause problems, but they're just fighting through it.
Nice one Cortesia.
Cortesia gets two.
Nice.
ऑल्ट से भी बच गए भाई.
Isolated.
1v3. आसपास जिंदा है. वर्नो जिंदा
To
है.
this spike, trying to hang on to position, trying to hang on to the round. But his grip is
पीछे से आ
slipping.
रहा है.
Nice.
पीछे से आ रहा है.
It slipped from BLG's.
Match
Nice.
point.
MIBR.
Hard
Series
बारह.
point.
It's just a position
4
that
round
no
back to
one
back
would have
for
thought we'd be in.
overtime. नहीं
At
तो
the very least, not in
MIBR
this
is the
fashion.
team winning this
13-2
match.
scoreline on Haven. To now, a dominant second half out of MIBR. And these rounds are getting chaotic as well. BLG are throwing everything they've got at MIBR. The ultimate into the back lines. Verno's doing his best detective mission to figure out where this guy is at. But MIBR somehow seeing the pathway through these incredibly chaotic round states.
What's the play now? Do they have
अल्ट
something
कर रहे
dialed
बी
up
पे तो उनको
to make
बैक
a
होना
final hook?
पड़ेगा.
They're running 5 players straight into a Viper's pit.
They can bully him out of this if there's not enough help. Cortesia must be careful here. The drone to lead the way, and now the spam through, and once again,
2 वाइपर के अल्ट है भाई.
an obfuscation of sightlines, the paranoia through.
ये भी बड़ी.
And as one goes down,
एक
you see
अल्ट
BLG
डाउन
hang
कर
on to
दिया
theirs.
गया है.
MIBR have to be worried though. Mid space is a question mark they're not really sure about. They don't know if people have stepped up into the pit. Now the net as well, they're stuck in the open.
The paranoia is going to tag onto Shenum. He's got to be careful here. The Hunter Fury will join as Kana tries to line it up with YZ, following the red carpet that's been rolled
Hide
out.
कर दिया.
The site is now theirs. YZ
अल्ट
gets
कर दिया है
another.
वाईजी ने.
Can they close this out? MIBR plenty of
Nice.
money.
9-12
No
लग
real
रहा है.
reason not to go for it, but they take a step back. They let it reset.
MIBR have
वाइपर
Artsen
का
on
अल्ट है
flank.
ना मेन.
He will be the way back into the round now for MIBR.
He's got his ult. He's got to get these kills though. Not able to find
अरे
them. Both fall.
बैक
Aspas
स्टेप
up to
अच्छा
the
था
1v1.
काश उठा पाते.
Tries to slip his way
आसपास
through
भी
position,
अकेला.
giving away
9-12.
BLG. Do not
Kone
relent.
gai
They're not
20.
done yet.
इनकी
BLG
एक और राउंड यार
reacted very
MIBR
To the
प्लीज
Viper's pit being dropped down in main there. Countering
Come
out
back
with
मत
one of
होने
their
देना.
own.
प्लीज
signaling
वन
into the
मोर
site.
राउंड.
Sova dart into the Hunter's Fury. And this is coming down at the same time there was a net into back sight. So Shenum had actually tried to teleport away before taking the net out of himself. He's just a sitting duck. Follow-up from YZ there is nice as well.
And Aspas just showing a little leg. And that's what cost him his life. But MIBR are able to invest into this. They still have Nodin, they still have an op, and they still have Artsen's ult.
Is the solution just be execs for BLG? Is that really it? You know, they've played a few of these rounds where they step up into B main and then drop down that sensor and stop any refight coming through from MIBR. So this time it isn't that acceleration into the site again.
Aspas is up really far. Remember, he's got the op. He's got to clear the drone.
इधर ही
But Aspas has to give the line up.
So BLG.
Come on, Q ult कर दो. Artisan ult. You are powerless. You are power. ये कर दिया भाई, सुन लिया, देख रही हो.
चलो,
बोली थी मैं
Let's
पेरिस
go.
में हूँ, सुन लेते
And
भाई.
that deadlock wall instantly busted down by Verno's Odin.
The question is, do BLG just wait for this to go out and then they re-hit?
They have to. They have no space anywhere else on the map. They've decided to stop playing for lurks or anything like this. Now they're tagged up 3 players spotted. Tells MIBR everything they need to know.
They're not rotating off of it.
Both teams know what's about to go down is a matter of skill.
वही पोजी
They're not
रहेगा
scurrying back B.
हाँ क्या
The
वही
spam
पोजी
through from Verno denying entry onto the site. Cortesia trying to move into the
Kiran
आसपास में दो निकाल दिया भाई.
Verno gets another.
W
LDO popped. Artsine
GG's.
paves the way.
GG's.
खत्म right GG
Nice one guys, MIBR.
GG well played
क्या
well
बात है
played
W. इसी बात पे लाइक करो फटाफट.
Shock the world and take down BLG.
जेट का क्लोज
ये guys.
Most incredible Cinderella story
आसपास ऑपरेटर से दो गए हैं एक ही शॉट में. क्या बात है यार, क्या बात है.
in Americas.
Oh my God.
9th/10th place finish for MIBR. And yet they have come on to
यही
global
मिसिंग
stage,
था
the
स्टेज
first
2 और
champion
टोरंटो में.
for 4 of these players. And they have shut out China's best team.
Let's go. क्या बात
Backs
है.
of Aspas and Verno. And really, I mean, it was by committee at the end there, but those two.
ओमेन के साथ ज्यादा हो रहा हुआ
Map 1 was the masterclass from Verno. And map 2,
बहुत बढ़िया खेला है यार MIBR ने, मजा आ गया.
playing the waylay for the first time.
GG's
And it's
बिल्कुल
that
यार
ace round
बिल्कुल.
that BLG will not forget for a long,
बहुत बढ़िया
long
खेला है,
time.
दिल खुश कर दिया एकदम.
Maybe
बहुत अच्छा लगा
a bit,
आसपास को
a bit
देख.
removed, a bit far away.
यही
from
मिसिंग
really
था
painting this as
टोरंटो
a
और
Cinderella story, but
स्टेज
they
2
have
में.
taken their first
डिस्क्वालीफाई
step.
तक हो
And I
गए
think
थे,
the
प्लेज ऑफ
question
तक
now
नहीं
has
पहुंच
to be
पाए थे.
asked, given that they just took out the #1 seed from the CN region, do you believe?
Yeah, I mean, how far can this team go,
Yeah.
right? You know, there was no reason to believe in them before this, unless you're counting on the history of a guy like Aspas, or you're, you know, gambling on, oh, of course they're going to make some improvements in the time between stage 2 and this event.
And I do want to point this out too, because remember, you
वो कर लो.
mentioned Verno joined
Paul
after
और
kickoff,
Titan.
right? He was playing on a different team, joins MIBR, and all of a sudden, who are these guys? They might just be back. We're going to throw it down to Lou on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Cortesia. Lou, take it away.
Et après cette belle victoire de MIBR, je vais pouvoir rejoindre Cortesia. Cortesia, congratulations. I'm going to have to borrow you for a second
guys,
after
सब लोग
this
like
beautiful
करो.
victory against BLG. So
बहुत
first of all,
मजा आया.
parabéns. Congratulations. Thank you, merci. So my first question is going to be easy. We have a
दूसरा poll up हो
multilingual
रहा है
team
अभी.
here. You
Poll
guys are
लगा रही.
Brazilian, so your native language is Portuguese, but we have Verno too, who can speak several languages, but you guys keep it in English for everyone, you know, to understand. So does it happen
तीनों
sometimes that you switch to
33,
Portuguese in
33%.
clutches? How do you handle all of this?
So usually when we are playing like me and Shannon inside the clutch, we call in Portuguese, but we are trying to call more in English because of Verno. Now he's the IGL and he needs to understand what is going on in the mini-map. So we are trying to improve more in the English so Verno can call better.
It takes time, but I think you guys are doing pretty good indeed. Donc on a une team qui est multilingue. On a des Brésiliens donc qui parlent portugais, mais aussi Verno qui parle anglais. Donc comment est-ce qu'on gère ça? Est-ce qu'en clutch, ça leur arrive de parler portugais? Bah oui. Quand Cortesia est avec Zenom en clutch ou en extrémité, c'est vrai qu'ils parlent un peu portugais, mais ils essayent de passer à l'anglais pour aider un petit peu Verno qui est IGL. And my second question is, I'm very proud to see a mix of Brazilian and French attitude and trash talk here on the stage in Paris from you. But how do you maintain focus? How do you maintain lock-in when you send the chair and everything like in the air?
So I think every team needs a guy like me to hype up the team. We see Baby Bay, we see Zelzis.
Let's
so
go,
it's
guys.
really important.
Let's go.
And
Let's
I
go.
am this guy.
So you are this guy, and it helps you lock in actually. It seems like you're playing better when you do this.
Yeah, it really helps me a lot, but I think it's more for my team. It helps me, but helps more my team.
You do it more for your teammates indeed. Donc on le voit se lever, Cortesia, il est
Guys, come on,
célèbre.
सब लोग
À
like
chaque round,
वगैरह
il se lève de
करो.
sa chaise.
Yes,
Comment
like
est-ce qu'on
वगैरह
arrive à
करो.
rester focus, à continuer de cliquer quand on fait ça? Et bah tout simplement, je le fais pour ma team. Il y a toujours un coéquipier qui fait ça dans l'équipe, que ce soit Zelziz, que ce soit Baby Bay. Dans mon équipe, c'est moi. Je le fais pour mes teammates. And I think that's really beautiful. Thank you very much. Obrigada for your time and congratulations again for this victory. And we're going to discover very soon who's going to take the win between Fnatic and RRQ. Stay with us.
फटाफट पोल पे वोट कर दो.
अभी तो 10 मिनट लगेंगे स्टार्ट पर.
एक सेकंड देना, मैं आई.
ओके.
आ गई मैं. वैसे गाइस कुरकुरे ने एक नया वो क्या बोलते हैं फ्लेवर निकाला है. उस देखो न्यू तुतुरी का पैकेट भेजा है.
ठीक है, देख रहा हूँ. बस मैं देख, बट मैं ये एक चीज सोच रहा हूँ.
क्या?
वो PATA लिखा है ना, ए हटा के जी होता और ए हट जाता तो.
रुको देखते हैं. नाइट्रो वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम. कैसे हो आप? क्या हाल है आपके? क्या हटा के क्या हो जाता, क्या बोल रहे थे? न्यू टू चैनल, वेलकम यार, क्या हाल है आपके? किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो आप वीसीटी में?
देखो लिखा ना चटपटा।
हाँ
ठीक है, चैट वो उसके पी के पहले जी डाल देते, ए हटा देते तो दोनों ए हटा देते तो
लिख के भेजना पड़ेगा तुमको, तेरा दिमाग उठ
देखो
गुड, क्या बात है? किस टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहे हो? फिर आ जाओ आप। ये एफएनसी का न्यू जर्सी है क्या? बढ़िया है।
सब लोगों ने नई जर्सी खिलाई है ना बस।
वीसीटी को ऐसा क्या बात है यार? तुम कैसे हो? मैं एकदम बढ़िया हूँ। मेरे को बस थोड़ा बहुत सर्दी लगा हुआ है। भाई बोस्टर आ गया, लेट्स
The rules are very simple here. You're going to hit the button as fast as possible. After I read out the question, you're going to have to answer the question correctly. Some of these, I pray you know the answers to. They're all Valorant related, obviously, which is to your benefit.
Yeah, thankfully.
All right, number one. And this one maybe a little bit
में मेरी टीम को कौन सी टीम है आपकी?
What number of global event is Champions
कौन
Paris
सी आपकी टीम है
since
बताओ?
the start of
PRX है क्या वो?
VCT in 2021?
Holy guacamole. Alright, let's think.
बोस्टर को देखो।
This one's tough, I'm not gonna lie. Crashes has the answer.
सैन, क्या बात है यार? थोड़ा सा वीक स्टार्ट हुआ है इस बार सैन के लिए, बट कोई दिक्कत नहीं है।
I hate to say it.
अभी भी बाकी है लोअर ब्रैकेट में, उधर अच्छा कर ले वरना उधर से तो डायरेक्ट चटको।
Bro, this is about to be a 20-minute
बोलते
set.
हैं legends are known for the comeback.
जा रहा हूँ, किधर जा रहे हो
Way more
आप?
off than he was.
Yeah.
कहाँ जा रहे?
What do you mean?
It's higher.
It's the 15th.
Is it?
This is the 15th.
Close at
Wait,
least.
which
Yeah,
यार
did I
You missed a
बोस्टर,
year.
I missed a year.
Booster
That was a
not
gambling
in-
year.
That's criminal. All right.
आज खेलेगा वो
Next question.
full form.
Name at least 3 of the 4 Champions MVPs.
मनोज जी आए
Right, bro.
देखो
What's he got?
हेलो मनोज, क्या हाल है? कैसे हो आप लोग? मतलब आप लोग क्यों बोल रहे हो? कैसे हो आप? वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। हेटर हो तुम सैन के?
Aspas.
टेन, सेसी,
No?
जेल्सिस, जेकन, जॉन क्यूटी, इनके टाइम से मैं सैन को सपोर्ट करती थी।
No,
नहीं
sorry,
नहीं तो भाई हम ये बोल रहे हैं कि legends are known for the comeback, ऐसा बोल रहे हैं। कुछ गलत नहीं बोल रहे हैं, कमबैक कर लेंगे इससे।
तब से देखते जब टेंस प्राइम में था, टेंस जेट खेलता था, उससे ओवन में शिफ्ट हुआ।
It was Zeke. It was Zeke. He got it. He got it.
I need a point.
The other one was Demon 1. The other one was Demon 1. All right.
सैन को कोई हेट नहीं कर सकता कभी।
बर्गर लेके चला गया
MIBR को देख लो, वो लोग क्वालिफाई हुए ही नहीं थे, प्लेज ऑफ तक नहीं खेल पाए थे, टोरंटो में इतना मतलब गंदा खेला, और आज देख लो। चल आता मैं, बाय बाय नाइट्रो। हम एक्चुअली किसी टीम को हेट नहीं करते, इधर तक पहुंचे तो ऑब्वियसली कुछ ना कुछ बात बाद में मेरा भी स्ट्रीम ही चल रहा है, ऐसा क्या? ऑल द बेस्ट यार, आराम से स्ट्रीम करो आप। हम तो मस्त है जी, आप बोलो कुछ। मैं मेरे को बस हल्का फुल्का सर्दी होके रखा है, बाकी सब एकदम बढ़िया है अभी। सही बात है। आइए
Yeah, good luck, mate. I don't even know.
भाई बोस्टर देखते हो? बोस्टर
That is correct.
Who?
It is 2. It is Alf.
And that's a double
He
point,
just
brother.
knows. You said you were nervous.
Yeah, I was.
गाइस
I
सब
was
लोग
locked
लाइक
in.
करो
All right, the
फटाफट और
final
पोल पे भी
question.
वोट कर देना। क्यों जी
Capshaw.
कहाँ गए थे आप? कहीं नहीं,
last
इधर ही
question.
बारिश वगैरह
See if you
बहुत
can
ज्यादा है,
Redeem yourself.
ऊपर से इधर रास्ते में पानी वगैरह भर
Which
जाते तो उधर से आना जाना करते
Which
करते करते
players
करते हो गया मुझे
tied
सर्दी आराम से।
have the most Champions appearances to date?
Boaster, Mako, and who's that other guy? Buzz.
He's done it.
That's done it.
बोस्टर को क्या हो
The
गया?
Buzz one, I feel that was a tough one. I'm not
वो
gonna
लोग
I know,
क्विज
I
खेलते
saw
ना
his
पूरे
face and
वीसीटी
it was
के।
like-
Did anyone keep track of who had? No one in the room.
Me.
No, because
Say,
I'm as the ref.
Winner.
I lost count.
Me?
Was that 3 person? Was that tied? 3
Me
or
and
3?
Austin combined, we won. Technically.
Yeah, fair enough. The viewers are the winners.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, and that's the end of the Fnatic Lightning round.
नाइस।
And that was Wyatt in our weekly third wheeling session here at Valorant Champs Paris. Did you feel like you were third wheeling?
Yeah.
भाई क्या aesthetic cinematic shots निकाले यार बढ़िया पेरिस भाई पेरिस है वो ड्रीम डेस्टिनेशन
नीचे फ्रांस लिखा हुआ
Sorry, Sue, that's rough.
Now you know how I feel. But this is the thing, though. You know, we've been hearing about the way the Crashies has improved and changed and evolved so much. I don't think we ever remember him doing content on his previous teams at global events and being that happy and whimsy and silly.
तुम पेरिस नहीं आए ना इधर आके मैं अंग्रेजी सीखी पूरा अंग्रेजी फुल अंग्रेजी अभी
चलो इंटरव्यू लेते हैं इनका इंग्लिश का इंटरव्यू लेते हैं
No, I mean, and there's like a narrative around Fnatic about this sort of
पहला क्वेश्चन है मेरा
holiday that they have. They qualified after beating Apex officially.
Among these five, which is the best?
A couple of different looks that we hadn't seen from them so far. I think
रुको बोलने दो
stars are still very much present on this team.
Sentinel character.
It's obviously
Sentinel character, which is the क्या क्वेश्चन क्या है?
क्वेश्चन ये है इनमें से सबसे अच्छा Sentinel character कौन खेलता है?
सबसे अच्छा Sentinel character अल्फा यार मतलब अभी के जो दो टीम हैं अल्फा यार अभी के दो टीमों में से
I think fan favorite is pretty correct, but definitely not
इंग्लिश में बोल रहा
for the first time in a long
में
time.
Yeah, certainly not. I was super high.
My player Alpha play Sentinel very good blue team between. हो गया? बोला था मैंने भाई अंग्रेजी सीख गई हूँ पेरिस में आके.
Like in their last match against Giants, some of the guys were shooting.
चलो कौन से मैं बैन कर दी ना.
नहीं आया है अभी तक मैं बोल.
But as a team, I felt like you could tell they
तो
were
क्या
just
स्टैट्स
out
दिखा
of
देंगे मैं
sorts with
आपके
each other, miscommunications, etc.
We're seeing way less Lotus in the EMEA than we have in seasons.
लोटस डाले मजा आ जाए.
चलो जी जाते हैं हम अभी बाद में आएंगे ओके अभी तो जॉब पे हूँ जी बाय बाय ख्याल रखिए अपना लाइक वगैरह कर दिया होगा आपने तो थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग मनोज जी बाय बाय
Going away now, which they were undefeated on, I think, in stage 2. So we'll see if that affects them.
I will go as far as saying this is the worst map pool that this organization has ever
fracture.
had to face. Yes, no split, no fracture, no icebox. But we do have Boaster, and Mika Fab's got a chance to catch up with him a little bit early, and this is what he had to say.
Hey guys, Mika here with Boaster of Fnatic. Of course, you are such a household name when it comes to these global events. Fnatic is a household name when it comes to these global events. But of course, you guys haven't lifted a Champions Trophy just yet. So tell me, why is this year the year that Fnatic gets to do it?
Well, I think no EMEA team has won a VCT trophy globally since I shook my ass on stage. So I think I cursed us all. So in order to remove the curse, I'm gonna have to seal the home moon and win this trophy. Yeah.
Happy fans, happy on moon.
Oh, इधर ही डांस शुरू हो गया भाई.
I don't know why I did that.
I don't know if he could seal the home with that.
You can't unring a bell and you can't
Entry
unshake an
दिखाओ
ass. At this point, Boaster is priced in. Just send it at this point, man.
Yeah, he wasn't just shaking his ass before. He was giving it against RRQ the last time they faced each other. The L dance, why it was coming out, all the shenanigans on stage. You think RRQ maybe looking for revenge this time?
For sure. Honestly, in a way, I think they needed that. Like, going into your first international event and going right into that playoff bracket, not having those early group games.
जो राइट वाला बंदा है ना ये गोल्डनिश या थोड़े वाइट से हेयर वाले वो है ना पता है इसके साकामोटो डिस्क के ना वो जो विलन है ना मेन विलन उसकी तरह दिख रहे हैं फ्लेयर की तरह दिख रहे
हैं He wasn't in that Fnatic game. He wasn't able to stand up at all, and it's a bit disappointing to see from a team with like a lot of hype behind them. But they've been adamant, they've been insistent. It's not Jemkin and friends anymore. We've seen big step ups from a lot of players. I think Monyet is crucial. He enables Jemkin very much with that Yoru. Comes in, picks up that Neon when required. It's a strong double duelist look that RRQ can throw in, but. Well, Icebox was also their ticket through Pacific playoffs.
Yeah.
They are, you know, they're undefeated on that map at stage 2.
They've got the Haven, and I would love to see the Haven, because Fnatic's Haven has been really bad, but I want to see them take it one step further and throw Fnatic off, maybe with an Abyss, cheeky Abyss pick coming into this.
I wouldn't be mad at the Abyss. Historically, not great for either team, honestly, on paper, but a lot of time for RRQ to maybe try to lock in on that. I think Ascent will be interesting as well, because I loved Fnatic's look on that map around Toronto. That's actually the map they knocked RRQ out on. And then from there, it's
वैसे RRQ में से कितने लोग वो जानते थे?
Maybe they can bounce back.
Moni,
they let that map through all the time, and they're not even that good on it, but they keep playing
The
it.
Corrode stats don't look that compelling on the graphic, but they were 3-0 in playoffs on Corrode.
मैं RRQ में से किसी को नहीं जानता.
Genji, DRX, T1, and Talon to get there. So some really big names. It was actually
remind me of Talon.
I think Zephyro करके कोई
you mentioned Genji, and I think a part of the story is going to Toronto. Do you think maybe the expectations were a little bit too high?
They were massive.
But this time around,
yeah.
I don't think he's gonna be underwhelming
Chalo.
again, surely.
No, certainly.
नया Prelude 2.0 आ रहा है.
My point that I was making about the team entirely, I think he just needed that experience, and he has the ability to bounce back. I was talking to Mika about this, and she mentioned that Coach Ewok on the team wanted to get Jemkin. One of the reasons because of that iconic Reyna game where he got 0 kills, but the next game he bounced back and went
Guys, जो भी
crazy
Santa Cruz
on
से
the
इसको
map
इसको
just
एक
after.
gift भेजोगे.
And I think that's telling of the kind of player and person that he is, and he's displayed nothing but top-tier world-class duelist play within Pacific. Now it's time to do it on the global stage after he had that first attempt.
Do you know who has been crazy?
वरना वो क्या बोलते $100 का टारगेट पूरा करते करते
Some people might remember that breeze against Optic. Anyway, he had a chat with Mika Fabs ahead of this massive matchup against him.
1 minute tomorrow to start तो समझ रहे हो ये मैं कुछ फ्रेंड्स वगैरह पीसी गई थी पेरिस में आके आप लोग को बताया नहीं था ये देखो मैं बोली थी ज़ेफिरो है देखो
shaken off those first global event nerves, and are you finally going to get your revenge on Fnatic?
Yeah, we are taking match by match, and we believe in each other, and we believe in our preparation as well. So yeah, I'm really excited.
Yeah, sometimes that's all you need, the power of friendship. Good luck to you.
Preparation is going to be really important coming into this, but also Alpha Year probably almost robbed of an MVP. Toronto hasn't been the best though in EMEA. Had a drop in form too.
Yes, so I do remember he was the one that tore RRQ Reds in that matchup they played in Toronto. Look, I think Alpha's an incredible flex player, a top performer in general. Yeah, look, I think all of Fnatic had a bit of a quiet stage too.
और
So
बचे हुए हैं कम से कम 40 सेकंड.
You know, plays Neon on Sunset, plays the Tejo a little bit as
एंट्री में यार बोस्टर को नाचना पड़ेगा मुझे बिल्कुल नहीं पता मैं फिर आरआरक्यू को सपोर्ट करने चली जाऊंगी.
An Omen player and then picks up the Neon required and also enables for the Waylay to be picked up by Jemkin. Alfio really feels like he does it all. We're comparing Neon.
मैं नहीं जानती बोस्टर को नाचते नाचते
Alpha's been putting up
Thursday Friday को आ रहा है.
I mean, even in that last game that they lost against Giant X in the playoffs, when they were knocked out, he was still dropping bombs, playing KJ on Lotus. It was interesting, but yeah, I mean, he was on point there at least. I'm hoping he can bounce back.
Well, it's going to be a huge rematch here. Can RRQ get their revenge? And what are Fnatic going to bring? There's only one way to find out and send it down to the stage.
3, 2, 1 शुरू हो गई एंट्री
दिखा
let's go FNC
नहीं नाचा बोस्टर हो गया मेरा.
चलो RRQ के पास
आरआरक्यू को सपोर्ट करते हैं. इतना अच्छा गाना बज गया मैं होती तो भंगड़ा कर करके
और
हाय बोस्टर ने नहीं नाचा. हो गया मेरा भाई हो गया.
हम जा रहे हैं अपोजिट
बोस्टर को इतना अच्छा गाने में नाच के घुसना था. इतना एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे इंटरनेशनल स्टेज में पहला मैच खेलने घुसते हैं वो लोग के साथ. हो गया मेरा. एसेंट अबीज लेट्स गो फॉरवर्ड. ये दोनों मैच ये अबीज भी देखने में तो मजा आता है. खेल भले ही नहीं पाते मजा बहुत आता है.
Some will be very frustrated with Fnatic picking Ascent. I'm hoping they can bounce back on it because they were such a trendsetter, bringing the chamber into that map.
एबिस क्यों लिया है बट कूदने वाला है आधे लोग तो कूदते रहेंगे
देखने में मजा आता है प्रो लोगों को खेलते
मेरे को तो वो वाला सीन याद है जब नेट कूद गया
उसका तो हॉलीडे वाला वो बना दिया nothing
so I think that if they continue to flounder, even if Fnatic aren't at their best again, maybe they can just still beat a weaker RRQ.
Let's go FNC बोस्टन ने नहीं नाच के दिल को तोड़ दिया है हमारे बाहर तो नाच रहा था और इतने बड़े ग्रैंड स्टेज में ग्रैंड एंट्री किसी का लोगो लेके आए हैं क्या ये लोग
आज तो किसी ना किसी का लोगो तो फटेगा वन
Fruits of their
labor demonstration.
The Abyss, obviously an unknown. It wasn't an amazing map for either team at the beginning of the year. I want to kind of even rate Fnatic's lower than RRQ's, but bit of a toss-up, and then Corrode. I'm just thinking about the expert first talent, 20 kills,
वही तो बोल रहा हूँ
20 for 5 on just attack Viper. He has been amazing this last stage. I rate him so high. He's playing the best Valorant he has all year as of late.
ये देखो हरकतें कर रहा है.
Map pool, for me again, I think it's the weakest map pool for Fnatic ever in the history of the organization. And when you look at the 3 maps they have to play, usually they get a crush. They get their Lotus, they get their Haven,
कायाक को देखो कायाक की फैमिली आनी चाहिए भाई तभी जीतेंगे
where it's traditionally they're the kings of, and in this they are not the kings
family
of any
buff,
of this.
Guys,
this is
family
just
buff.
a completely new territory.
All right, like I'm favoring them on Ascent, but it has less. Well, yes, a little bit, but it honestly, for me, has less to do with their level and more to do with RRQ not being able to figure it out at all. At least Fnatic have an idea, but also do they stray away from it? Do they give up the chamber and move on?
I love the bind ban because if bind was in there, that would have been, you know, the Fnatic home ground, the Fnatic thing where they are good at. And now they don't have any strong maps, so this is a tricky situation.
I love what you said though off camera or off mic as we came into this, that this feels like a true rematch. Like neither of these teams have changed materially in terms of personnel since that event, and I have flashbacks to destroy RRQ on that Ascent defense side. Always seemed to be exactly where he had to be. The chamber is something that we look at very closely. If that's what we get from Agent Select here, the style I think Fnatic can definitely lean into.
इधर ये होता है ना अगर PRX होती ना ये कर रही होती एलेक्स दौड़ते दौड़ते
वो पता नहीं कौन से मैप किसके अगेंस्ट तो लास्ट मार दिया था बोस्टन ने राउंड जीतने के बाद आई थिंक नहीं था मोजा था तो पैर उठा के लात मार
दिया This is the paper X.
I mean, the Sage was very old on this map and is now back, and it's very new since the recent buffs.
Chamber नहीं कोई और कैरेक्टर खेलता है
and you've got extremely good stopping power for anything that approximates a fast hit into either of these sites. You can get those snowballs down, be a real nuisance, also block off that catwalk to come and hit when RRQ get on the attack side.
When this Fnatic comp is starting on attack, when they get the spike down, this comp excels at being able to stop floods coming back in, which is something that you want to, you know, try to do with your Taeho. Not going to be able to do that when you're getting slow orbed, hit by thorns. RRQ are going to struggle if Fnatic are able to get that spike down, get into the sights.
They got experience, right? The last time they played against Fnatic, the chamber, it caught them off guard. They've never seen it before. We've never seen it before, heck. But this is the comp that paper rates play in their own region. You got to be pretty happy if you're RRQ.
Yeah. I mean, they do have the experience against it before, an experience in which they took an L, so maybe they can bounce back and prove that they've learned from that loss against Fnatic.
I'm looking at Jamkin as well. He will have to be able to draw out some of this util for Fnatic. Honestly, on both sides of the map, even if RRQ, if they want to push up for info on that defense side, they've got to be careful. They're going to probably have to use that Taeho util pretty liberally. Stealth drones into mid, try and get a feel for Fnatic's movements safely, and they've got to play ahead of retake scenarios. They do need to play up on these sides. They need to act more aggressively here and make it so the Sentry can't lock them out of the game.
What an exciting way to start.
बट मैं तो काफी उधर से हो ही नहीं सकता कुछ
हाँ उधर से ही होगा अभी बुलाओ नीरज और मिकी को बता देंगे
अरे बट मैं तो हुई नहीं मैं तो अंदर साइड से
are back for revenge against the team that ended their run in Toronto. Rosters, well, they look the same, but we've got a new map pool, and with Corona and Abyss already locked in, This is going to be an exciting matchup.
Yeah, I think also just you look at Fnatic going into this map in general, their strengths haven't really been there, and sure, a pretty hefty defeat, struggling on that attack side when playing versus this comp for RRQ, but defensively on this map they've always been pretty good, so a defense-sized start for RRQ, this could be a very different story, and you've now lost what is that Alpha aggressive entry playing on the chamber, place to the save, so I want to see what sort of attack side ideas Fnatic have, because sure, I think this comp will be great on defense. Will it be good on attack?
Defensive ideas from RRQ and the pistol firing squad in mid, waiting for that few shots fired, but none landed. Will be Fnatic to make the first move. As RRQ just have to fall back and play that more defaulty play, mid a bit more open. And looks like they might even be thinking about going in towards mid. Certainly with the reveal, here's some util following it up, but a lot of this is posturing from the defensive side. They're trying to make a favorable engagement happen, find something when the reveal pops off, but Fnatic are quick to deny it. And again, it's back to covering their bases.
We know Fnatic are renowned for this slow style. It was mentioned by Wire, and I agree that getting into those post plants, they're going to be tough to beat, especially in a pistol round. That wall is going to be devastating, but they are walking into a stack up. 3 players on this side of the map. They're slowed as well by that smoke being into position. Actually, Alfia doesn't look like he's going to use that wall for the post plant at all.
Oh, he's going up into the window as the exec comes through. Kayak already dropped, and here's Alfia's opportunity. He's being spotted, still manages to find one. He's pulling back into this opening pick for RRQ, but an immediate response from Fnatic puts them into a 4v2 post plant.
Yeah, this is going to be tough to break back in. That double entry is huge, but Alfia still on the wall, has been caught out. Chronicle in a fairly open position, but will just opt to fall back. Utility not really available for that attack, but a singular paranoia for Munyan.
Could get them back through. Chronicle's just got his flashback online. There's the shot from Jemkin, though. Crashes, who is desperately low, is down. And it's 2 players in Boathouse who have to pull this off.
Nice,
Chronicle. With the pistol in hand, it might not be a classic. His signature weapon.
Nice.
He will find the kills nonetheless and put Fnatic 1-0 up.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the players I want to keep an eye on, because even when they were in 4-4, you did start to see Chronicle coming back to that championship level. And we know that if they are going to be a contender in this tournament, he needs to be on. Like, he is that player that I feel like deserves to win more than any other. And a solid start for him in the pistol round. Already seeing an idea or two, but I'll be honest, that idea at least I've been seeing since 2020.
Obviously, we had some slower weeks from Chronicle over in EMEA as well, but he certainly found his form towards the end of the season. But that was something Uber was saying, you know, across the board, it's felt like regular season stage 2 has been that little bit of a drop-off for Fnatic. But this is their chance to put their best foot forward in terms of opening matchups in Champions. They've only lost to 1. It was their 2nd appearance. Obviously, they've been to every single champs. It was back against 100 Thieves. Other than that, this team is usually undefeated in the early stages. In this round, they certainly should be getting away with it fairly clean. 2 pistols, so a big margin for error, and only classics that they're up against.
Fairly hefty rotation, but they're not actually within the site trying to use the smoke to cross over, but it's something that Fnatic are well aware of. Well, blink and you miss it. Chronicle already up to his 3rd kill of the round, just 3 away from finding his ultimate already. And they're also farming up a lot of the orbs onto Alfia, wanting to make sure that that res is going to be available as much as humanly possible. For Crazy Guy, well, you either want to try and do damage or ideally die to the spike. That's not happening.
No, they're trying to buy time for Alpha to come back and grab that kill, but Crashies, his hand was forced in the end. They come in with 2 pistols, they leave with them as well. A flawless round from Fnatic. Big money builder early on. You look at RRQ, it's not a round that they should have had much contest in, and they very nearly dropped Chronicle. I don't think it's the end of the world, but this next one, this is going to be telling. We need to see them get off to a flying start, do some damage, win the round for sure. As, you know, in terms of the Ascent, the last time these 2 teams faced, it was pretty convincing in Fnatic's favor.
The other thing as well, I think more Integra, is actually their last match when they played versus Paperex. They had a 1-11 attack. So this defense has to be solid, because whenever they've done even reasonably well on this map, it's been a defensive-sided half that has done it for RRQ.
MIBR जीत गए आसपास.
That'll be the focus.
आसपास only.
गिरा आसपास.
They now have the weaponry to play with Chronicle. Even after a pretty stellar early start to this game,
पता है ये MD मुंबई के अमीर वाले जगह पे.
अरे नहीं ये झूठ बोल रही है.
जहाँ पे एक्टर लोग ऐसे आना जाना करते घर पे चीनी वगैरह मांगा होता है पता है तुम्हें है कल रिवीलिंग हुई.
क्या रिवीलिंग?
झूठ
एनवी हमसे
क्या हमसे झूठ बोला जा रहा था बिल्कुल.
पनिशमेंट अरे पनिशमेंट नहीं
है अभी के अभी जाके काशवी की शॉर्ट्स रील देख के आ जाओ. उन्होंने रिवीलिंग करी है. इंडिया के अमीर लोग उधर ही है.
वो मरीन ड्राइव है ना कि वो है.
देखो कल ही रिवीलिंग हुई है ये सब देखो.
एनवी क्या एनवी कुछ
मैं
नहीं.
तब से पूछ रही हूँ वेलो अभी खोलो कि बाद में खोलो. कुछ तो अभी बोल रहा है प्रील्यूड 2.0 वगैरह मेरे आईडी पे पता नहीं.
But his own team's thorns have blocked him out from doing so. Fnatic like to run the clock low, but I wonder if this is just turning into a save. 20 seconds left on the clock, the spike pushing forward, but everybody else still with so much space to take. Boaster down, and
वो लोग भी बोलने लगे तो रोलेक्स वगैरह फेंक के घूमता होगा BMW में आना
Boaster went down,
जाना.
they were still challenging for this round. RRQ with a chance
और
to
बोले
keep this one
एक्टर
nice
लोग
and
उधर ही
clean.
घूमते रहते हैं.
The only thing is, because it's
आलिया
their
भट्ट
first
ये
round
सब
victory, I
इजीली
don't
दिख
expect
जाते
them to
हो.
hunt too much for these
आलिया मैम
remaining
गिर
guns.
जा रही हो.
Yeah, no, it's definitely worthwhile just hanging on to what they've got.
पूरा
Even
मेक
that one
ओवर कर
guard
रहा है
now
ये.
got left, will upgrade for
पूरा
Crazy Guy.
मेक ओवर कर रहा हूँ.
Koshi will just carry
अभी
it
तो मैं
forward.
एक स्ट्रीमर
Hey,
फ्रेंड
listen,
का डिस्कॉर्ड
that
सेटअप
is
कर रहा हूँ.
a
बढ़िया
godsend of a
बढ़िया
round for
करो.
Nice,
RRQ.
yeah,
Great
nice.
early fights,
सारा
already
सुबह
showing
से लगा
dominance
हुआ
over
हूँ,
the
काम
अभी
control
काम
and patience
बाकी
on
है.
display
No.
late. That's what Fnatic were trying to force out of them. Was a little bit of an overextension.
सारी
Someone
गलती
playing too
है
aggro,
गलती.
someone giving the chance for this squad to find a weakness, find a site
चलो
to
अभी
push
दोनों
into, but
टीम
it
पे
wasn't
बाय
given
है.
away. The discipline on display gives us a
परमिशन और
2-1
रोल
scoreline.
इसमें हाँ
The full buy
होते
back
हैं.
in for Fnatic. Ult's
Yeah.
close to being
सारी
online.
गलती
That was
कृषि है
just
उसमें.
a
बुलाओ
bonus. So
जरा
even a
उसको.
couple of guns saved and a little bit extra is going to put them into a good position.
लगता है वेलो में बैन हो गया होगा. फैसमो खेल रहा होगा. हर
Already
बार
online,
मेरा
so-
नाम लगाता है इस पर.
It can now be a little bit risky saying that. The shock
एमडी की
dart
भी
that's
लगाया
been
करो.
sent
झूठ
through
बोला
early
भाई
from
हमसे
Kushi has done
करोड़पति है.
a lot
अंबानी
of
कौन?
damage.
ये देखो ये अंबानी
Imagine
उन्हें
the heal
रिजेक्ट
has
किया.
already been administered, so Chronicle will at least be back to 100.
ऐसे ही खुश हो गया तो फेंक
Ground to
के
a
मार
halt.
देगा
This
पूरा
defensive
10 बंडल.
setup is incredibly
10
passive. They're
bundle?
not trying to give any of those openers on
आने
the
वाले
other side.
10 बंडल.
And because of that, with
ये देख रही
somewhat a
लड़की नाम है.
lack of
मैं
initiation
खोजना
जाते
भी
at
जाते वो
times,
टिप्स वगैरह देके जाते
Fnatic
हैं
are
ना
just having
लोग.
to
नो
contact into this one.
वही
Straight through the
बता
side
रही हूँ
for
मैं अभी
utility, they
भी
will
टाइम
go.
में.
This is the problem. A lot of reactive util in play for RRQ. The salvo coming in from Crazy Guy still has one left to play with. Reveal comes in. The spams can now fire right back through. Very oppressive in terms of the util, the positions that RRQ are
टाइम
playing
बहुत
in as
कम
well.
बचा हुआ है.
It's making
जल्दी
it a bit of
घुसो
a headache for
FNC.
Fnatic. And with that extra time,
बैठा हुआ है अंदर ऑन
rotation
साइड.
through from
जल्दी
Champion,
जल्दी जाओ.
mid fully secured, and Fnatic are going to go for this late control. Alfier wants to push deep into the spawn. He's got a guy on the rotate, trying to cut it off, and he'll grab one.
Nice.
That's the res online, but Crashy's double, and Boaster clearing out the rest of the site.
Nice
What was
W.
a very labored round in
अरे
terms
क्या
of the
खेल रही है.
time being
एकदम भाई
bled
flawless
out of
लग रहा है.
Fnatic's clock has ended up being a huge success for them.
Yeah, no, just their
वो अलग
entries
saving
into
पे
that
लगा
B
हुआ है.
site were sublime. Two
Monier.
players at the back of the site being picked off in rapid succession alongside the rotations being cut off. I was a little bit nervous because you have Alpha with the res, and then he's taking a solo fight alone on the other side of the map, but it's clear that the other players are ones with utility. They're actually going to be able to put you into place, so you can't really afford to leave anyone else behind. But Monier,
करेगा I think हाँ.
there's not really much of a choice.
Flawless.
Just try and hold on to the gun. They managed to keep all 5 players alive in the previous round, so there's definitely going to be a purchase up for RRQ, but
ये देखो भाई
it's one way you kind of watch this round and go, it's difficult to say what they could really change.
Normal
They had
चक्कू
their
ये
right place at the
damage.
right time. It just seemed like they lost everything.
मेरे को वही दिख रहा है भाई. मैंने लगाया है ना खुद. ओनर को दिखता है जो मतलब बाकी कोई और मैं अभी भेजूँ तो वो मतलब क्या बोलते पीतल का निकलेगा.
चलो डायमंड पिकेक्स देता हूँ. आजा
वो भी
माइनक्राफ्ट में.
3 भाई 3 और अंबानी.
माइनक्राफ्ट में हम
cross
गिरेंगे
in, or so they
कौन
thought,
अदानी
but
कौन
weren't
अंबानी
expecting
देख
Bosu
रहे
to
हो
be there. And
क्या रिलायंस जियो
well, that's a very
मार्ट
early
मैं हटा
upset
रही हूँ पोल एनवी का
for
नाम
RRQ,
लगा
but the
दूँ
reality is they still have the money.
एनवी
Jemkins come in,
live from
operator, and this is
Santa
the benefit
Cruz
from having such a clean previous round, but that position from Bosu,
यस यस ये
sneaky.
देख रही हो अल्टीमेट
वही
पिटेगा
ना
लोग
देख रहे हो भाई
Pushy,
डायमंड का
tries to
चाकू भाई
cross the
3
market.
वो भी उठा लो
Could be
एक
caught
एक
off here.
बता रही हूँ मैं
Now
पोल
has the
में
idea
अंबानी
that
लिख के गलती कर
there's
दी
a player
मैंने
in position.
एनवी
आईटी
फ्रॉम
में
सेंटा क्रूज ऐसे लिखना था मेरे
Crash is
को
about to run out, but
ये
just
आईटी में
at the last
पिटेगा
second
और
he's able
एक
to
ये
catch that
लड़की
kill.
पिटेगी
Bosu
झूठ
not
बोल
being
रहे
able
हो
to stop the
होते हैं
fire
ना
further,
वो
but
बिलियनर लोग
that will be an immediate
सच्चाई छुपाते हुए
retrieval. Wonderful usage of the salvos,
ये
though.
देख
वही
That'll be the
स्क्रिप्ट है
pick
बता
of
रही हूँ
Kayak for the second time this round. His KD
गया
taking a beating.
अरे नहीं अल्फा
So
का
are
उसमें
Fnatic
मर
in the early stages. They need a response, and then, well, Jemkins
जमकिन
operator
ने
has just been a
निकाल लिया
game
यार
changer from an almost
3
clean
निकाले
round for
जमकिन ने
Fnatic. It's
देख रहे
looking
हो
like we might get one in response.
Yeah, I love this from
चलो मैं चला
RRQ.
डिनर
The
करने फिर
salvos
काम
there
करना है
onto the
बाय
res, just perfect, and
अल्टीमेट
again
बाय
highlighting the
Bye-bye.
benefit of having this Tahoe in.
बीच बीच
It's a
में आता
difficult
रहूंगा
Asian
आता
teams
रहूंगा
right now, but we've started to see some teams making that adaptation. And we saw it in the previous round in terms of slowing down the push. Ultimately, when the push came in,
all
they
that
lost
and
all
money
of their
reliance
fights. But
digital
the
अरे
stoppage
वो
ability is
छोड़ो
huge.
एनवी को
The
देखो
situational, like right there, massive.
क्या
Pushing
एनवी
that
दिखो
player that was
दिखो
pressed out of position, giving Jemkin every opportunity. Pick
डायरेक्ट
off players.
सेंटा
said, I think that
क्रूज से
highlight has very
डायरेक्ट
much
मैंने
been the
कॉल में
operator.
मिस्टेक्स
It's
कर
not
दी
just
एनवी
utility and
फ्रॉम
play the
सेंटा
weaponry
क्रूज
too.
लिखना
ये तो
था
मेरी
अंबानी
टीम
Controlling
है
this map
रिलायंस
very nice,
डिजिटल
and
लिख दिया
I'm curious to see what
ये
Fnatic's
तो मेरी
adaptation
टीम
will
है
be,
हाँ है
because
ना
after
मिकी
that
भाई
previous round
देखो
ये
victory,
तो
they've still
मेरी
got
लड़की हम
money.
लोग
टीम है
बात
They'll be
वाओ
able to invest here, and
ये
I
देखो
think
हम
it will
बात
just
क्या
be
कर
this
रहे हैं
back
लड़की
and
बात
forth
कर
with
रही
these
दिख रही
clean
है
rounds being traded.
आप
If that
बताओ
continues,
मिकी सेंटा क्रूज
until
में
we
ये
finally
एनवी
see
अमीर
someone's
वगैरह है
economy
ना
grow.
Well,
रोलेक्स
it feels
वगैरह
like we're playing
ऐसे
the
पहन
slowest
के
game of
घूमता
all
है
time right now.
This is Fnatic.
एलवी वगैरह
Fnatic
के
attack side on
वो
the
क्या
sense.
बोलते
We've
हैं
also
बेल्ट
just had
जूते
like
Welcome.
late round saves
WW
each time, so it's been like almost a burst.
LBW तो वो है यार रूल
Explosive fight, but even
Louis
trying to use the
Vuitton.
heal. And actually, Althea goes down because he's trying to use the heal while running away. But that is so unfortunate, but also just wonderfully placed utility for the side of RRQ. They're definitely a squad that seem to be improving day by day, game by game. Showed massive
3-3 हो
resilience
जाएगा
in their
अगर ये
victory
राउंड जीत गए तो
to get into that top two.
जमकिन के पास अभी भी ऑपरेटर ही है
Well, those first few rounds definitely haven't phased them.
मेरे भाई तो अंबानी है कोई
Nicely
तेरी
done. Jemkin not able
सकते
to get
अरे
the shot on the jumping.
ये
हाँ
नहीं
वही तो
नहीं
मैं
मिकी
बोल
भाई
रही हूँ
Only
यार
a 5 versus 4 with
मिकी भाई
the
ऐसा नहीं
player
है
of the
पेन के
previous
जेब
round. The
में
big
देखो
weapon of the operator down. They tried to delay with the salvos, but Kayak's
यही तो मैं
already
बोलती हूँ
through.
पोल में गलती
मिकी
हो
भाई
गई अंबानी
Grenades on
की
the B
जगह
side.
एनवी फन
He's claimed
सेंटा
it
क्रूज
for
ऐसे करके
Fnatic. A
लिखना था
plan now
मुझे
secured. A 5 versus 3.
मिकी भाई तुम कल आओ वैलो खेलने बता रहा हूँ तेरे
RRQ.
को
Well,
और ये
we
लड़की
talked
को ही
about
बताता
the
अलग
slow
तेरे को
rounds. This was a bit more direct, but we
स्ट्रीम
had
इसके बाद
some
सब
late
बफर
round
गए
save.
अकाउंट
Well, I
फ्लेक्स
also think
करोगे
it
ओ
was
माय
Bosa's
गॉड
paranoia.
यार
नहीं नहीं ये
That must
ये
have just
वॉच
been
पार्टी का
perfectly
तो
placed
इसको
because
स्ट्रीम
I
बफर
think that
करेंगे
was
अलग
just an
तेरे को
immediate gate crash into the site for
देख
Kayak,
लो
and
गाइस
it looks almost silly that he's able to get that kill for free.
नाइस
Breaking back into
4-2
this though,
गाइस
it was
4-2
mentioned,
एफएनसी जीत गया ये
it's
वाला
not going to
राउंड
be easy.
ये
You're facing off against that Vice in tandem with Sage,
एग्जिट
and
फ्रैग के लिए जा रहा है
that's before
क्या
we even talk about
क्रेजी
some of the
गाय
individual brilliance currently in the server. This has been a very peculiar game. Both sides winning a lot of their rounds incredibly cleanly, and this time that pace change from Fnatic, and more importantly, catching out of Jemkin, has turned this completely in the other direction. At least though, Crazy Guy's going to make it a little bit more costly, but let's be real, it's not going to do too much in terms of the economy.
Yeah, I liked what Boaster was doing there. Alpha was a little bit ahead of it though. Initially you see him clearing out main, looking for players in the corner, but ends up being at least a dent in that economy. There's your paranoia going through with a full blinded Cypher on the side of Xpharaoh.
बड़े लोगों के साथ ये
Not
लोग
much to
खेलते
say
हैं
about
तो
that.
वही ना
4-2.
कल
But
देखना
like we said,
पक्का
it's
वो
been
आईडी लेके
clean
आएगा वो
rounds,
जो
been a
क्या
couple of
बोलते हैं
saves
जो
at at a time. RRQ still able to buy up. We gotta be getting close to a record here.
इसके स्टोर में कुछ आता ही नहीं है
क्योंकि सब
back-to-back
buy rounds for both
राइट
teams.
को मेल करता है क्या यार
These
महीनों
teams
में
out
एक
with a
बंडल
stinger.
भेजते
That's
हो
been the gun of the tournament, I feel,
एक
so
दिन
far,
में एक
but
बंडल होना चाहिए ना
not in this
वही
game.
है मैं बता रही
I think we've seen one. That was on
अभी
Chronicle.
तो ये लोग देखो कितनी स्किल है
Nonetheless, he's now got an operator of his own.
कहाँ स्किन पे
Clearly
है
expecting
उड़ारी
that
गले पे
aggression to
है
come in.
दो अपना अकाउंट
just to try and clear out switch. The run in kayak's
अरे
already gone
नहीं
down.
kayak को मार
Smoke
दिया
gonna be thrown
operator
back out to try and delay them that a little bit further, but it feels like now Fnatic are a little bit more committed. Boaster has made that move eventually, but is the only one out. They're still just trying to get through this choke point. Stuck by Munya Smoke. Getting out of it is going to be difficult.
3-4 guys, 3-4.
Alfia's got a long wait before that heal's going to be available. In fact, we'll be down to the last 15 seconds of the round if that happens. And obviously for Chronicle with the operator, all he can really hope to do is hold the cross.
Saving.
There could even be a world here where they're going to group up, swap that op into Alfia's hands. It's, yeah, there we go. It's the right play. Give him at least a chance to trade bullet for bullet. They have got the B site wide open.
Operator यहाँ पे better
they've shown us a lot of patience on the defensive side. This time it may be their downfall, so they will give the plant away. 12 seconds.
With Dimensional Drift online though, I'm not worried. Like you could just throw that in just to confirm this round. I think clearing out all of the risky angles will just make this so much easier. And playing this as a 4 versus 2 retake, I think the gamble would be is if you left it down to a 1v1 on the site. They're not going to allow that to happen. Chronicle though, this is what I'm talking about. He's going to try and get aggressive, try and be surprising. They already know where he is. That surprise factor is gone.
Alpha though still manages to land a shot.
हम लोग कभी इस पे खड़े वो क्या बोलते हैं 7-8 का मारने वाले घर पे जाएंगे इससे घर वाले बोलेंगे नहीं नौकर क्यों बुला ली वेरीफाई करेगा दोस्त है मेरे जाने दो इस बार देख लो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है इनके हाथों में रोलेक्स वगैरह
Yeah, of course they do. All of these rounds have been fairly clean. In fact, this is one of the first ones that hasn't
कभी जिंदगी में
fallen
अमीर
side of
बना था
RRQ, but
तो ऐसे कभी
this
नहीं
is sort of the issue I'm talking about. Like a lot of the time you're going to see double or in some cases even triple initiator on this map. It allows you to get through those choke points a little bit easier. Some teams that change it up by running a double duelist. Maybe you see the Jet alongside the Yoru so that you can get that little bit of extra space. In Fnatic's round, what they're doing is, well, this one at least, placing the wall down and try and get through the choke, but the choke is the same. You're still going through that gap. And the couple of TPs not working out made it incredibly difficult to get out of that choke point. Even still, 4-3 up on the attack side of this map. Already said defense normally better. And what a Hunter's Fury pop. Chronicles dead to rights. Nice start, in fact. Another tag to be had as well. Not as impactful when they have a Sage, though.
Yeah, not so much. At least it will be the shield stripped away. A small benefit. And look at this. For RRQ, they've been going so heavy on one side of the map, and it makes sense when it's towards A and your ciphers have to hold the other side. The last round, they had 5 players on the A site when Fnatic were pushing through. This time, it's 3 towards it. One of Jamkin close enough. And the ultimate set off. This will isolate Kayak inside of main, but there's no one to play on the back of it. That does feel like a little bit of a throwaway from Crazy Guy. The res is still online.
Yeah, I guess the expectation was that maybe somebody was a little bit deeper. They are wary of those salvos. That's what it is. They're using the res here. They're just expecting the salvos to just remove anybody else who's left. Shock dart over the top. Same wall, getting ready to go. But they should be aware of this. Jemkin also holding the line into middle. Fnatic starting to fall flat once again. It's only really Alfia who's done anything. And well, Kayak now with 14 seconds, 4 players to find. And guess what? RRQ are not going to be peeking. That will be the scoreline equalized for the Pacific number 2. And well, for Fnatic, it feels like feast or famine.
4-4.
Very much so. I mean, in this round, you see early pick go down, sure, but the great thing about RRQ, like you said, is the fact that they have this composition with the Teho that is now getting into Fnatic's head. You can't pop that res because the ult can come through, and even after the ult's been put in, you're worried about the salvo. Crashies is going out running backwards to take down a camera. Xvero giving the freest fights of his life. This is a time to take a break, a little timeout for Fnatic. Go back to the drawing board because it looks like RRQ are picking up some steam. They've managed to chain 2 rounds together. It's the most that we've seen since the pistol round and the follow-up. Yeah. But I think most importantly is the position that they've now put Fnatic in. With the 7th round being clean for RRQ, I think they took everybody out. The same here. Economy's going to struggle. And we'll see the first reward.
Yeah, I think as well, like it's just the manner in which they're winning them. I think really struggling to deal with Jemkim, currently 9 and 5 at the top of the board. His operator has been tough to deal with, but also just a lot of those utility combos. I think getting out of smokes has been awkward. I think Xfera as well with his Cypher utility has made it tough just to break through these chokes. And if you get caught in any of the chokes, you run into Teo salvos, you run into these reactive pieces of utility. It's put, I think you could tell it's put Fnatic on edge. And sure, 4 rounds on the attack side, with the compositions we currently have running, I don't think it's bad at all. I think that I'd still put Fnatic in the driver's seat for now. But if this ends as an 8-4 half, which with how some of these rounds have started to go, I wouldn't be overly surprised. That's a little bit more of a problem. So they want to try and stop that early.
Well, round 9 kicking off. A lot of weaknesses for Fnatic. See if they can turn those into advantages.
It's like a
It's unlikely, and with Jemkin having so much impact so far, since this operator's been picked up, he'll be a big piece of the puzzle to figure out when it comes to the next round.
Portal closed.
Maybe finding some information here will help them out. Slow start, as expected, but leaning towards the B site, which is much more open.
I wonder if this is down to the Steel Garden. One way to level the playing field would be to use that ultimate, remove the weaponry. So if you sit out of the site, fairly easy to step back. It's a slow ult to activate. And then you don't lose any of your weaponry. You can run back in on the retake. And you can see all of this utility being expended, set up to try and make things that little bit more awkward. Well, there's absolutely nobody here.
Yeah, the Steel Garden used, but instead the gate crash alongside. The paranoia to clear that backside B. We've already seen the impact from Kayak, but so passive are RRQ. They tried to disrupt the plant. They won't find it. Chronicle lands a double poster on the frenzy. Hold on. This is looking very winnable for Fnatic all of a sudden. And Xfero falls quickly.
Let's go.
He's getting revenge. Catches him looking the other way from the stairs for the MasterCard thrifty. I really thought this was going to be RRQ taking the lead, Tom.
Yeah, the one thing I was nervous about was once Fnatic actually took the site, I was like, okay, now that Steel Garden is actually really impactful. It was completely meaningless. It just Chronicle hitting a lovely couple of shots, and then he even tags up the next player, which the spam, helps out Bosa. So I spoke about the potential of championship form Chronicle. This was a round that
nice down.
He's going to be very, very happy with. And what was it? What they thought was a setup ends up not working out. 5-4. Fnatic take the lead once again. But the operator is still in play for Jemkim. He's been able to sort of dominate whenever he's in the right place at the right time. But for a lot of this map, it's figuring that out because of how slow Fnatic have been.
So in the previous round, obviously playing off B site, playing a little heavier towards that right side of the map, you're in a position to try to step out of a Steel Garden towards that A site, fight in afterwards. The hope is from RRQ, even if that ult is used. Actually, you probably want the ult to be used. Now it's online for this round.
Yep.
Rez is there. Hunter's Fury. Fnatic have so much to work with. For RRQ.
But here it is.
One round down. They're on the B side this time, completely trapped in. This is a problem. Cushy. He's going to have a swarm of locusts descending upon him. But his weapon is back up. The flash catches, but Cushy, good for one, good for two. Against all odds on the backside. He was caught by the Steel Guard.
Nice one, Chronicle.
Chronicle again delivers a double.
Chronicle has been impressive. Jemkim rifle retrieved. Crashies has that Hunter's Fury, but using it might be difficult. Nice shock dart, but even still.
Nice Chronicle 4K, yaar.
Looked like they could have gone the other way, but Chronicle still stands tall.
Nice.
The rounds that they've been winning the last couple have mostly come off the back of him. The Sentinel now overtakes Jemkim. He's 11-3 right now, and really overshadows the job that was done by Cushy. The fact is, he was left as sort of the anchor so that they couldn't do that again. He did phenomenal work. 2 kills from the backside, but Oh, making it through that smoke, similarly to what Fnatic was struggling with, also seemed like a death sentence.
It's just got to be great to have Chronicle on your team, man. Like we said, he had
timeout, I think RRQ
maybe 3 at a stretch where he was a bit more quiet. Started out 5-0 here, now 11-3. That op from Jemkin on the other side has slowed down. A timeout from RRQ as they start to feel the pressure. This was a game of back and forth buy rounds, slow approaches, and big saves. And now, RRQ are the ones that will have to taste the eco as they come into the next. The Force by looking very unlikely to see their economy when we get back in the game, but
FNC वाले अपने पहले वाली गलतियों से सीखे अच्छा
the
लगा
2-round
अब
lead
वो नहीं
already
कर रहे
facing into an eco. This could be the advantage at the halftime locked in. And despite how close this was, Fnatic winning the pistol and having momentum towards the end, they could undo all the rights of that early half and end up at double the scoreline of their opposition.
Yeah, I think 6 rounds is already a very good position for Fnatic to be in. Everything points to RRQ having their struggles on the attack side of this map, and well, at 4-4 after losing the pistol, we're talking about potentially turning into a great half now. Well, they'd have to win themselves this eco round to even have a chance of leveling things up.
Stranger things have happened. It's a good flash to start. The drone's got all the info. They know about the danger up close. Fnatic won't go running brazenly into that, but Cushy's trying to take advantage of the gap. He's being spotted though. Boaster about to set up a smoke. Oh, he looked a little asleep at the start. Not expecting one yet around that corner, but Chronicle, reliable, takes the pick. Jemkin super low as well, and yeah, the wall is tripped on B, but Fnatic have already put their eggs in this basket. The A site being taken. Exfero tagged low. And a jump around from Kayak will catch him off. There is damage done on the other side though. Kayak is relatively low. They've managed to draw blood onto Boaster. RQ could make this costly, but I don't know how much impact that's realistically going to have. They needed the round win.
Nice. Alpha भी वही Phantom use करा जो मैं use करती हूँ very end.
Damage really doesn't mean anything. So many credits for Fnatic to buy back in with, and
थोड़ा सा अलग चल रहा है मेरा ऐसा
7-round
नहीं
attack
चलता
side half. That was something they'd be happy with their old composition.
Mouse
with
क्या
the
according
chamber
है
in
ना
the mix. I think now that they've added in the sage,
अच्छा NB बोल रहा है
this
कि
is looking
Santa
incredibly
Cruz वाले
dangerous
बढ़िया
for RRQ, of course.
मैं उसकी बात कर रहा हूँ
1000 रुपए
do
का
think
mouse
the map pool should get better for them. They're comfortable on Corrode. They've picked into Abyss, which, I'll be honest, historically wasn't good for either of these sides, but hey, that's their choice. Ascent, over the last few months, they've been 1-6, so I think expectations were relatively low, but this is starting to look very rough
Jemkin
indeed.
फिर से ऑपरेटर में निकाल भी लिया एक को देख रहे हो
Return to the op, and of course it's Chronicle that he finds.
I think Jemkin को ऑपरेटर करने के लिए मना करते हैं but वो
has bailed Fnatic out of a lot of bad situations. 7-5 half.
बैन नहीं करूँगा भाई मैं अपनी ऑपरेटर कुर्बान नहीं करूँगा.
Up against the team that sent RRQ out of Toronto, the grudge match. Jemkin's going back out for more, same spot as before. Of course, he's got teammates covering deep into mid, so he doesn't have to worry about his left side. He's covering this cross, and eventually that fight is going to be forced out. Crashies, but it's more importantly Alpha with the spot.
Oh, Alpha ने दो मार दिए. What the hell?
Alpha walls up, pops the res,
nice.
uses it as a bait for another, but Exfero
delivers.
And a 2 versus 2.
2v2 Boaster, Kayak, Monia,
but look at Munyet.
Giving his position away.
2v1 है वो साइफर हुए
नाइस अभी ये लो है पीछे से आ रहा है पीछे से आ रहा है बस्टर सुन लो मेरी बात सुन लो मेरी बात 10 HP है भाई देखो 10 HP में 2 निकाल लिए यार कैसे
A miracle play from Exfero. Isolating each fight, taking them down and putting 5 on the board for RRQ. A damn sight better than it could have been.
ये वाला पिस्टल राउंड FNC को ही चाहिए.
I love the slowdown. The slow-mo on the voice lines, but that looked like it was done.
One enemy
a big
remaining.
swing from Alpha. He was on
Cover
fire,
देते
but
ना
X-Sparrow
हो जाता था।
extinguished hope for Fnatic in this round.
At least a little bit of
ये अगर
semblance of hope
पिस्टल रन RRQ
after what was
जीते
a
ना
round
तो
that was
इक्वल हो
definitely
जाएगा
looking like it would turn into an 8-4 half.
7-7
Nonetheless,
easy.
it was still a good half for Fnatic, so let's go down with Lou, who's talking to Boaster's parents.
बोस्टर के पेरेंट्स आए हुए हैं, लेट्स गो
लेट्स गो
Continue avec les parents de Boaster. Boaster parents just joined me, Suzanne and Gary. First, welcome to Paris.
Nice,
And the first question I wanted to ask you, Gary, is that we know that your son has been, handling the IGL captain responsibilities for a long while now. So do you feel like he always had that extroverted, fiber in him?
Well, it's difficult to say, really. Obviously, he just took over the gaming and went away playing games in London. So
nice.
Yeah, I think that's where he wanted to go.
Yeah, he was enjoying himself since the very beginning indeed. Donc on le sait, Boaster c'est la
बोस्टर की स्टोरी एक्चुअली बहुत में इमोशनल है
Est-ce qu'il a toujours été comme ça, un peu extraverti? Bah oui, depuis
non,
le début.
बताओ
Il
नीरज,
était dans
बताओ
les jeux, il partait à Londres pour jouer, etc.
Mais
Il
arrête.
profitait, donc je suis sûre qu'il avait ça en lui depuis le début. And my question now, Suzanne, is for you.
घर से
Your
भाग
son
गया
is
था
not
ना
only a
बोस्टर
captain,
गेम्स
he's
खेलने
also
के लिए
a content demon, especially a dancer. So what do we think about his
परम
dancing
सुंदरी
skills?
OTT पे है
Where
क्या
did he
नहीं
get them
अभी तक
from?
तो नहीं
Actually,
आई
is it
थिंक
from
जल्दी
you?
आएगा कुछ तो पार्टनर था या तो Amazon प्राइम पार्टनर था या तो नेटफ्लिक्स दोनों में से एक पार्टनर कुछ तो था गूगल कर लो अभी तक रिलीज नहीं हुआ है OTT
was the dancing, ballet, anything, and of course now the K-pop. He loved everything, any dance.
Any dance he can do indeed, K-pop, ballet, that's insane. Donc on parle aussi des skills de danse de Boaster, évidemment. Il est trop fort, il peut faire de la K-pop, etc. D'où est-ce qu'il tire ça? Eh ben, il est à l'école, d'une école de théâtre. Il adorait la danse, donc forcément il est à l'aise pour la K-pop, le ballet. Il sait tout faire. And let's see now if Natty can take the win on this map.
आ गया
I love the fact that we have just
ये कहाँ
shown
गई
clips
लड़की
of Boaster talking to his parents. I'm sure they must look up on the big screen and go, yep, that's what he's done for the community.
पता नहीं अब तो मेकर्स के ऊपर है OTT रिलीज करे या ना करे
Before the next half, and Chronicle has to be the highlight. He started out 5-0,
क्योंकि कुछ ही
ended the half
फिल्म्स लाइक
13-4.
OTT में
The man was
मतलब
hard to
आते
shut
लाइक
down.
सैयारा आ रहा है
He
थिंक
wasn't really
या फिर आ गया
dying
होगा
Chronicles पे डैमेज
it
बहुत
made
ज्यादा
it
है
just so difficult. The finances of Fnatic became
पूरा
so good all
100
the way
है
through,
भाई देख
and it
रहे
was
हो
him and Alpha that I feel like really put up the majority of their rounds. Of course, going into the defensive side, you kind of expect more of the same. Maybe with a little bit more from Kayak. He's been a bit quiet so far, but obviously we say a lot
ये
with
पिस्टल
this
राउंड और
attack side. It's very
वो
difficult
राउंड
getting
जितना ही
into
पड़ेगा
those sides. And that's where I wonder if Jemkin's going to be able to have the same level of impact.
6.1 रेटिंग है परम सुंदरी की
Be as good on the
कॉमेडी
entry as he
मूवी
was on the
पसंद
defense,
है तो
because it is
पसंद
much,
आएगा
much harder.
Oh, Fnatic! They're giving them a taste of the
Nice.
medicine. It's the stack up on mid 3
Hello.
instead of
ये RRQ का फॉर्मूला है स्टैक अप ऑन मिड
and left X-Sparrow
पांचों
down
लोग
to
इधर
5.
खड़े
And
रहते हैं
those
फिर
were a
जहाँ पे
successful
होता है
start. And one of the
वहाँ
things I
पे
wanted
चले
to highlight,
जाते हैं
Tom, is the man we're on board with
एक
right now,
नंबर मार रहा है
he has had a tough first half, and a man we have high expectations for. I don't think Fnatic will get to see this side of Mun yet for much longer, but for now, certainly a lot more to be desired. And with this pistol, if
सैयारा का
Fnatic
भी
win this, that's
6.5
both pistols
लॉल
under their
ऐसा ही
belt,
होता है यार
which ultimately, in a 7-5 half, the pistol was what
यार
made the
तुमने
difference.
देखी नहीं अभी
Yeah. I think it'd be a bit more damning. What?
All right.
Okay, that's going to help them out a little bit. A full blind shot for one of their
Oh,
players.
अरे यार ये RRQ का कमबैक
This
हो
starting to get a
गया
little bit dangerous. A fight that could change
Nice
it, but the jumping.
नाइस हो गया भाई
He's
बोलते ही
known for his
जीते
dancing, but he'll stand up as
तब
well.
जीरो है
It's Boaster to close things out.
And
And
you guys देखो
as you said, that extra little boost.
उससे
start ही
पहले
करी थी
परम
देखना।
सुंदरी परम सुंदरी मतलब बहुत अच्छा
परम सुंदरी देखो
RRQ
कल
getting a little taste of the UAE chant.
अब लड़की ने बोल दिया तो
From the
देखना
MEA arena.
सैयारा तो
Idea as well to
मेरे हिसाब
do
से है
exactly what your opponents put into play.
तुमने देख ली
We've seen this
सैयारा
from Fnatic before.
बस मैंने स्टोरी के लिए देखी और इतना हंसी हूँ ना मैं इसीलिए मैं कल आपको पूछी थी आपको हंसी आया कि नहीं
I don't know what that means.
हॉल पे
but
देखी थी मैं हॉल पे नहीं
hell
घर
yeah,
पे
garden away. Fnatic 8,
वो जो पहली बारी उनका प्यार का इजहार होता है वो भाई इतने लोगों के बीच क्या मतलब फिल्मी है भाई रियल लाइफ से कुछ लेना देना ही नहीं है ऐसा आईआरएल थोड़ी होता है आईआरएल ये सब थोड़ी होता है कुछ ज्यादा ही फिल्मी है वो मुझे इसलिए हंसी आ गया था पूरा इतना हंसी थी मैं
जा यहाँ से जा
A little bit of a ruse sold on the other side with the salvos. Of course, you can see the direction that they fly from, so doing it from the right
मेरे को
side of the map
एक्टिंग देख
is
के हंसी
important.
आ रही थी मुझे थोड़ा बीच में जो स्क्रिप्ट अनरियल हो रहा था ना पूरा एकदम ये ऐसा तो आईआरएल होता ही नहीं है वो जो दिखा रहे थे लोग पूरा सपोर्ट कर रहे एकदम और उनके बीच में मतलब प्यार का इजहार हो रहा है ऑडियंस को छोड़ के उन्हें देख रही है रियली ये सब आईआरएल होता है इतना हंसी भाई एस है इधर क्रॉनिकल का एस है गाइस गार्डियन मेटा चल रहा है मैं बता रही हूँ एस है क्रॉनिकल
क्रॉनिकल लेट्स गो एस मंगता
What a crazy guy. He's trying to go around the world. It seems like Kayak, he is baiting. What a wonderful teammate that this
बता
guy
दिया
is.
लोकेशन बता दिया
Trying to give the opportunity for this man to get the A.
नाइस एस भाई और एक एस तभी आसपास में एस किया था अभी क्रॉनिकल ने एस किया
W
And one that, I'm going to need it slow.
3 गए हैं 2-3 गोली में ये देखो हाँ 1 शॉट पे गए लाइन पे आगे देखो 1 शॉट 3 किल गार्डियन मेटा
तीनों एक साथ ही खड़े
मोनियट को देखो क्लैप कर रहा है भाई कितना प्यारा है ये होता है रेस्पेक्ट सही में वो 3 किल बहुत लकी था
A change for RRQ. Kayak
स्टोरी क्या है
was
इससे पर
spotted
हम
in the
सुन
last
रहे
round, so it's going to go for the same play.
वो सबटाइटल्स में क्या बोलते
मलयालम गर्ल है लड़की है मलयालम टाइप की और लड़का दिल्ली से है तो वो जाता है किसी रीजन से अभी स्पॉइलर क्यों दूं मैं
2 स्टेट्स वाली स्टोरी है फिर तो पूरे ऐसा लग रहा है
नहीं कॉमेडी इसमें ज्यादा है 2 स्टेट्स तो नॉवेल ये सब मतलब बहुत सीरियस बस इसमें कॉमेडी बहुत ज्यादा मुझे अच्छी लगी मुझे तो लगी लड़की का जो गुस्सा है वो मेरी तरह है क्या फरमाया है लड़की का गुस्सा पूरा माँ काली बन जाती है ये देखो वॉल वाला हमारे जैसा वुमेन मर गया सेज बच्ची आगे मैं बता यही होता है यही होता है मैं बता
मैं बच गया था
मैं मर गई
At least a little bit of worries about that Guardian after the last round. Alpha yet, he's being watched. Well played by Munya. Making sure that lurk can't come in from behind. And while it needs to be a 1v5, it's not going to happen. A solid round from the side of RRQ. Patient in their attack. But as we know, with how clean the last couple have been, there's another buy coming.
Guys, BCT के finals में एक surprise है आप लोगों के लिए 20 opening.
Taking it 13-5.
मेरी तो कबीर सिंह है फेवरेट
A different flavor, perhaps, from Fnatic.
किया है अच्छा ऐसा किया
है जल्दी कुछ आ रहा है
He had a lights out start to the map, but there was just next to no stopping him.
है परम सुंदरी देखना चाहिए परम सुंदरी is good.
It'll be a slow, methodical start from RRQ. Pressure towards the A site, but the spike still sat outside B. The salvos sent through to clear wine. It's all about just pushing Fnatic back, limiting how much info, how much control they have to play with.
Already having to bait out some of that early utility. Ball being used over into A main. This could be a big part of the game for RRQ with how much is online. Kayak again going walkabouts. The reveal will let him know that there's a couple of players to his right, but that's not who he's looking for. He's expecting some form of reaction. Looking as though we haven't really seen RRQ caught by any of this. Each time they've been patient. But now with 40 seconds left on the clock, bear in mind that the Vice wall has also been moved into middle, so they have a lot of information on that part of the map. The push, though, not going that way.
The drone Already put through on A. Alarm bells ringing. Fnatic know the hits coming in with that paranoia having landed. Kayak doesn't find much. Quieter performance continues. We look for another hero on this side. Alfier grabs some info but swings into heavy traffic. Boaster isolated. They'll be taken down after one. Chronicle. Okay, that shock dart makes it I was already thinking perhaps the save call. But now they can go for this. Have a crazy guy taking the fight alone. He's giving them a real chance.
पसंद आता है
फिर एनवी को मजा नहीं आएगा सैयारा देखने में हाँ सैयारा में कुछ हैवी नहीं
Chronicle. That's a good way to burst them out into this side.
मैंने लास्ट मूवी देखी थी वो माँ मूवी देखी थी उसके बाद कुछ नहीं देखी
Be blinded up. It's going down below. Oh, it's going up top. Okay, they're clearing it. Now looking to fight together with the reveal. They've seen one, they've seen the other, but X-Pharaoh lands the shot. And it's all onto Crashies. The drop down should be deadly. A double swing, but X-Pharaoh gets ahead of the play. Crashies running out of time, but he'll catch
मार तो दिया मार दिया टाइम है क्या
टाइम नहीं
वेब
बचेगा
सीरीज देखो यार ऐसा क्या
कौन सी
एक कुछ तो नेटफ्लिक्स में आया था एक कुछ तो नेटफ्लिक्स में आया था मैं नाम भूल गई वो मुझे देखना भी
बहुत शुरू
so good for the first fight. That gets the timing perfect on the swing, but I think maybe just a little bit of miscommunication. This shock dart was huge because, as you said, this was going into a 2 versus 4. Instead, it ends up with one immediately taken out, and then the aggressive position of Crazy Guy. That is just a poor post plant.
तुम एक वेब सीरीज देख रही थी ना पहले
You don't know that's coming. But from then onwards, you have one guy super
उससे
aggressive.
स्टार्ट किया था फिर आधा छोड़ दिया फिर वापस
And
छोड़
from
दिया
that point onwards, you
मूवी
just need
देखना
to wait
चालू
for the
कर
drop.
दिया
That's a shame, and RRQ as well, with the margin of error that they had in terms of economy. This has pushed them to the limit. This could give Fnatic a little bit of momentum to carry it across the
मैंने तो
line.
कैसे यार अब स्टार्टिंग में थोड़ा सा ही देखा है उसमें जितना वो कोड
I
पहला
mean, put it
पोस्ट
this
किया
way,
और होती
RRQ
है
put a lot more pressure on themselves for this round.
इतना ही दिख
What could have been their redemption arc. At 9-7, the scoreline closing in, the walls closing on Fnatic. It's looking like a sprint to the finish line for the defense.
One good thing is that RRQ have a lot of potential to pad the gap with ults. Hunter's Fury one away.
दोनों ड्रोन एक साथ
The drone's crossing path, but
मैं दूसरी बार देख रहा परम सुंदरी with VCT वाह बहुत अच्छा मूवी है
but again it's just trying to bait that wall being broken. As they now look to try and move back to the
पंचायत देखो
एक नंबर तेरी है
ऐसा क्या
नहीं ना
Actually, that's wonderful.
भाई खुशी ने दो निकाल लिए
2 players down. Kayak trying to rotate into position. He's hoping someone peeks off it, but they don't. Another control being taken. Fnatic can't afford to fight this. Their economy was already on the brink after that last round.
It's possible.
They're just going to have to hold on to their guns.
Well, especially, I'm looking at that A-side take that RRQ were posturing for at the very start of the round, and I'm thinking, well, this is actually disastrous. If they run the same play, not only will individuals be a little bit more ready for that, but if the play goes even if it goes a little bit better for RRQ, the retake with Chronicle and Crashies both now having ults, it's a completely different game. It's so much stronger, especially the Steel Guard. It would have to be convincing in that A push. And instead they decide to go back to the B site. They decide to push into the players who have those ultimates, into the heavier defense setup. Especially looking at Chronicle just as an individual and then with his utility. But the fact that Cushy finds not one but both of them, complete game changer. That's a course correction on what was disastrous previous round. 10-7. 3 players save on Fnatic though. They'll be able to fight for this next one.
Yeah, no, they needed all of those guns. With only Crashy surviving in the last round, he's the only one that has any hope for some bonus cash. And even still, it calls into question if they actually want to go for this. It's not the best of purchases if they do. They may opt to just play with the guns that they have, and especially now with a Dimensional Drift, Hunter's Fury combo coming in for RRQ.
इन सबका शायद मैं clips वगैरह देखती हूँ जो मतलब आज निकल के आते हैं.
Love this as well. Boaster's giving the rifle over to Chronicle. He'll play with the frenzy. That's a team player right there. When Chronicle's having a game like he is, you better be giving him the rifle. Not sure about peeking short with the frenzy, but
मैं तो सब देखता हूँ Hollywood series भी देखता
very
हूँ
early
क्या
use
बात
of the
है.
drone as well from Crazy Guy. They're looking to really claim this space. towards middle, but Fnatic are responding. They've started to push down through B main, take some deep control of their own. And it's not, oh, it is being watched actually. It's crazy guy just posted on the angle alongside the trip.
It's the amount of delay that
और एक ऐसा ही शो है ना जहाँ पे एक दूसरे को लाइक रोस्ट करते हैं कमेडियन.
A lot of the rounds has been
तो
on this
शो
B
का नाम
side, so
था यार मैं भूल गई.
they'll now deep wall.
ऐसे वैरायटी लोग आते हैं और जो स्टेज पे आता है जो लोग आए हुए हैं और जजेस मतलब पैनल पे भी उनको भी रोस्ट कर देते हैं.
Around the sheer. But this is what I've enjoyed from RRQ. They've been methodical at slowly breaking their way through this utility. Information will be had that there's two players around this position. Steel Garden thrown in to try and remove that weaponry, but Jemkin may be already doing enough. 30 seconds left on the clock, and
अरे यार पावर निकाल दे तुम.
अरे RRQ वाले कमबैक करने
कमबैक कर
That's a spike down. They need to run back into the hands of Chronicle. He's waiting, but he can't quite win the fight.
चलो बाय मेरा डिनर टाइम हुआ. बाय बाय गाइस. बाकी सब लोग लाइक करो यार. कम ऑन.
Looked like that could get chaotic, but I didn't even see
यार
like a problem in
RRQ
the
वाले
end.
Well, he
कमबैक
definitely
किंग्स
could
तो
have. I mean,
बट
you look at the
कमबैक
TP from
करने
Munyet, the
लगे.
fact that he goes from the shadows, the fact that Jamkin's able to make his way all the way onto that side through market to spot those players in the first place. Those are the guys who would be running down mid to pressure these attackers who've just lost their weapons. But instead, it ends up countering that steel guard. Hunter's Fury thrown through as well.
Time out, I think
Smart, but again,
FNC
it's all
का
about just pushing those players out of position. Lack of comfort. 2 rounds ahead now are Fnatic as they call a timeout. RRQ starting to heat up, starting to catch up with 2 rounds in a row. And the way that the economy's been, I mean, it's still looking pretty shaky for Fnatic. They're not on the same page fiscally. You can very well see RRQ push up to double digits soon. It's the right moment to take a timeout.
Yeah, I think as well, just like, I think that RRQ have been very, very quick to sort of adapt to everything that's going on. Like, they know that the big problem for them will be if they run late into a round and there's the Thorns online, if the Sheer is still there, if the Sage Wall is available, and each time you're watching them methodically through the round, okay, we're going to figure out where each piece of the puzzle is, and then we're going to execute with 35, 40 seconds left. Like, they still leave themselves enough time, but by that point, all of the things that make it very awkward for them are gone, because Fnatic have had to react in case they're going to go diving into the site. And you even see, I think the main one there was the getting rid of the Thorns on shore and then having that sheer removed. The second that was gone, their execution just picked up pace massively.
Well, the barriers are going up once again. Timeout finished. And we've seen this trip a few times. It was in the previous round, and actually Crazy Guy was holding, letting them take the space, and looking to punish them as they tried to walk around the trip, or walk deeper into the trip. And it's all just to deny that early shock dart that's been put through, and of course, Fnatic for now have no way to know that info is online late round. It's given RRQ a lot more to play with. The wall going to be used, but broken so quickly. They know there's numbers here, but RRQ have been doing a lot of posturing.
Yeah, look. That's Paranoia and Sage will gone within the first 40 seconds of the round. They're not going to mind that at all.
No, they're very successful in terms of baiting out their opponent's utility and not overcommitting either. Sometimes you see that work out well half the time, and the other half you're losing a player or two in overcommitments. That doesn't seem to be the case for RRQ. No. Very contained when they're baiting out that util early round.
I think they've genuinely been fantastic. Not overdoing it. Not taking too many risks. They're now going to go back to the exact position that they sort of baited out before. The slows will delay them at least a little bit. And there are quite a few players here for Fnatic. Weaponry, at least on Boaster, definitely not ideal. But again, this is just posturing. They now head back towards Kayak. Now, he's been having a rough game. They could definitely use him helping them out. And with the Hunter's Fury in combination, that creates a distraction. That's the spike on the deck. 15 seconds left. This one's looking a little bit more rushed. They need to get a move on. And Alpha and Chronicle at the back of this site. All they need to do is hold the line at least a few seconds. And in fact, they've already got the Thorns to do that job for them. Fnatic find their form, and of course, once more, into the hands of Chronicle.
Yeah, I like the start of the round from RRQ, getting towards short, baiting all of that, but the problem is, when they rotate back, having drained the utility belt to their opponents, Fnatic have 3 players close by who immediately hear that. The rotates are instant, they get towards that site, and then look, you're playing a slow, first of all, 2 points. First of all, you're playing a slow round against Fnatic. They know how to play against slow rounds. They play a lot of them. But secondly, you're running with 15 seconds left into a Vice setup. And that
अरे ये कोच जाके ऑडियंस में बैठ गया देखो.
I think now I think you're crazy.
I also want to say as well, I want to give credit to Crashies.
ये
I
कोच
think
मिलान में बैठ गया अभी ऑडियंस.
I think without it, they probably clear Kayak much quicker, and then maybe you have an extra 15 seconds on the clock to get into the site rather than 8.
Yeah. Which also comes back to they heard the steps rotating away. Kayak needs to get out of there, and he does quite quickly. Yeah, it was a little too telegraphed from RRQ. 11 to 8. Margin for error thinning. And already the economy on the rocks, but Crazy Guy comes in with a big ult online.
परेशान करते हैं हम.
Especially on the attack side.
वो ज़्यादा परेशान
There's a
करता
lot
है.
of angles that can be cleared by this. A lot of cheeky spots that can be denied. But this is both teams with their economy on the brink. This could be a chance for
हमने एक कस्टम किया था जिसमें हमने मैंने 500 काटा 5 लोग.
Kayak again, not quite connected.
चार एक बंदे छोड़ के एक बंदा कटा ही नहीं, मिला ही नहीं.
ये मेरे पीछे ही पड़ा हुआ था, बोला था कि नाइट करने दोगे तो 2-3 बंडल अभी तक बंडल तो दिखे नहीं.
अरे
especially with them knowing his exact
गाइस कल और एक कस्टम करेंगे जिसमें नाइफ ऑन भी
चलेंगे. decision for Fnatic. Do you risk
मेरे
this?
घर गुंडे भेजेगा लग रहा है. गुंडे माफिया सीधा लीडर आएंगे, छोटे-मोटे गुंडे नहीं.
In a heads-up duel, he's not going to do very well.
Like Hasla, हम भी
play that
रखते
very
हैं.
light wraparound. That should seal the deal. And even if Fnatic decide to go back and save these weapons, he will be waiting. Alpha down, Boaster follows and crashes inside the smoke. It's soon to fade. I don't think he's got a great chance of holding on to this weapon.
एक बंदा ही बचा है.
फ्लॉलेस भी कर दिया देखो. अरे मैं फ्लॉलेस नहीं बोली क्या, वरना फ्लॉलेस नहीं.
Just 2 rounds behind again, but these teams have been keeping a healthy buffer
मारो
between
गाइस,
them.
पकड़
If
के
that
मारो इस
continues,
लड़की को.
Fnatic will hit 13 pretty soon. We need to see RRQ continue this form.
Yeah, Crazy Guy's utility in this round just made that B site hold so awkward. It forced a really aggressive fight.
11-9 हो गया.
I'll be honest, in terms of what we've seen in EMEA, this isn't comparable. Like, he is having a really rough time on the stage at the moment. He's been caught up by Monya, but this is a player I expect to have large amounts of impact. Speaking of another though, that's a nice shot from Alpha here. It removes that lurking player of Expero. Maybe gives them a little bit of extra space. The problem though is Crashy's already gone down in response, and the salvo will deny any aggression.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about pistols for most players. Kayak's in a good spot. Monyet crosses over, but he's now seeing Chronicle, and Kayak lands the headshot. An outlaw and a rifle picked up an advantage in manpower. A res online for Alpha. An ult for info if Boaster wants to use it. But Kayak's already got plenty to work with. This is now winnable for the defensive side, and RRQ need to tighten up the ship. They also need a pick, and that's what Jemkin gives them. Cushy following up as well. Now at 2v2, but the res will be used. Fnatic not looking to let this
मैंने इस लड़की को बोला था मारने के लिए.
And I love the thorns to the back, but they don't get activated. And Cushy continues to deliver on the backside. Boaster landing one, leaves Cushy alone. But it's a 1v1, and with Boaster so desperately low, and the clock draining. It's Cushy, the final 5. RRQ just one behind.
He has been so impressive
throughout
this map so far. There's been rounds that have gone late where you see him run in and get a double, but this was all him. Sure, maybe there were 6 kills to be had in the round because of the res, but I don't think anybody on the RRQ side of things is going to be too worried about that one. A solid hold to end it out, moving him up to 19 on the board, overtaking Jemkin. But this is where Fnatic now have themselves a bye. The last round was a lot of missing pieces, but a big opportunity. Now is where they need to recover because RRQ have been building into this attack side.
Oh, here we go. Jemkin finding the info, Cushy finding the tags and finding the IGL of Fnatic. He will lead from the death screen, but Chronicle able to trade things back, removing the extra smokes in the late round. That's going to be quite the blow. It looks like Fnatic want to get ahead of this. They've got 3 players in heaven, but a flash primed and ready. They're thinking about getting aggressive as the Rose Garden goes through. In comes Kayak. He's found one. A wall bang onto Crazy Guy, but Jemkin, he's keeping this, well, at least under control for a moment, even with the pistol in play. late around from Xfero's going to be all that it comes down to, but he's going to swing into a plant position that he just cannot deny the defuse from. 12 to 10, Fnatic. They edge out this round. They got 2 chances to take
को
that.
आपको खुशी को दिखाते हैं RRQ पे
It does
खुशी
feel
को
like every
दिखाएगा
single time
इसको।
there's
Hello,
a moment that it looks like RRQ are going to get back into this. Fnatic just find an extra level, an extra little bit of form, and started with another big kill from Chronicle, but it is just the swarm of the site, not allowing them to get into those post plants.
Hello, where are you, bro? Hello, bro.
Hello, hello.
Turkish police, bro.
Roll तो करते हैं ये
2
लोग।
rounds left.
hello, how is
RRQ
you?
to hit an OT. Manageable with the economy that they've got to play with.
I am home, bro. Where are you?
Like, considering they've lost both pistols in this game, it's been
ये
a fight
लोग
back every
बोलेंगे I am
single time.
playing, bro.
Hayek is going to get himself into the corner.
Okay, Crush.
Is this something that's checked? It is, and what
अरे
Jemkin has been winning that fight time and time
भाई,
again.
क्यों?
His sight hold,
क्यों?
though, has been
कहाँ
devastating.
Jemkin?
They're walking into Chronicle's
इसीलिए
domain.
पीछे ही दो
And
हैं
thus far,
आराम
this
से
game he's been dominant.
Yeah, Chronicle has been
Easy
the
ले
difference
सकते हो,
maker.
easy मारो।
Crashies has been pretty reliable. The utilities keeping them out of Boathouse for now. But the push comes to a slow for RRQ. The spike retrieved.
बाहर निकला।
They haven't set their sights on it just yet. The run through the smoke successful for Xfero. With Chronicle already gone, Boaster and Alpha have a difficult decision. Going for this. And, oh, well, it's no longer a decision. No debate. Jemkin's down, and it's Xfero and Munyet against
एक
Boaster and
चाहिए
Alpha.
बस एक चाहिए FNC को जीतने के लिए।
Real opportunity. Back into the 2 versus 2. Maybe expectations that there'll be somebody within this smoke already. Alfia not really willing to risk it, but eventually jumps through, but doesn't realize maybe there's somebody on the other side. They will now, and
Nice,
even going to trade it
TP
out.
back
The
here.
TP used as bait. Munyet to try and keep them in,
Nice.
but he
Nice.
cannot
Yeah,
do it.
FNC. Let's go,
Alfia
guys.
W
standing once
क्या
again.
बात है?
A
W,
third kill in the
W,
round and
W.
one. Eventually, Fnatic, they got the job
Who
done.
are we, FNC?
It's a nail biter of a map, but Fnatic take
GG's
it
guys,
13 to
GG's
10.
पहला
Revenge
मैप इधर
denied for
FNC का मैप
RRQ.
ठीक
But up
और
next,
जीत
the
गए हैं
shakeup in the map pool with
FNC.
Abyss and Corrode. It's all to play for after the break.
हैं? बोस्टन ने पेन खोल दी थी, what the hell?
Because these are my shots and Milan's. Mine are in the wash.
What the hell? Booston ने पेन
Cameraman was so shocked. I went down, I did that, and I was like, where am I shot?
बोस्टन ने पेन खोल दी थी बस सही में क्यों? उसको पता ही नहीं वो कर क्या रहा है। That's what we love.
Now that I'm a mom,
यार हमने तो बस वो नाच गाने का बोला था ये।
they let everyone in my
ये
family
कुछ
choose different
ज़्यादा।
plans. We get what we
भाई
want and we save
बोस्टन
money. Love that for me.
हाय हाय क्या क्या देखना पड़ रहा था। कौन सी राउंड में हुआ ये? भाई कुछ भी पेन खोल दिया बोस्टन ने।
Red Bull gives you wings.
पागल है इधर, वो समझा रहा है गलती से हुआ है।
Where we are starting off with Valorant. If you want to win, you have to win against the best.
क्लिप ही सही तरीके से करा है, पता है भाई, अलग ही है। किसी ने पीछे से फोटो भी खींच लिया, देखा मैं किसी का फ्लैश चला। भाई क्या क्या देखना पड़ता है भाई। पेन ठीक एक्शन तो मिलेगा। वो जो फॉरेन में जो वॉच पार्टी करते हैं ना, टरीक FNS, ये सब के रिएक्शन देखो। किसी ने फोटो भी खींचा उसी टाइम, मैं बता रही हूँ। किसी ने उसी टाइम फोटो खींच लिया, वो भी पीछे वाले एंगल से जहाँ पे खुला गया था पेन। भाई क्यों?
I knew this interview was gonna come. Mika here
अरे
with
वो मिलान के पेन छोटे पड़े
hello from
लंबा
up there, all the way up there. This actually won't work. I need a
क्या
wall
हो
boost
रहा
of my
है
own, not by Alpha here, but please.
मुझे लग रहा है फिर
इसने पेन ये बूस्टर बड़ा वाला
Thank you
पेन
so
नहीं
much.
पहन पाया उसने पेन खोल
Hello.
मुझे लग रहा है और एक
Anyway, I
बार
wanted to
दिखाया
ask
जाएगा
you
ऐसा लग रहा है
about that stage pick, especially since we know the team has been experimenting a lot with who gets to play the stage round this entire year. So what was the thinking behind it, especially for this map?
I think it was mostly comfortability. Like, we didn't have a whole lot of time to turn things around. Kron's played so much Vice, so just shoving Alpha on like this battle stage style worked. He can wall boost himself, he can shoot, he can slow fight. We've seen it all. So yeah, it's just a comfortability thing more than anything.
Well, I could use a wall boost of my own, but thank you very much and good luck in the next map.
I mean, the reason that Alpha's able to do that, Uber, and Wyatt is because Kron can just do whatever he wants and win them the map.
Honestly, like Kron is doing all that stuff like late in the round, but the sheer number of multi-kills for Kron, it's like 4, 2K,
Guys,
3,
like
3Ks,
this
4K,
team
and 5K.
because
So
she
a lot
not
of these rounds,
liking
Fnatic are walking
me.
too short-handed. They're in 4v5s
क्या
and
बात
they're
है,
able
क्या
to
बात है?
He also had one of the most definitive plays of the game, which was just that Guardian 2K
Nice.
on the
सुन
thrifting
लो
round.
guys,
They were
सुन
hitting
लो.
into the
अब
B
अगर
site,
आपके
and it was
दिल
a
पे
full
लगी ना
retake
ये बात,
situation. He pops
like
coming
करो
down from
फटाफट.
logs. That
Like
was one of the most significant rounds of the game.
Yeah, and of course, this is the HyperX reflex moment. We could have picked like 8 different Chronicle rounds.
Yeah, but that, I mean, this one, anti-eco, sure, but I've never seen a 3-man Guardian lineup in a pro game before.
I mean, and it converted into an ace round, so even better than that. But generally, one of the most terrifying moments I've seen, and a lot of the
Why वो तो मुझे भी नहीं पता
weird buys
भाई.
because
बाप रे.
neither team really got to set their economy up. It was so grindy, so back and forth. I mean, like, Boast is getting random frenzy kills through smoke. These guys are doing the most with the least.
Alpha had a couple crazy opening kills as well. There was that little jiggle swing with the Guardian
Chronicle ने
on
सच
Tad,
में बहुत
one-tap
बढ़िया
someone
खेला.
straight away. But yeah, just having him on the stage, able to fight. Basically, he's just a guy with a gun until a post plant throws all his Dsouza down. He can just focus on aiming.
Ace भी तो हुआ था.
Oh, how does this play into the attack side strategy? Like, let me see this like Sage util if they're gonna fight for space. No, they just wall boosted. Alpha just gets to do his thing, which is great. But Fnatic never let RRQ get rolling on their defense side. Really disruptive play. They didn't want to fight for B main, which was we were talking before is kind of a hallmark of what we've seen from them in MEA as well.
Well, it wasn't a bad start for RRQ by any means. So let's hear what Coach Ewok had to say ahead of map 2.
Mika here, and I'm with Ewok of RRQ. That was a tough loss on the first map, but you managed to bring the score very, very close. And in Pacific, we know you guys as the comeback king of kings. We are still haunted by a lot of your comebacks. So I just was very curious to know what was going on in the comms that the team was able to just still retain some of that momentum, even though the score was heavily favoring Fnatic.
I think we knew we were still fine. The problem solving was good. Everyone's still calm. It's not a bad first map for us. Usually, our first maps don't go so well recently. So hopefully we can haunt Fnatic in this one as well.
Well, good luck on the next map.
Next
this
map
is where,
heavy.
you know, we could be worried for almost for both teams, but RRQ
And
picked this.
इसमें
It
तो
has to
लोग
be for a
ही
reason.
जाएंगे kill देने के और.
This might be an insane takeaway, but I'm feeling better about RRQ's chances of winning after watching them lose on map 1. Because this was easily their worst map in the pool of maps that they play. They came into this 1-4 on it in the stage. They kept it that close with Chronicle going crazy, dropping a bomb on them that game. Now we're going to an Abyss map, which is a bit of an unknown. They only played it one time, right at the beginning of the year, and lost to DFM. Fnatic played it quite a bit at the end of last year as well, and then beginning of this year. And it's just never been a great map for them on either iteration of this team. So they'll have had to needed to really figure it out when they're coming back in the pool. And for me, RRQ are just a pure question mark.
Quick duelist check-in for me. I thought that, you know, Jemkin was doing pretty well over the course of that game. Good mid-control on defense. There were some cheeky little set plays that Fnatic tried to do. Like, saw Boast to TPing top box and top of mid and having the gate-crashing Oro come in. They were able to unravel that. And Kayak, conversely, was being shut down a lot, especially by Jemkin in the head-to-head. 7-2 favoring Jemkin.
Also, for Jemkin, the AWPing was really solid, and we're going to another map where AWPing is crucial. The sightlines on this map are stupid long, obviously. The map is massive, so he can farm if he gets that up on defense, even on attack as well.
I do wonder what Fnatic are going to do, because this is a rare map that Alpha gets to play Jet. We're going to get a Waylay, and I mean, it's not going to be a Waylay Yoru, because it's Kayak that plays the Yoru normally.
And this is what Fnatic, they, you know, obviously Waylay wasn't in the game yet, but back when they were playing Abyss before, they loved running Breach on it, still the double initiator. They love playing the Astra on it.
Breach is map पे बहुत काम
Astra in general, and they're going up against just the
पे
most
plan कर दो,
sampled
Breach
of
card कर दो,
default comps you could possibly see.
I mean, this is where it helps RRQ a little bit, right? We talk about comfortability. This is
Jet,
I gotta be honest, I'm surprised Fnatic are sticking to a breach on this map.
They haven't locked it in yet. They haven't locked it in yet.
Yeah, they haven't locked it in. Maybe I'm being baited. I'll wait another 10 seconds
हो
or
गया वो
so.
तो.
Oh, am I being baited?
We have to, I think, double down on this Waylay, because this is not something we see from Fnatic. This is brand new for them.
I mean, I don't know what Crashies is kind of play. Yeah, we're actually getting trolled. That's crazy.
Crashies ऐसे raise लेके रखा है.
Plenty as well. Okay, but let's look at what we do know. RRQ, obviously, standard comp's good for a good reason. They've got really great, like, re-clears off of the Our Drone, of course. KO, good for those fast hits as Crashies locking this over. So it will be the Breach Waylay look here for Fnatic.
And a lot of pressure on Kayak to come right back to life after a slow start on map 1 and a lot of first steps. He's going to be getting a lot of supportive utility pumped into him on this attack side when he's going to be using that light speed to double dash in. He is going to be critical in turning his game around for Fnatic to win on a map where historically they don't win very often.
Almost never.
Yeah.
I am surprised that Alpha doesn't get to play that Jet. You would think with the form that he's on and how well he's been fragging out, that's the
वेले का आइडिया बहुत बढ़िया है कायाक का. ब्रिज की वो क्या बोलते हैं स्टन और सीधा उसका ये वेले पुश मारेगा.
What did you make of this one?
Ended.
आसपास ने लेकिन वेले तो खेला.
Well, I've been convinced
हाँ
by
वो
the
तो है.
Waylay, I'll tell you that. I think in
वैसे आज
terms of
फिर
what
भी
RRQ
खेला जा
we've
रहा
already
है.
seen how this can be punished, I suppose, here on the map of Abyss. I'm curious to see Jemkin, and if he has the same struggles that we've seen before for Team Liquid when it came to that attack side, in terms of taking that space and then doing something with it.
The only thing I'm sad about is the bit I liked about the previous Waylay we saw was that there was a Yoru to go with it. Like, there was always a 1-2 punch. Like, this is a solo Waylay, and actually running the comp in the past, Althea was actually running the Jet. So it was like, you had that double duelist that I think worked wonderfully for Fnatic on that attack side. And obviously, there's benefits of having the other util, but
I must wait a moment.
I don't know. I kind of wanted to see the double duelist flare come out of Fnatic with that Waylay in play. We'll see what ideas they have, at least for now. Kayak going walkabouts.
That's exactly it. Straight down through.
ये लोग तो push कर रहे हैं इधर.
Starting out confidently, they're going to be greeted by Xfero, who's been there to punish them a couple of times on the previous map. That stun doesn't actually catch him. It's Jemkin to find a pick. And slowed down on the re-aggression through mid. RRQ, by the time they get through that choke, get a
reload पे डाला था बस उसी में मार
safely out of there. But yeah, Kayak has been caught back to a 3v3.
अरे नहीं.
She's just holding the angle, but doesn't manage to land. Pistol definitely not done yet. Bear in mind, Fnatic have won both of them so far, and that was seemingly the difference maker in terms of the rounds in the last map. All three players of RRQ grouping up outside this B site, and after a little peek in that direction, it feels like Fnatic have got completely the wrong read. This is going to be a free plant, and
free plant हो गया guys.
They're going to be as far away as humanly possible. I don't
इधर
know
ही थे
what
इधर से
information
मैं
they had
चले
that
गए
this was going to be an A hit, but whatever it was, it has baited them completely.
RRQ have also done a great job of keeping their
Free
utility
में
here,
side
but
मिल
yet
गया
not
RRQ.
burning up a paranoia. Taking this as a contact play now gives them a lot more to work with when it comes to this post plant. I'm curious to see whether this was going to be used in an aggressive way with the position of Jemkin to try to paranoia him through when they hear these steps of the retake, but instead they're playing back on the side.
They got both of the shock darts and the recon as well, so there's a lot available for them.
This paranoia line
to try and have their sweaty little lineups. There's the paranoia just to kind of keep Jemkin safe in the corner. It does mean they know he's there. Crash is able to clear already.
Yeah.
Potential, but it's just going to be the firefights for Crazy Gun has worked out. One found already within the Smoker's Chronicle. He's trying to continue from the far, and immediately it's going to land himself another shot. It's whether or not he has enough time.
अरे नहीं है टाइम शीट थोड़ा सा मतलब 1-2 सेकंड एनटी यार
एक सेकंड एक सेकंड लेट हो गया
पूरा इधर-उधर हो गया है.
And we know how good he is with the classic. We saw the Ghost in the last map, and now the Sheriff here, but 0.31 of a second stands between them and success. And this, as you said, was the difference maker. When you look back on the previous map, they won. Fnatic won by 3 rounds, and they got a 4-0 start in terms of those pistols and follow-ups. It makes all the difference. Maybe it will here for RRQ as well. This is, you know, you look at Ascent last time, that was what sent them out of Toronto. They were 13-5 up against Fnatic.
Mid भी इतना देख
Now
नहीं
this one,
रहे सारे
we're going
लोग.
into unknown territory.
Specific
in terms of
OP,
these two,
RRQ,
Abyss and
Jot,
Corrode
LOL,
head-to-head.
XD, वाह
But I am
वाह.
curious to see in the rifle
अंबानी
rounds
को वोट
how
कर दो
this
तुम
comp is
इसी
going
बात
to play
पे.
out. Because like I said,
पोल पे
there's a lot
अंबानी को
of
वोट करो.
punish
मैं बता रही हूँ स्क्रिप्ट
for the
पूरा
role that
लिख दे.
Jemkin
मैं
is
पेरिस
playing.
में हूँ. थंबनेल देख लो. फोटोशॉप विल से इट.
Oh dear.
अरे गिर गए.
Can see the tweets already.
सारे गिर गए.
Now 5 players going down. They gambled on one side of the map.
बोला था ना
They don't want to give the on the
बोला था ना
rotation
मैंने.
either. So
इस मैप पे एनिमीज भी लाइक गिर के रहना होगा हमारे
not
आगे.
bad for RRQ. They get to keep all their guns, but they don't gain any of the orbs for it. That will put them 2-0 in the lead though. And with 4 rifles onto the board, there's even an argument for buying up a 5th one, but
छुप के रहना पड़ेगा मेरी
themselves
यार.
to Marshall. Set up very early in towards this B site. It seems to be their favoured of the two thus far. We'll see if that continues throughout the map.
चलो ये लोग गन वन सेव करने के चक्कर में तो नहीं गिरेंगे. इनको गन तो सेव करना ही पड़ेगा. बस चल राउंड पे ये गिरना है.
But here comes a dive from Jemkin. Kayak with the immediate punish. He gets
जेमकिन
out.
को निकाल दिया गया
Has
है.
his refract to go back, but doubtful that's going to be used. They've made it now into a 5v4, denying the plant. Oh no, it's not. It's on the other side of the box, pardon me. Cushy's able to get the plant down nice and open.
Yeah, I guess they didn't expect just for him to plant almost in front of them.
4v5
It's a bit of a
Come
gamble
on,
with this many
FNC,
players
let's
there,
go.
but
Come on,
it sets them up nicely into the post plant. All 5 players from Fnatic and still a decent amount of utility. Recon already being sent out to try and clear some of that backline, but in fact it's a much deeper post plant. The spams is the aim of the game. A 1-for-1 trade, but bear in mind what they lost it on last time. It was the time, it was the clock that went against Fnatic. Already you see the fragment into position. That time starting to tick down once again, and they're only just getting onto it. The
Nice
shot
cover.
is going to go through, but it's missed.
I
don't think it's quite as close this time around.
Close.
They will be able
Nice,
to get it done.
nice, मिला.
Fnatic have a round, but
Mila,
that
guys,
shot
Mila.
was a little deeper. They did not.
Just an inch to the right, and that's a completely different game. Yeah, that's unfortunate for RRQ, but they make that one crazy competitive after losing opening pick and then pushing into the site in a 5v4. Numbers against them. And they managed to run that clock way down, that flash popping just a millisecond too late.
ये राउंड तो अपना
They weren't
होना
expecting
ही
Crashies to have pushed up quite that aggressively. Now, 2-1.
Yes.
Damage done in that previous. It's eating away at a few of the credits. A full buy for RRQ, though, nonetheless. And a slow defaulty approach from them.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Look how passive they are on B. They've not taken any of that early control, so even the aggression that's come out from Kayak is not really going to tell them too much. Shock darts even being put through or being taken. Like the ruse is that, okay, if our Sova's on this side of the map, likelihood is that's where the push will be going. It does make me a little bit nervous that, at least for the moment, he was there alone with the spike. But the drone re-clearing, oh, this is wonderful. They've sold a double fake. They've moved back so that then when the drone goes through, of course, Fnatic are going to rotate another player back to the other side of the map. Still having 2 players here, though, and the drone contact will probably be a quick scurry back to the A site.
The decision then, when you see this utility come through from Alfear, do you stick around, do you look for the fight, or do you simply back off? And it looks like he's made the right call. He didn't think he needed a fallback. He should have been safe inside the smoke, but he has been taken down. RRQ, I mean, Fnatic tried to deny RRQ the opening pick, and they still get it. That's a crazy unlucky
Alpha 1
HP,
literally 1 HP.
The spams have done so much damage to the side of Fnatic, but getting back into the site is going to be a difficult one. They're still going for it. They're still trying to make that space. Kayak's actually won the opener. That's not a bad way to find themselves back into the round, but it's this late wraparound from Mumnia that could cause the problems. The fight on the site actually going the way of Fnatic and an old school cam and the spike is going to be a nasty surprise. It means once again they haven't been able to get on it. Have they heard Mumnia? No, they haven't. But he's going to be caught. A second check from Chronicle gets the job done.
Very good round. 2-2 guys. 2-2. Let's go. थोड़ा सा लीड मिल जाए FNC को मजा आ जाएगा.
Not sure who made that call, but with Omen being there in the early round, they realize he's been missing for a little bit too long. The drone sent up top.
Guys, like
it wasn't even the
करो
tag, it was just a wild
कैसे नहीं करते हो आप लोग? देख रहे हो.
Guesstimating Crashy's path out of there.
This is our map! We have a map! We have a map!
Nice retakes, boys.
That was a big conversation on the desk, right, about
It's
how
like
the eras, the previous eras of Fnatic have always had a home ground. I think the most prominent in my mind is always going to be Icebox back in the day. They don't have that here.
I would say Lotus, but you know.
Lotus, I mean, it's more recent. It's not as niche. I like the aged one.
Well, already taking a casualty. So the weaponry, well, the only rifle that's had is going to be the upgrade. I said I wanted to see those stingers. Well, I've got it in map number 2. Shot dart out, but a single bullet onto any of these players would be certain demise. Even still, though, the time ticking. And that's already been a bit of a burden so far for Fnatic.
It's been a much better start for him yet. It looks like he'll have pressure on him again.
आगे मैं खाना लिख के
Here comes the flash. I'll be caught by it. Hunter's Fury though sent through as a response. Drop down is good for Boaster. He'll find the first. Munyan surrounded. Picks his fight from the corner. Boaster though putting the pressure on, and Munyan will be taken out for the outlaw. Fnatic.
मैं करवाऊँ क्या 30 likes कम.
They've looked better and better as the retakes have gone on. I
कर
think
दो
most
guys,
being able to
like
bait the player and main the Hunter's Fury, not quite having the impact that they would have desired. Even still, from a low buy, it's not bad, but it's the committal of the ults late that definitely makes me say that it's a bit more costly than you might think. You look at 5 stingers and you go, okay, that's fine, but the loss of the Hunter's Fury.
Listen to me, Jake, I'm trying to tell you something.
I can't move, Alpha.
Well, it worked anyway. 3-2. A retake after a retake after a retake, but RRQ, well, they probably feel like the B site after it being half a second and a slightly missed shock dart might be the better of the two for them. They're heading there early.
हो गए लो.
Life is broken.
Jet
Jeffin though already in, taking the space,
but
Kayak's
Tarak
there
ने
to
उठा
punish.
लिया. Nice.
We've seen this before.
हो
Just
गया
gets
लो.
out happy with his opening pick, with the advantage claim.
Thank you यार 30 likes के लिए guys. सब लोग like कर दिया करो यार. Motivation मिलता है like करने से आपको.
The wraparound from Manette catches them in that transition period.
Trade हो गया 4v4. Let's go. आइए. इसको support कर रहे हो FNC ना.
Covering all their bases. There is still a trip covering it.
Willet
Players on site could be under pressure. Kayak, that ult's not quite going to hit Munyan up in heaven. Xpharaoh and Munyan both finding theirs. And then now that flank putting so much pressure on. Fnatic need to be quick. They got to run forward. There's gaps in the play.
NT सब IDs से आया हूँ मैं. Thank you यार. Thank you so much. FNC, let's go.
It seems difficult to separate these teams in
एक
the
और
early
ये
stages
मैप
of any
चाहिए
map.
हम लोगों को.
No, I really like that every round we're seeing a variation of those late flanks coming through. Like, they haven't always been successful, but this fight for Xpharaoh was everything. And I think Monya and his positioning has been sublime. Like, he's the reason they win this round. He's able to
Welcome, Mickey Spoon. Wow.
And then maneuver up top outside of the ult and find another as they try and switch in. Because of that, they're slower
thank you
to get
यार.
the kill.
Thank you Mickey like कर देने
Great
के
round from
लिए.
him individually. That trip's taking a worryingly long time to set up. If they had swung that corner, that man is certainly dead, but hey, he got it done in the end.
Already you can see they've spotted Boaster, and they know with the knife popping that no one is on the site. Very quick to take the space.
B side पे पूरा कब्जा कर लिया गया है guys, देख रहे हो?
Up top, a different route than was planned for by that trap wire. Hunter's Fury active but denied immediately. the ult from KO, taking all the abilities, all the ulties away, and buying so much time. It's Fnatic will have to now wait. They've got so much util for the retake, but that clock is going to run low by the time they can use it.
Well, it has been running low every single time. Monya faking out the idea, and well, Cushy's just swung into them. He knew where they were. That's
nice, nice booster.
This round was looking done, but it's left all on to Monya. He's been revealed. They know where he is, but he wants
nice.
to take that fight.
क्या round निकाला यार ये. Booster, nice one, यार, nice one.
This time, plenty on the clock to be able to get it over and done with.
Booster, the ideal himself.
I didn't realize it because that looked so clean from him.
Yeah, I don't know. It's straight through the smoke. Even the second, he was lucky to survive. I don't know if we'll catch it from his POV, but there were a lot of shots fired his way. It looked done.
Nice one, yeah, Booster.
Another player whips, and then the reveal is there to take Cushy. A good job that that reveal went down just before Crashies went down.
Hello, bro. Hello. How you doing, brother? Hello, brother.
Hello, बोल रहे.
I'll say that the last guy who
guys, hello चल रहा है, देख रहे हो?
waved at Monya had a bad day.
इसी खेलना WW.
Well, Alpha, he's clearly feeling confident down on that stage. We're gonna have the Blade Storm activated for Jemkin. Deep play towards the A site for Fnatic. Early doors taking a lot of control. And RRQ hasten their pace as a response. Straight through mid. There's two players quite passive on this B site, ready for the fight. Crashies slowing down the players in mid, making a bit of an accordion effect. This is leaving more isolated battles. After just one though. With that utility down, the player covering the cross to site out of the round completely. They now have to focus in the late round and take a look at this play coming through. You've talked about the late round flanks. Well, Monya might have the best one yet.
He's low on HP, so he has to pick his moment. The rest of the team have been able to place themselves at the back of the site. Chronicle with a single kill might even be able to just rolling thunder them all off the map, but they are waiting. They don't want to overface, they don't want to get aggressive. They are giving the time for Monya to make potentially the play of the round. He's watching everybody. It's a little bit messy, but he'll still get the one. Not quite as much as he would have hoped for, but the rest of the players have still been just waiting patiently. Cushy again, swinging from the same angle.
Cushy भी खेल रहा है.
Been unstoppable from that spot. A fourth kill from him. And well, once again we find ourselves level. It's been the story of the match.
It really has a perfect storm of parity here on the server. But Cushy,
this is spot.
Every time you see him there in the post plant, he's able to deliver, and I'll tell you what, Alphier might be.
यार RRQ वाले, अरे आपने वो देखा था बूस्टर ने पेन खोल दी.
4-4.
First match जीतने के बाद पेन खोल दी थी. किसी ने फोटो खींच लिया था पीछे से, किसी का फ्लैश ऑन हो गया था. देखा था वो. और बूस्टर के पेरेंट्स भी आए हुए हैं आज. और बूस्टर की गर्लफ्रेंड तो है इधर होस्ट. देखा था वो.
He's playing in mid, obviously trying to avoid any of the KO utility if it was thrown through. Of course, Cushy getting so many kills that he already has that null command back online. And the support that Alpha has is just the jiggle peak of Chronicle. It definitely leaves him out to dry, but when you have a buy like this,
FNC का eco round है यार.
Well, the thing is, you've heard the cam on A. You've heard the drone go through as well on RRQ, and obviously the response here from Crazy Guy was to drone it himself, make sure they haven't taken the space. Now they're starting to expect those rotations have come through. 4 players outside it. Only Crashies here to stop them, and it looks like they have done a remarkable job of avoiding this play early on. Now the thing is, that trap's still online. Alfie is far enough away to not get caught by the null command, but they will find it before they run on into it. Late flank being set up as well by Xfero. He goes down, that is a rifle gifted over, but Alpha is going to have to really tick all the boxes to clear him out. He saw the pistol, but now he certainly spotted him, but Alpha lands the shot. They want to be patient on Fnatic, but RRQ get ahead of it. They're playing aggressive, finding the double. A big advantage now.
Yeah, I think most of the danger is gone. Alfia with the rifle is the one piece of the puzzle, and well, Nobody's going to find Crashy's
यार ये तो
corpse,
एक
that's
round
for
है
sure.
वैसे भी.
And for Alvier, it then gets to the point of like, okay, do you just hold on to the weapon? How much damage are you really hoping to do here? The answer is absolutely nothing. And Chronicle with no orbs needed to be gained. I think the only thing he can either hope for is a rifle
उधर
or
का crowd पूरा
the taste of the spike.
RRQ कर रहे हैं, देख रहे हो?
5 on the board for RRQ. The lead reclaimed, but I think most of us are expecting the next to go to Fnatic. Not because of their comp or their economy or the way they're playing, just because of how this game's been.
Yeah.
Back and forth. Have plenty of games of tennis here.
Yeah, I really
Looks like another.
I want to give credit again to RRQ for how methodical they are in these moments. Like even when they use the null command into the site, they're still checking for those trips. They know that that's one of the main dangers is just a kill trip somewhere on the corner. They're checking and pinging for the cams. Like they are not aggressive in the way they're doing things. They're smart with it. Very enjoyable team to watch.
Stun वगैरह सब कर दिया है, वेले आ गया है, देख रहे हो?
The util forced them back, but unfortunately for Kayak, there was nobody caught in the stun.
And RRQ don't just run to the other side of the map, knowing now that they're facing in to that rolling thunder. They'll still compete for the orb, but with 4 players here, it's going to be the exact same round minus the null command. They've lost one to Chronicle. That rolling thunder will be put through. It almost sent Munyet off the map, and instead it sent him into the waiting arms of Chronicle, but a 3v3, and again this mid-play. Alpha got the better of Xfero last time, but this time it's revenge for RRQ Cypher. The B site now open as we can see. Oster getting his rifle out. It looked like a little late, but he'll end up equalizing.
Nice booster, nice.
Throughout this, Chronicle didn't move. I can understand why. You've seen a kill on the other side of the map. You kind of had the expectation that they go the other way. He's now started to claim some control. Perfect position, but it's a little bit late.
Nice
Given an
WW.
opportunity. Crazy Guy's been able to get out of the grab
Crazy
work.
Guy
Because of that, he gets that early fight. And Boats has been wrapping around the back line, going all the way around the map to try and get in from behind. He does have Cosmic Divide available, but placing it while in the open would be a massive risk. He's just trying to make his way into the site, and Crazy Guy, well, it's been too long. He started to realize that he has to be coming in from behind. The tap on the spike reveals his opponent's position. But the clock is in his face.
Nice booster, क्या बात है?
He's been good in these late round scenarios, and who would have guessed it? 5-5 and another
I
retake.
chill for a reason.
It was the Hunter's Fury online, though, for RRQ, for Crazy Guy in that moment. I think that's going to put so much pressure on Boaster. The fact that he goes for the tap, not trying to bait out the ultimate instead, trying to bait out the player. It was a great read, but this guy would still be sticking around up close. That could have played out very badly for Fnatic, but instead, a further lead is denied. The IGL's on his feet. Boaster's having a good game so far as well. And at 5-5, both teams dumping their economy into this one. This round may well be a fight for the lead.
For RRQ.
At halftime.
Gonna take some early space. It will be spotted. There we go. Just a little bit of patience. Jemkin still looking like he wants to challenge this. Maybe expecting a reaction.
Mid और B पे ज़्यादा
not something we've
focus है.
seen too much of. It's a very tight angle to try and make your way through. That's why Crashies is just happy to try and hold this one. Dart up, stun, keeps them locked in, and well, the players attempting to make it through A main are kind of stuck until they get through this choke.
They have done a great job so far on the attacking side.
Nice booster round.
Dealing with Alfier's utility, it doesn't feel like he's getting a lot off those traps.
Booster आइए.
Always caution on the push through.
यार booster अच्छा खेल रहा है. The IGL himself is playing.
Fnatic group up here. 4 players moving into heaven, but RRQ want to take the fight.
Nice यार, देख रहे हो पूरा इनका combo. एक को एक मार रहा है, एक को एक मार रहा है. 2v2 में. अरे मोनियट ने अकेले मार दिया.
Managed to find them, fall back, and then the trap on the other side reveals
बदला पूरा.
the one that was unknown. Alpha will be caught by Crazy Guy in the 1v1. Back and forth as it went. It's RRQ for 6.
हमारे यहाँ क्रिस दोस्त
every single time it seems like when he's in the right place, He
2 से
delivers.
नहीं 1 kill.
That will be the lead.
3 एक का ability भी
Back
तो
up,
होता
we
है.
mentioned it, that it was a close
तो
first half,
वो
and the
सामने
last half
क्या
of the
बोलते
pistol was
हैं
what made
वो
the
सब
difference. It
क्या
seems like
बोलते
it
हैं
might
रेस वगैरह
end
है
up being
नेट
the
कर
case
दिया
again.
उसका
Of course,
थोड़ा
RRQ
डैमेज
were the
दो
ones
लोग
to take it in this one.
शेरिफ चला रहा है और एक वो वेंडल चला रहा है कि 3 लोग मिलके मार रहे हैं.
Come on, just look at what is on the board for Fnatic in this
Chris
round.
भी
This
like मैं
series for
मंदिर में
Kayak
घंटा हूँ
has
मेरे को
definitely
बता
been a nightmare.
और ऐसे
Yet to really
2v2
see
सिचुएशन में रहेंगे ना
him deliver
जो दूसरा
either
वाला बंदा है
Yoru or
सपोजिंग
the
मैं
melee.
ही दोनों को देखना
What is a
पड़ेगा.
fast-paced take once again for
वो तो
RRQ.
खुद एनिमी टीम में चला जाता है हार ना जाए बोल के जीतने वाली पार्टी में रहे. अरे नहीं नाइस बोस्टर 2 निकाल के गए यार बोस्टर खेल रहा है बट
He loves the cam on the spike.
And it got down just in time. That shock dart landed just a little bit too late. And Crashies
3-2.
7-5
to
guys,
play with the
7-5.
bow. Last man standing Alpha here. He's got a classic now. Wants to
Stinger
get
at
the
range.
rifle. But better than the classic, perhaps. Well, maybe not actually. It depends. Certainly ended up with a better rifle.
That is what RRQ have been so good at. They're not going to give him a single fight. Just jiggle peeking, baiting him into taking awkward positions. He doesn't have anything to play with. The time against him. And look, even at the end, the cam will be what decides the round. Just making sure that there is no fight to be had. The half will be won.
7-5 7-5 let's go.
7-5.
And while they stopped all those retakes from happening again and again after the
इतना
last few
क्राउड
rounds.
cheer कर रहे हैं देख रहे हो
Razor's
RRQ
edge between
full swing
triumph
में
and tragedy
RRQ
in that first map.
RRQ
The pistol rounds ultimately cost
RRQ
RRQ the chance to be 1-0 up
वो
here.
शुरू होता तो
They are
मजा
not
आता
letting
है
go of
यार.
hope
Who are
on map
we?
number 2.
FNC.
FNC.
Who are
7-5
we?
scoreline.
FNC.
Vibe है.
Performance from them across the
वैसे
board.
जिन लोगों ने
Cushy
मिस
stepping
कर
up
दिया
to new
जस्ट
heights,
बता
but
रही
I
हूँ
think
बोस्टर ने अपने पैंट
you
खोल
really
दिए.
look at the entirety
मैं
of RRQ and say
जीतने
they
के
have
बाद
got a
पैंट खोल
chance
दिए
when
थे
we get
पूरा
to
कैमरा में
halftime, or
रिकॉर्ड है.
half number 2 after
और आज
halftime
इवेंट
break.
में बोस्टर की मम्मी पापा आए हुए हैं और क्या बोलते हैं किसी कोई तो एक लड़की वगैरह है उस तरफ मतलब जहाँ पे वो लोग बैठते हैं उसके पीछे भी तो लोग होते हैं ना उधर से क्लिक कर लिया है फोटो. जब पेन खुला था तभी एक फ्लैश जला था मोबाइल का. जस्ट सेइंग इन केस किसी ने मिस कर दिया पूरा पेन ही खोल दिया बोस्टर.
Je suis tombé dessus un peu par hasard quand j'étais
मम्मी
en
पापा है
Corée
ना
du
तो कुछ
Sud.
तो
J'ai
तूफानी
regardé un
बनता
match.
ही.
Ils ont
उसको
gagné.
पता ही नहीं उसने क्या करा
C'était
हुआ
preuve de
अल्फा को
résilience,
समझा भी
c'était
रहे
juste
आई
incroyable
डोंट
en
नो
termes de
ब्रो व्हाट आई
gameplay.
डिड.
Je suis rentré, j'ai acheté tous les billets pour
I
le
was
reste
just
de
doing
la
like
regular
this.
saison 2023 et je suis allé à tous les matchs. C'est pas compliqué.
So it's a love story back in 2023. I started following them a bit randomly. You know, I went to the arena in Seoul and I loved them. They had like such a big resilience. So I bought all the tickets for their future matches back in 2023 and I never stopped following them. So that's beautiful dedication indeed. And this might be a tough question, but I want to ask you, what is the best region in the world? Are you going to go for EMEA, for Pacific? C'est quoi la meilleure région du monde?
Bon, certainement pas les Américains.
Yo Srijan, कैसे हो आप? Welcome to the stream.
On aurait tendance à dire IMIA,
क्या हाल
mais
है
quand même la meilleure
आपके?
équipe du monde au
कैसे हो?
Pacifique et RRQ. Donc
लाइक वगैरह कर देना सब
Bah oui, bien
लोग.
sûr.
लाइक.
So yeah, maybe I would say EMEA, but I have to stick with my boys from RRQ here. And last question, who do you think will carry this Abyss maps on the side of RRQ? Qui va carry cette carte pour RRQ?
गुड आप बताओ मेरा यार बस वो बारिश वगैरह के कारण ही सर्दी वगैरह हो रखा है ठीक हो जाएगा जैसे धूप वगैरह निकलेगा.
faire quelque chose de grand, c'est sûr, c'est certain.
So yeah, I love Xfero, I love the coach too. I think they are really
और आज
so
किस टीम को
nice in
सपोर्ट
that
कर
team,
रहे हो?
like very very
FNC
strong
या
player and coach.
RRQ?
So I'm definitely rooting for them. Merci Maxime, thank you very
किसको
much.
सपोर्ट कर
And
रहे हो
let's
गाइस
get back
बताओ.
to the game.
Oh sad.
Well, it's time to get back into the game very, very soon where RRQ are now leading. I guess the pistol really does make the difference as we get into the Coinbase Econ report. And you can take a look at Poster. A lot of talk in the desk about his performance throughout the regular season, but he has certainly stepped up here today.
Who
Yeah,
are
no,
we?
he's definitely had his
FNC,
moments.
let's
I
go.
think especially on the defensive side, being able to get into those positions to basically get them back into the site that they'd lost, because every single round that they won was based off a defusal. The plant was going down, they were playing the retake. I think he's going to be pivotal in those post plants. I love seeing
एक second
Astra
देना,
on
मेरा
this
mobile
map.
का
When I
charge
think
खत्म
of
हो
Astra,
गया
I think of him, I think of Boo. Like having those post plant gravity wells to buy you that little bit of
Guys,
extra
तब तक
time
like
can
करो,
make
एक
a
minute में
massive
मैं
amount of
charger
difference.
का cable लेके
The fact is, though, I'm going to be looking at RRQ and what they've got on this defensive side. I think they've had a great start to this map. But if they want to survive going into that lower bracket, they need to make sure that they close this one out.
Well, this is their best chance so far. The lead by 2. The pistol round from Fnatic. Have to
Tour ho
have
gaya
said it
guys,
was
pistol
a
round.
bloodbath to start it out. Cushy getting aggressive, and he's being tagged up. It's time to fall back. Same for Crazy Guy. Taking some scars early on, but yet to drop a player. Question is, do they have the read right? As we see a lot of this defensive side flock towards the B side, and it certainly seems like for the moment that's where Fnatic want to take it. But I am seeing Boaster clearing a lot of space on A.
आगे मैं कुछ chat आए तो बताना.
Okay.
An early pick. Kayak eventually will find one, but he's traded out by Kushi again. He seems to love this B site.
4v4 है guys
Space
अभी.
being held. This was something that the old
Crashes तो है but
Fnatic on this map love to do. They just leave
उनका खुशी भी लो है.
Boaster in the spawn. Crashes though has been caught, looking like maybe
इसके
he wanted to try
बोलते ही
and get out of there.
crashes
Instead, they're now walking into a site that I imagine they believe to be clear, but Xfero are definitely still waiting.
party.
And actually, he's in the perfect position. Now they try and split back through. They'll be able to deal with him. And in fact,
बोलते ही
Boaster's caught
खत्म
a
गए
couple.
कभी देखा
One
है
of the
आपने.
remaining players incredibly
ओ
low.
भाई पोस्टर माय
Holding the
मैं
line.
कुछ नहीं बोलती भाई मारो मोनियट.
He's found himself 3 already, but he's the last healthy player. Alpha down to 25. That's Sheriff.
या यार पोस्टर लो है मार दो
6
एकदम.
chambered up against him, and it's Boaster to deliver his 4th of the round. A big play from the IGL. They just highlighted him, and for good reason.
समझ रहे हो guys?
Yeah, no, impressive stuff. And as said, like when you look back at their old
इसके बोलते ही क्रैशिश मरा है इसलिए मैं दूसरी तरफ पहले चली
hard
गई.
lurk if he's setting up utility from afar and basically not allowing you to push across the map. This though was a different story. He completely took the A site on his
उसका
own.
मैसेज आया.
And then
किसका
ended up
मैसेज आया?
clearing
किसका?
out the players as they went to rotate.
किसका मैसेज आया?
उसका मैसेज आया.
Brilliant round from Boaster.
अच्छा उसका मैसेज आया.
Mentions the
ओ
importance
nice
of
nice.
the pistol rounds in the last map. They're
उसी
even in
का
this one.
अच्छा क्या मैसेज आया? हेलो हाय कैसे हो?
Hello
Conversion
Cuties.
here. Oh, Alpha under
उसका.
pressure. He has been taken down.
मैंने रिप्लाई नहीं किया. लाइक क्या मैसेज आया? हाय हेलो कैसे हो या फिर कुछ
But now they've managed to find
important.
themselves a
अच्छा हेलो
Marshall.
कैसे हो? अच्छा ऐसा क्या?
Alongside damage, that can be a very valuable
बोला
weapon
होगा
in a
hello
round like
Cutie
this.
कैसे.
They will be forced into the retake.
इसमें
As the
आपको
plans
अगर लाइक
secured
क्या
on this
बोलते
A
हैं?
side. And the question for Fnatic is, how do you want to play this?
नाइटबॉट मुझे
Especially with
हेलो
the
बोल
range
रहा है.
advantage going
नाइटबॉट
back
तो
towards A,
लॉयल
it's
है
not a
यार.
bad
वो तो
idea,
रिप्लाई
but
करेगा ही
conscious of
करेगा.
yet being able to just smoke them off.
नाइटबॉट इस देखो गाना भी लिख के दिया है उसने. लाइन मार रहा है सीधा.
They know exactly where to fight. RRQ have all the info. They're putting the pieces together.
Boaster
And it's Fnatic
अकेला
coming
फिर से.
crumbling down. That late cam from Xfero has given them a chance.
Nice God, Boaster क्या हो गया है Boaster को?
With the Red Bull clutch.
Boaster in pop.
भाई क्या हो गया है
I'm not
Boaster
sure that's the
को?
way they really wanted to win the round, but maybe for him that's a,
Oh my
a
God,
nice
यार,
little
oh my
confidence
God,
boost. Not that it
ऐसे
seems
के
like he needs it. A safe pair of hands in
Nice
the late round was what
यार,
I said,
the
but I was
idea
talking about
himself
utility,
is
not so much just the
playing
raw
too.
individual
Cooking.
aim.
He is
Well, that was
cooking.
incredibly messy. The aggressive positions helping out the flash of Kushi that did so much work to get them back into spot. But then just winning those fights with the classics, that's a dangerous spot to be from. And by the looks of it,
7-7 हो गया है
Fnatic
guys.
have invested quite heavily back into this one. They might leave themselves in a bit of trouble next round.
We'll see how the economy's settled. This player starts to fall.
Oh,
Nice.
He's got one up top. That's another rifle. This is a full.
Nice.
No! Kayak!
Yeah, he
Is
killed.
double connected, and he's hungry for more. Blood in the water, and he's swimming straight
मैं तो
towards
बोला ही था
Xfero.
कि भाई तुमको मैसेज आ जाएगा.
कल
Just
सुबह
about
देखूंगा मैं
manages to
मैसेज
survive
जब
that
अच्छा ऐसा
engagement. The
क्या
Cypher
नाइस.
healthy towards the spawn, but a 5 versus 3. That investment for Fnatic paying off.
But that was the man we wanted to see. He's been missing throughout the majority of this series. Cushy trying to take space back through. This is not going to be easy. Maybe it is. There's a gap. A spot for him to take a fight. But look how passive the remaining players are. Cushy's found another. Making this one interesting for sure. They've dodged themselves that knife. And now already that time being...
Oh my god. Boaster were not straight. Bhai. Boaster के पास skin नहीं है. इसका skin नहीं है. यार ये लोग उनका गेमिंग आईडी है ना ये इसमें स्किन खुद लगा के आ सकते हैं सब स्किन अनलॉक होता है ये सब स्किन अनलॉक होता है
सब होता है इसमें तो जो नहीं है ना
ये नाच रहा टर्निंग इनटू अ मॉन्स्टर ये लोग भी सदमे में चले
Imagine being the guy on the other side of the stage. That is literally like a parent embarrassing their child, which is funny because Boaster's parents
turning into a monster बोलते यार Boaster is the next level.
Exactly.
8-7.
ऐसे ही पूरा ऐसे ही खेलना है पेरिस बिल्कुल ऐसे बता दो सबको who is the bestest IGL on the world बता दो
Angel's retired. Boaster's just absorbed all of that extra unk energy and
वो
is just taking
पक्का
over
अभी जो टॉप ट्रैक कर रहा है ना एजिलिंग पर कैसे खेल रहा है
The scoreline definitely still not out of the realms of possibility. There's only a singular round between them at this point, but that was a bonus round where in the prior
overall
only
आप
a
किस
single
टीम को
player had
सपोर्ट कर
survived,
रहे
and that was
हो
Boaster.
PRX
And even with some heroics from Cushy,
क्योंकि
he's been having a
अपनी
great game
पैसिफिक
overall.
की टीम में यार एक पैसिफिक में
Sure they can
इंटरनेशनल
start to
ट्रॉफी
feel
आ
this
जाएगा
game
मजा आ
slipping
जाएगा
away from them, and as we've already witnessed, there's been plenty of upsets, plenty of
बाकी
teams
मेरे
falling into
सारे
the lower bracket.
FNC क्या बोलते हैं
Billy.
G2 टीम हियर
China
टीक्स
#1 currently sat
टीम
down there.
लिक्विड ये सब में से कोई भी मतलब
RRQ
फेवरेट्स में
wants
से
to
कोई
join
भी उठा ले तो चलेगा बट पेपर एक्स है तो और ज्यादा मजा आएगा पैसिफिक में एक आएगा
I mean, look, it's still a very tight game, but now they've got
अंबानी
pistols.
रिलायंस डिजिटल लोपी टीम है हाँ वही ना पोल पे वोट करो मैं तो बोल रही हूँ रिजल्ट ऑलरेडी लीक है कौन
If Chronicle's the one digging your grave, well, hey, listen, plenty of people have fallen into that pit hole. Alpha, up for contest as best player in the world at one point in Kayak, the guy coming up from the tier 2. Looking remarkable, the young gun, but you're getting diffed by Boaster. That's something that I think you know.
He's a young man.
He is, yeah. And as the desk was highlighting, his stage 2 performance was lacking a little bit individually. But we've seen that. The guy's got a lot of responsibilities. Right now, it seems like he's the brains and the brawn down on that stage.
Kayak taking the space once again. Spam not quite finding anything. Of course, there's not a whole lot to play with in this round, so there might be a chance for him to farm. He already has ult online, but I think the confidence far more valuable for Fnatic at this stage. The duelist trying to get their way back into the game. That's exactly what's happening in this one. A clean-up with only 2 standing and plenty of utility denying anybody swinging that planter.
Planto get
the remaining players. Can they do any damage? That's not a bad start, but albeit quick.
Nice.
An easy round for Fnatic.
Nice W.
Let's go, guys. Let's
look
go.
Look at Fnatic there. They do give RRQ a lot of opportunities. A bunch of individual fights taken, swinging into Sheriffs. It's risky, but for RRQ, they're not getting the shots off, and that's a problem. Because now you start to talk about confidence on one side for Kayak. Building that is huge, but you go into a round like that, you see, we had the chance. They're disrespecting us now. They're starting to just run it down at us. They need to see a bounce back pretty soon. This is 4 in a row now on the attack side. But a 4-0 start, we've seen it many times. And many times we've seen that team end with 4 or 5 rounds in the half. This is RRQ's chance to prove that it was just a hiccup. An early half upset.
The big thing for me is the operator. When that came into play on the defensive side of Ascent, it was a massive game changer. That's where Jimkin really did the damage. The problem thus far, and a problem that, again, I still remember back to the beginning of the season where Fnatic played, I think it was versus Gentlemates. They loved the A-site takes. Seems like they've developed a taste for B, and that's where Jimkin will be waiting for them.
Yeah, it's the still water that stagnates. It's time to switch it up. Fnatic straight to the B site. The op shot not landed, and quite a bit of damage done in return. X-Pharaoh falls. Utility now. Those trap plays no longer there to work with. An Alpha gets the info on the back of it. Oh,
nice
crazy
one.
guy trying for the punish. He finds himself falling. In a 5v3, that off needs to start delivering, but the opportunities are few and far between. With trades lightning fast.
5 round back to back.
Double digits acquired, and they are on the path to success.
This is starting to look pretty damning for RRQ. The attack side looking stellar from Fnatic. It started with clutches, it started with individual brilliance, but now it's starting to become all but dominant. Easy openers, and even the null command was committed in that round by Kushi. That was one of the few ults that they had available to them.
Timeout liya hai RRQ
pause taken from the side of RRQ, a chance
booster जैसा IGL हमें भी मिल जाए वही ना.
Come up with big changes because these last 5 rounds they started fairly close, but that one really wasn't.
Well, indeed, and we already saw that pause called earlier by RRQ. That course correction did not come into play, and now they're starting to drift out of this game. From a 13-10 in the previous, but they lost both pistols, and you start to see those sparks of hope when they win the pistol here, when they leave half one 7-5, but now it has been 5 in a row, like you say, 7-10.
Yeah.
Fnatic with that big lead, the momentum, the IGL delivering, whether it's in clutches, whether it's in opening duels, the guy's been there every time.
Yeah, it's worth noting as well that a victory here, of course, the next matches will be that upper bracket, but of course there is a day break tomorrow, a dark day from the broadcast that will give everybody a little bit of extra time to prepare. So for RRQ, it's starting to look like they may need that extra time, as this defensive side of the map they chose, bear in mind, not looking good at all.
Let's see if things change in the next round. Here it's Sheriffs. Individual's going to be relied upon. The cam already spots Jemkin. The door has to be broken open, and as he fades away, Munyet fades out of the round, trying to cover his teammate. 4 Sheriffs now left in play, and for Fnatic, grouping and hitting a site, it's the right call. It's what you want to see happen from our perspective, and you can see they've made that call.
Yeah, the worry as well is, like, the next buy, round number 19, potential for every single ultimate bar, maybe the neural theft, to be online for Fnatic. Like, they haven't had to use anything. The neural theft was used in the last round, but if they're clever here with like who plants, well, there you go, there's one, that's Chronicle's ult. Maybe they send Crashies out to try and hunt, although he's always there to just sit passive with the shock darts and the recons. But it leaves things in such a terrifying spot. At least the ults will also be there for RRQ, even if it's just via deaths.
Well, Kayak, he's in a lot of trouble. He looks to be in a lot of trouble, in fact.
Nice.
He'll take down 2 before he falls. The ults online for Fnatic in the next are looking deadly. For RRQ, no need to give them even more, especially Crashies 2 away from that Hunter's Fury. Going down to the spike is the correct play, but now back against the wall. It's been 6 straight rounds for Fnatic. A pause just called in the previous by RRQ. This is what they will have talked about. The rifle round has to be theirs.
Yeah, but again, you're going to have to break through all of those ultimates. I'm sure they have some of their own, but...
Munyet! Hello, Munyet! Look at me again! Hello! Look at me again, bro!
Hello, Munyet.
He gets scared.
He also has headphones on.
It would be worrying if he looked over.
I don't think he can hear you, but I appreciate the effort. Albeit clearly feeling it. Well, this time, Munyet's revenge hasn't really looked like it's taken its toll. 4 rounds ahead, 6 in a row, and high impact ultimates on board. Fnatic, though, are taking mid control. There's been a challenge in the last couple, but the success hasn't been there. Kushi's been one of the few glimmers of hope in this map, and Boaster's just walking it down on his own.
Well, that is a deep play.
Nice
the
one,
Thunder catching it for the mid split. The next Pharaoh able to survive inside his cage, at least for now. Hunter's Fury not finding its mark. Pressure applied as Jenkins rotates. Cut off.
Nice one यार, match point पे आ गए हम लोग.
This goes off to a flying start, and it looks like soon to be a finish for the attacking side. A fourth denied, but
nice one, match point, guys, match point.
Match point. 7. One more needed for Fnatic, and after the pause, nothing's changed for RRQ.
The thing I love about that is that's when Fnatic decided to throw in a set play. That's where you have the Rolling Thunder that forces the players. We've seen them play on this close B box so many times, so Rolling Thunder forces them in, and that's why Boaster is running it down mid, because if he knows if he gets in behind them here, they're going to be stunned up and being flown in towards him because they're so worried of the players coming in front. That is a gorgeous set play from the side of Fnatic. And while we spoke about the fact that this needed to be the resurgence, there looks like there is no resurgence to be had. This attack side from Fnatic has been flawless.
Not a bump on the road so far. Remember, this is RRQ's pick, and the conversation that's been going around about Fnatic being in the weakest state in terms of their map pool so far, well, we might have to reconsider. Ascent was close. In the second half of Abyss, it has been anything but. They were 7-5 down. And now just one round away from victory. With 5 chances to do it. Kayak's deep dive. They see the cage.
Nice one.
The first of what could be many to fall. Ult clearing right, but Xpharaoh's still alive, but now they know it. They know exactly where he is.
Trips just blocking off this right-hand side. They're yet to be broken. They now will be, or at least the first one. If anybody's jumping across, Boaster could go flying off the map. It may not even matter in the end.
W.
Only
2v4 by GG's.
Make that just one.
GG's 1v4.
Needs a crazy
GG's, let's go guys. That is FNC. Let's go. Who are we? FNC. Who are we? FNC. GG's guys. क्या मैच है? पोस्टर ने क्या खेला है?
Fnatic off to a hot start here.
क्या खेला है? Must है, must W. अभी FNC versus MIBR में और मजा आएगा. Upper bracket. Nice one यार.
You can see
let's go guys, let's go 2-0. दोनों फेवरेट टीम आज जीत गए, MIBR और FNC. Oh my god guys.
With one goal in mind this time. And unfortunately, it was RRQ who had to face off against them first, now down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, the fun thing as well is that this now sets Fnatic on a path to face off against Aspas once again. We're running it back, so that should be a very exciting upper bracket matchup. And honestly, the display, at least in that second half, is the level that we expect to see of a powerhouse like Fnatic, a team that has been at every single champions. This is hopefully just the start of what will be a long run for them. Sorry, what?
मिलाने जा रहा है, वो अभी भी पहन रहा है, शूज में अटक गया, पहन लिया.
All right.
फोटो के लिए guys, फोटो.
Yeah, Scott's not a fan of that one.
Let's go guys, let's go. बढ़िया, बढ़िया.
I feel like we've just caught the end of whatever was going on there, and I don't know what we have just seen.
That's got to be a first on the champion stage.
You know what? At least his parents aren't in the crowd.
Dropping trial in front of the parents. All right, we love to see it. Fair play. Boaster always a man to give us a surprise. Well, it's time to throw it down to the stage where there is an interview with Chronicle standing by. Let's give this over to Lou for the Horizon post-match.
De l'histoire de Valorant. Viens chercher sa première win à Paris avec Fnatic. Team, do you have time for me for a quick interview? Can I bother you for a second, Chronicle? Of course, congratulations, first of all, for this huge victory against RRQ. And you are indeed a very big pride for EMEA, one of the best flex players in the world. We've seen some Vi, some Bridge, some Viper. But deep down, what's your favorite agent to play?
Harbor?
Harbor! We never...
I'm just joking, not Harbor.
Give me a serious answer.
Sova, 100%.
actually Sova. Ok, donc première question, c'est l'un des meilleurs flex du monde, une fierté de l'IMEA. On a vu de la Vice, de la Viper, du Bridge, il peut tout jouer, mais c'est quoi en vrai son pick préféré? Il nous dit Arbor pour troll évidemment, mais en réalité, Sova. And the second question I wanted to ask you is that on stage it seemed like you guys were having fun back like in 2023, you know, that fiber, that child spirit that was coming back. So what happened, you know, during those 2 weeks? How come do we see you in such a shape today?
I don't know, Jake was popping off crazy with some emotions, I think. One round we actually had to chill him down because he couldn't get a gun. Like after Riko, he was like, everyone, like, he started screaming up, but he forgot about the taking gun. I was like, God bless, he took it. But I mean, our emotions are crazy right now. I think everyone's excited to play champions since obviously for everyone is a big target, big goal, and yeah, it feels great to come back on stage again.
Yeah, I think at some point he could even have forgotten to defuse, you know, given how excited he was, but this didn't happen indeed. Donc comment est-ce que ça s'est passé pour vous? Vous êtes de
FNC versus
retour,
MIBR में और मजा हाँ कब खेलोगे बताओ MD और आप कैरी कर लेना मुझे मैं खुद से ऐसे मस्ती के लिए खेल रही
Il a même
हूँ
oublié de ramasser une arme à un moment donné, donc
मस्ती के लिए
essayer
मस्ती
de le
full
calmer
मस्ती
un petit peu, mais voilà, on est trop content d'avoir gagné. And last question, I know that you're a team player, I know that you like giving props to other players, so apart from your teammates, who do you see having the potential to be the best player of the tournament?
मुझे डायमंड पहुंचा देना हम लोग खुद आयरन में चुनेंगे आपको कहाँ से डायमंड में पहुंचा दे आयरन हम लोग तो आयरन में यार
Who do we think? Do we go Pacific? Do we go local, EMEA?
I would just say Pacific, just straight of, just to jinx them a little bit, you know?
Just the
Silver
region,
to
right?
diamond,
The region as a whole has
iron.
the potential. Donc,
Iron
qui pour
to
toi, à part tes
iron.
teammates, a le potentiel d'être le meilleur joueur
समझ
du
रहे हो
tournoi?
iron
Bah,
to
tout simplement,
iron.
la région Pacifique, ça sera la réponse de Chronicle. Thank you so much. Merci, Chronicle. Congratulations again. That's it for us on stage. Let's toss it back to the
Let's
analyst
go,
desk
guys.
for some more discussions.
First of all, shout out to the Cal Paolo cosplay. I don't know if you spotted that in the background, but that was kind of sick. Second of all, Pacific are not flawless after the first 4 days. I think that's kind of an upset.
They had me believing after that first map, even though they lost. I thought it was really impressive that RRQ on their worst map that they're playing were able to keep it so close against Fnatic with Chronicle in prime form. And then they go into Abyss, their map pick. They played it once this year. It was a loss. I was hoping for so much more, but I don't think that.
चलो गाइस अभी मैं भी जा रही हूँ चलो गाइस अपने जाने का टाइम हो गया है लेट्स गेट गोइंग बहुत मज़ा आया दोनों फेवरेट टीम अपनी जीत गई है अपर ब्रैकेट में और मज़ा आएगा MIBR वर्सेस FNC बहुत मज़ा आएगा ये भी देखने में और भी टीम्स है जिनका अपर ब्रैकेट्स में बहुत ज़्यादा मज़ा आने वाला है सो आज मैं काफ़ी ज़्यादा नींद में थी क्योंकि मैं 5 बजे आई थिंक स्ट्रीम बंद करी उसके बाद ही मैं दुकान दौड़ के गई फिर आके मतलब इतना नींद लगा मैं सोची सो जाऊँगी 5:45 तक मैं वापस आ गई थी मैं सोची कि मैं सो गई तो उठूँगी कब वॉच पार्टी करना है फिर मैंने सब रहने दिया और मैं स्ट्रीम करने आ गई तो स्ट्रीम कर लिया अभी भी मैं नींद तो आ रही है ठीक है तो मिलते हैं गाइस आप लोगों से थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ट्यूनिंग इन कुकीज़ इट्स मी प्रियंका साइनिंग ऑफ फ्रॉम टुडे स्ट्रीम बाय बाय टेक केयर एवरीवन ख्याल रखो अपना स्वीट ड्रीम्स गुड नाइट शब्बा खैर बाय बाय गाइस